body to the sound of the jukebox. Body to the sound of the jukebox.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of phases, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, 'cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
own. When you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
Buongiorno Milano! Welcome back to Milan Games Week. We have an incredible set of games for you this afternoon in PUBG Mobile, where we're going to be fighting for basically 120,000 euros worth of chicken dinner.
Ciao Games Week, siamo pronti per gli ES Mobile Open. Bravi ragazzi, vedo molto hype e fate bene. $120.000 in palio, signori, siamo carichi? Sono tanti soldi, vedo molta sorpresa nel pubblico ovviamente, ma ragazzi l'eSport Mobile ha fatto tanta strada e oggi siamo qui alla ESL Arena della Games Week per presentarvi questa grande competizione di PUBG Mobile.
We've got 10 teams competing today, flying in from all over for their chance to hopefully claim a 40,000 euro first place, and it promises to be an absolutely fantastic afternoon of mobile gaming.
Vi promettiamo un pomeriggio grandioso. Il primo team classificato si aggiudicherà 40.000 euro, ragazzi, e scopriremo presto chi si porterà a casa questa grandissima fetta del montepremi totale.
So without further ado, the players have been setting up, they're ready. We can see that the desk is ready. Let's get you guys warmed up and ready for game number 1, which will start in a matter of moments. Desk, over to you.
Tra pochissimo l'azione vera e propria avrà inizio, i giocatori si sono già preparati, sono già a posto, così come i grandi talent che vi racconteranno tutte le emozioni di questa grande giornata di mobile eSport. La linea al desk, a voi ragazzi.
Grazie, John and Simone, and welcome to the Vodafone 5G ESL Mobile Open, powered by the Huawei Mate 20X 5G, co-engineered with Leica. I am Tetra, I am your host, and I am joined once again for the second day in a row by Trid, but we have a new face today. It's Tom, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited. I'm pumped. The stage is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the stage is impressive. It looked beautiful yesterday. We're going to be using more of it today as we filled it out with 40 players who are just going to be absolutely dominating. Well, to be fair, they dominated Europe and they dominated parts of India as well just to get to this spot. And they're going to be duking out, as John Sargent said on the stage, for 120,000 euros.
And you could not have touched on a good point already. Let's dive straight into the analysis here. 10 teams as opposed to the usual 20. That is a very big deal. That's very different to usual. Tom, can you break that down for me? What differences differences will this make in the games?
I mean, usually during the qualifiers, we actually saw 20 teams through it. So there was double the amount of players and double the amount of kills that were available for all the different players. Now they're going to be restricted down to 36 potential kills per game. So that means every point counts. And it also means it's going to be a bit of a quiet game, right?
Yeah, it should start off slow. I mean, one of the things we've got to remember is, in terms of scrimming in EU, a lot of teams right now are focusing on other tournaments that are taking place. There are some teams that are dedicated to the Mobile Open, though. Now, they've all been in Milan for the past couple of days. Who are they going to practice with? Each other. And when they're doing that, they're going to start to get familiar with each other. Now, that's a double-edged sword. Yeah, you're practicing, you're going up against your competition, and you're leveling up. But then you're also starting to recognize the patterns that each other follows. You're going to identify where each team is dropping, and it's going to lead to some very slow starts, because why take the risk when you can get yourself to a leveled up position towards the late game and then take the win?
Exactly. You mentioned the fact that these players have been scrimming together, making the most of the mobile aspect of PUBG Mobile to basically play whenever, wherever to actually get these games done. But let's talk about something else here. We do have a very interesting rule in terms of cosmetics. Everything is allowed. Now, that isn't the usual, is it?
No, I mean, usually there's actually a list of cosmetics they can use. Anything from a Nemo costume to a pirate costume to a bird costume. This time round, I was speaking to them last night, just saying, are you going to be dressing stupidly? Are you going to be trying to blend in with your surroundings, like almost a ghillie suit, like the greens, the yellows, to try and blend in with the background? And they're like, yeah, we want to win this. There's only 10 teams, and there's only one real winner at the end of the day. All teams get some kind of prize pool, but they want to take home that chicken dinner.
I think if you're dressing like that, you need to dress like a clown, because that's exactly what you are. If you're not trying to use every competitive advantage at your disposal. If you're dressing in high and colourful, maybe if you're dressing like me in there, you're going to get spotted out, and you're going to be shot out halfway across the map because they can just see you a mile away.
Unless you're in a very, very dark field of flowers. But in this case, no such map that is able to do that here. This is also one more thing we have to mention in terms of the rules. This is a first-person perspective tournament. That is a little bit more unique, but the players seem very happy about this.
Yeah, I'd say that first-person perspective seems to be the way to go with this one. Obviously, with the first-person, you don't have that peripheral vision that you get, that third-person perspective that really allows you to peek around corners without compensating your own line of sight. Because obviously, if you want to look around a corner, you have to expose yourself to gunfire and trade out fights. It's more risky and requires more skill to know when to correctly do it.
Like in the past, I've seen people laying on top of garage buildings. They peek up when they know no one's peeking, so they don't have to risk anything. So it's more likelihood that it's a snake-style play, and that's what I'm hoping to see a difference in this one. Now, I do know from the pro players, they love first person. That's what they want. And coming in from the PC perspective, where that I come from, we wanted first person for so long, and now we've got it. And I'm interested to see if these guys manage to bring first person from the biggest EU event with first person all the way forward into some of the major events.
These final circles are going to be incredibly chaotic. Everyone's going to be kitted. Like you said, it's going to be a little bit harder to get those peaks and play that a little bit safer. It's going to be very stressful. But let's talk about the teams that are going to have to deal with that stress. Guys, which team should we be looking out for as we're heading in here?
I'll let you have the easy one. You take the first pick.
It's got to be S2 Gaming, right?
Yeah, definitely.
They dominated the EU scene in that competition. They walked away with a massive amount of points, but there's also a team not so far behind them and potentially a better team.
Yeah, Fear the Flame. I mean, you said they dominated EU altogether. As a whole, they did. But they came through on the August qualifiers with Fear the Flame, who actually took out that first seed. Because we had multiple occasions to qualify. There were multiple participants coming through at each monthly qualifier. Yeah. Fear the Flame beat them out when it came down to that particular matchup. But of course, you're right. Over the course of the entire qualification process, they did have that higher point total.
These are two of the teams to watch from the Europe qualifiers. As once again, we do have two different regions for qualifiers, 15 countries across the EU region, but we also had the Indian qualifiers, and there is a hell of a team to watch from there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, quite a few of the teams weren't actually able to make it. Yeah. But we still got one of the better teams for the region, Entity Gaming. They're here in the power, and they're looking to take home the win, show up their region. There's two teams from India showing up at the moment. The rest of the teams are going to be from the EU and sort of MEA region.
Yeah, Tom, one of the things you pointed out to me that I thought was really interesting, you talked about the distribution here of the points in both the region A, which is Europe and Turkey, and region B, which is India. And you're telling me in the break that the distribution of points when it came to India was much more level.
Yeah, it was a sort of lower average across all of them, rather than the high, of the EU, where they were hitting sort of the 230 points in total, compared to that of the India region, where it was about the 130 to 160, which was the top sort of 4 teams. That's where they landed. So it kind of shows that the skill is a little bit more average, and potentially we could see Entity Gaming be a better team.
I suppose that then answers the question, doesn't it? Like, is Region A or Region B stronger with this one? Because if you've got equal distribution, yeah, you're playing against competition. These teams don't often clash outside of grand finals. So this could be a really interesting clash, I think, and that's something I'm personally looking forward to seeing.
This may actually be the first time that most of these teams from Europe will have played against Indian teams and vice versa. So there may be different playstyles coming into this.
Potentially, there could be some variation there. A lot of these teams haven't reached the upper echelons of necessarily being tier 1 when it comes to it, but they're showing a lot of potential. And I think today, the first couple of maps are going to be very telling about that clash of style, potentially.
It's all going to come down to as well, because some of these teams like Fear the Flames and even Istanbul Wildcats, they show their sort of aggressive play, and they might actually just decide to push into these teams and go into where their drop spots are, because usually we'd actually see a bit of a passive play start at the start, but maybe they want to throw it up. There's only 10 teams, there's only 36 kills. Maybe they want to get those kills in early.
I mean, the general game plan we heard obviously was it's going to be nice and slow. People are going to respect each other's drops. If one team puts on that mask and says, you know what, yeah, we're going to play the slow game, we're going to play the game, and then all of a sudden when they get into the server, they start hot dropping on each other, that's going to throw a massive spanner in the works, and it could catch some of the more inexperienced teams off guard.
If a whole team's wearing the clown costume, maybe they will.
They blend in and they become a mighty circus.
So let's talk about maps. You did mention maps here. We're starting off on Erangel, then we'll be jumping into Miramar, back to Erangel 2 times in a row, then, very interesting, and you've been a big follower behind this, Sanhok before our last Erangel.
So the reason I'm a fan of Sanhok in this particular instance, because I know it's not exactly vogue to like Sanhok, a lot of people dislike it when it comes relative to the other maps, it's due to the server size. I think that a 40-player match lends itself perfectly to Sanhok, whereas maybe that slow start we're going to see in the other maps, you know, these are designed for 80 to 100 people usually. I think Sanhok is going to be the most relative game we're going to see.
Quite an interesting stat is as well is that on Sanhok with the 16 to 20 teams, it's always been that the top 3 teams are the teams that have actually landed where the circle ends. So I'm interested to see how that switches around. Now there's only 10 teams, because there's going to be a lot more room for teams to be able to maneuver, switch around, and they can actually drive what they want, because normally you're not going to be able to do that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. We are going to be heading into game number 1. Your casters, you've heard them break it down. Now let's hear them talk about all the action. It's Trin and Tom. Take it away, guys, on Erangel.
Well, you really caught me off guard there, because my name is also Tom, but thank you very much,
very
Techa.
confusing.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into this one. They're right now, they're on the island, ready to go, kicking things off on Erangel. And quite frankly, we're not really entirely sure where these teams are going to end up dropping and where they're going to start off with, but I imagine once we notice the pattern, we're going to see more of that follow through to the rest of the day.
There's so many spots that they can drop at, and the thing is, if it's a military circle, the teams that are going to have started out on military circle, they're going to be, military island, there's a high potential that they're going to end off better off than any other teams. Are they going to camp the bridges? Are they going to camp the sort of water? It's really going to come down to that. And we can obviously see them in the lobby right now. Oh, well, you can see them on screen at the moment playing on that fantastic phone. And on 5G, I just want to bring that up.
Oh, okay.
This whole thing is on 5G. That's pretty impressive.
It's pretty impressive. It's the new hotness when it comes to mobile coverage. We're looking at the teams on there. One of the other teams that came in at a late addition, you can just see the remnants of their name behind. Unicorns of Love coming in to help us out here, because like we already mentioned, a couple of the teams couldn't make it here to the final stage. We had this team step up. A little bit of hype around this organization, but we're not quite sure how the team's actually going to perform, given the, shall we say, there's a lack of quantity of quality events going around. It's very rare that these players will get LAN experience.
And in first person as well, so we're going to be looking at the map now. We can see it doing quite a fairly equal spread across the map as well, going almost central, more towards the eastern side, so it's going to allow a lot of the teams to drop in their preferred locations. One of the things I want to see, are they going to drop down, pick cars and then rotate to their loot spots, or are they going to play aggressive like I have seen before in a few of the other events? So we're going to be seeing a couple of teams drop off straight away.
If I was a gambling man, Tom, I would say that they're going to avoid each other. They're going to spread out and make use of this plethora of space they've been rewarded, rather than go aggressive early, unless we talk about the circus coming in and they go for those hot drops and throw the spanner in the works. All the teams dropping out quite early, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be landing short, as they could just span out here.
Yeah, I mean, we already got S2, one of the teams we said are the hot picks for this. They dropped out early, and they're going to be on board to be able to loot up fast and rotate quicker than any of the other teams, but they're going to have to take into consideration of who they might face at the bridge. Is anyone going to camp on the other side? Potentially, so we'll see that in a moment.
We're on board right now, with S2, in fact, taking themselves a nice position in on the military island on Novo. are going to be looting up nice and early. The rest of the teams still making their landings across the map. Another team to watch out that we didn't actually talk about a lot, well, we mentioned briefly about Fear the Flame. They're actually sharing Military Island with S2. Now, these are two of the best teams, I'd argue, that are at this tournament right now. Are they going to clash when they're going on the rotation? I think that's dependent on where the circle lies.
If the circle's fairly central, and I'm sure they'll take each one of the bridges, and this really comes down to the scrims they did last night in their hotel rooms, because obviously they can play anywhere. Do they know where they need to avoid each other, or are they going to purposely go for that early rotation? So what S2 could do, and we have seen this before, is that they actually go for an early rotation, and there is the first circle. So it is a heavily eastern circle, sort of focusing, centralizing on Prison. So this bringing it back to the point I was trying to talk about. S2 could actually come in for this early rotation onto the bridge, camp it, and stop one of their biggest and fiercest competitors, Fear.
I mean, if you're a footballist right now from Turkey, you're loving life. You're dead center of that circle. And you can just play around shelter right now. You've got loads of space to work with. No teams are occupying that space at all. So if you're fast, I mean, you could clear out a lot of these compounds and then retreat back to the center.
There's only really 2 teams, maybe 3 kind of, that are actually outside of this.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we've got 7 teams that have landed on this eastern one. And this actually comes down to the playing path, which it was heavily leaning towards that eastern side. And it sort of shows on the map here where you can see most of them have landed over towards that side. And if you have a look at Team 8, which is going to be CRM, that they have actually spread themselves off across the sort of the different Milta sort of power banks.
And I think that shows a level of confidence with the team. They're not too worried about anyone coming in and taking those collisions, because obviously the further you are, the longer it's going to take for reinforcements to get in.
Yeah, and this kind of shows that they have had this conversation, this realization where other teams are dropping, so they have this confidence that they can drop into here, get the max loot they can, because obviously if they land together, they're going to have lower sort of loot quantity across them.
So one of those teams that did land outside of the area was Istanbul Wildcats. They're obviously onto your screen right now, picking up vehicles. Going to pick up the UAZ instead and drive themselves further away. Looks like they're investigating further out west, really making use of the time they've got before they're going to have to come back into that next circle.
Yeah, there's a couple of extra compounds out there that they may want to just loot before they come back in, because they landed on a very sparse loot area and a couple of yellow buildings, which is right next to the coast, so they're not going to be able to have all their loot just from the area. So you can see that they're going out near Ferry Pier, maybe even down to Primorsk. But if they do that, that's going to slow down their rotation time into the circle, and you need to get some of these stronger compounds. And if you want a better result, then you need to go into the center. Somewhere like even Shelter is really good, and there's a few compounds there as well.
Yeah, they're going to be missing out on that prime real estate as the time starts to tick down, so they're not going to be able to really have their first pick of the loot, the first draft, if you will. We're on board right now with Baka, just clearing out some vehicles. Clearing out some buildings. How have I got that wrong already?
I mean, if there's loot in them, then why not? But I just want to talk about his cosmetics. We brought this up.
Yeah.
These cosmetics aren't too bad. I've seen some very flamboyant, ridiculous skins in the past when we've looked at PUBG Mobile, but this is okay. I mean, the colors are going to stand out, potentially. It depends on where the land is as well.
But as you were talking about that, he was walking past the terrain, and in these non-grassy patches, it does start to blend in with the wall a little bit, so maybe that's what he's looking for with that advantage.
Just stand against the wall, you know, just like the Pink Panther.
Make him look like a hieroglyph, right? Like
exactly, yeah. So looting in Rostock's actually a fairly good call for these guys. It's fairly central to the map as well, so they are able to rotate anywhere, and this goes to show right now, they can actually spend more time looting and then get the rotation on. It depends on how many vehicles they've got there. There's about 3 different loot spawns that are easily accessible to them in that town. So it'll be interesting to see if they walk away with 3 vehicles or if they decide to bundle into 1 vehicle, which is a big no-no. You should never just bundle into 1.
Yeah, you're putting all your eggs in one basket that could potentially be blown up. So you don't really want to do that at all unless you want scrambled eggs. We got Severny up in the northwest. That's where Clash have decided to go now. Unlike other teams that are outside that first circle, Clash haven't really spread their wings, and I think that's because of the loot offering that Severny and the surrounding area provides. They don't really need to go out that far to get what they want.
Yeah, I mean, Severny is fairly dense in regards to a lot of buildings. You also have shooting range, which actually tends to have less meds but more guns.
Yeah.
Which it was just like by accident, but it does, like, they should be fairly looted, and they should loop in above Yasner and then come down on towards the eastern side and maybe land towards Mansion or maybe even Lipovka. But during these circles, we should be seeing the circle shift inwards towards land, so they have to be careful how much they focus their end spot on the coast.
So Cream have started to mobilize, and you can see Zuku and Alfro on the minimap. They've decided they're going to go a little bit further north and spread out to the areas that have actually been covered already by footballers, so they might be finding not what they're looking for on that one.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about during the intro that we might see some sort of conflict early game. on the rotations. And I think that's what is going to come into here. We might see a couple of teams who have to rotate in, maybe even the top team down Clash at the top. They might rotate in through Yaz, and they might smash into one of the teams in Yaz Nair, or like you're saying, CRM, they might bump into Footballer. But there are a couple of compounds there. Lumberyard is a fairly weak place to hold.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they stay there. It has got some extra loot.
That's one thing I wanted to point out. You mentioned Yaz Nair, and usually in other PUBG Mobile competitions, we often see that due to quantity of players, Yaz Nair is often split. But due to the quantity right now, Entity, one of the teams we said we need to look out for from the Indian region, they've absolutely just taken over Yaz Nair. No one else is going to split with them. That is so much loot potential there for them to be really kitted up moving into the mid to late.
I mean, they're pretty much the only team in 1/3 of that whole circle right now.
Yeah.
If you look at it, you can cut off the top, they're all there. And obviously, right now, we're looking at a couple of the other teams, like SG. They're fairly looted up. I think that's a UMP on hand, so he probably wants to switch that up. SMGs are fairly decent, but at the end of the day, you kind of want the AR-DMR combo. It's probably the strongest one in here. But we'll see how they end up doing this.
Yeah, Synergy Gaming from India, one of the other ones to watch right there. When you look at the balance of teams here, most of them are from the European and Turkey region. So the Indian teams at this tournament are in the minority. Really, it's only Entity and Synergy here representing that entire region. So they really want to have a good performance here to show the strength of the Indian region outside of the Club Open.
So we're going to be seeing the rotation from the military circle now. S2 are actually going to go for the Eastern Bridge. Looks like they might be facing one of the other teams.
They're going to be crashing in potentially to Synergy Gaming if they're not too careful right now. They're occupying that south section of the main island, and even outside, just outside that proximity, you got Footballist and Cream in that area as well. They start hearing firefights. They might want a third party potentially.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous area because even if they do get past this bridge, they can play right next to the coast, but they might get shot in the back from any teams that decide to go into Milta. On the other side of the spectrum, we do have fear that we were talking about that they might face some backlash as well from Lanarn Military, and they actually avoiding the west bridge. They did go to it, they scoped it out, and they decided it was too dangerous. Now they're going to be coming up behind S2.
They're going to sandwich S2 because they're playing this very slow right now, Tom. They're not actually made it across the bridge yet because they're being very cautious about what is going to meet them on the other side. And you've got a mobilized Fear the Flames coming in behind them. They are a little bit slower. Actually, I'm just checking the minimap now. They've changed their mind. They might have looked at the bridge, saw the congestion and gone, you know what, it's safer, we just take Western Path.
Yeah, maybe they heard some shots. There hasn't seemingly been any that I can see. But
Yeah.
maybe or what they were doing is getting another vehicle so it's more safe for them to be able to cross. But here we have actually seen one of the players who has taken a little bit of damage. Don't think it is from Synergy though.
No, it's from Unicorns of Love. So Goldblade has been spotted out there, and you can see, Goldblade has spotted out members of Unicorns of Love just crossing across in the distance. Not going to take an engagement, way too far out to have any effective use, and you don't know who's in the immediate area, but he's going to capitalize on a care package.
When you get a care package, what is it you want from it?
Well, personally, I just want to get a level 3 helmet. I want to get whatever's in that care package is going to bolster my chances of survival.
I mean, he's picked up the AUG, which is the strongest 5.56 weapon in the game. It's got it's almost like a laser sometimes, and it's really powerful, especially comboed up with that level 3 helmet. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to drop that over to any of his other teammates who might have a bolt action, which is commonly done so that they can do more harder peeks onto other teams, so they can't get instantly downed. We'll see. Will they end up going in for this? Actually, it seems like they had 2 care packages because 2 of the members had level 3 helms.
Yeah. So they're loving life right now. And I suppose actually the care package drop probably hasn't altered at all, which means that, you know, less teams, there's less competition over them. You're more likely to pick up this loot.
Yeah, well, they're going to be starting a little bit of a rotation out of farm here. It'll be interesting to see where they decide to go. If they're just going to take a bit more of an aggressive stance towards Milta, or maybe even the bridge, and try to stop people from being able to do a rotation.
They're going to clash in with S2 right now. They're actually like increasing the chance of having this collision because they're about to lock themselves down in this compound. You can see the rest of them flowing in, and S2 will definitely become within the firing line of that location.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hold down quite a bit, but the thing is, their vehicles have now been heard by S2, who might be seeing our first engagement very shortly. They need to get into position.
You want to spread out in these buildings as well. You want control. You want to see as much of the playing field as possible. You don't want to get snuck up on here. And S2, they're locking down locations themselves, but they don't have as much room to play with. They will have the terrain, which will prove big for them. They're trying to relocate the vehicles and get the safety, but they might be mobilizing to just exit out this area altogether.
Ideally, I would say get the yeet out of there.
Get the yeet out of there.
you have to play very aggressive to win if you want to engage in that area, because there is just this hill that's in the way for you. So one of the teams teams has to push over and try and face off against each other. So I think it has seemingly that S2 have actually backed off slightly here.
Yeah, they are going back across the bridge apparently, or they are moving further away from the area. Well, they haven't left the circle range yet, but they're moving closer to the border. They may be waiting for the relocation on the next circle from Synergy Gaming.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the best decision to make, but we'll have to see as time will tell. Synergy are going to be looking fairly healthy here. They're going to be able to loot up a little bit more, and having as many meds as possible is important. And I just want to bring out, they had a really strong position in farm. That was fairly central. It was in a fairly decent location away from water. Now they've actually moved closer to the bridge to try and lock down one of the other teams. I don't know if that was necessarily the best decision, especially as another care package has actually just dropped down there.
They're being graced by the gods right now. I mean, if you're looking in the area, you've got Unicorns of Love and Football is still nearby them as well, so it might not be the safest to go for that and be rewarded by it. Have a look at your screens right now. Fear the Flame, they've spotted out Istanbul Warriors. They want to be absolutely determined, and you can see the immediate U-turn. They don't want to even challenge this one this early into the game because you definitely don't want to be going out in 10th place when its points are going to matter so much over the course of the day.
It's just a massive turnaround. So they've actually gotten 4-2-2 split here, not on purpose. So they could be a thorn in the side of Fear, but at the same time, I think Fear are potentially one of the stronger teams out of this sort of combo. Istanbul tend to be sort of more aggressive, so I was surprised they didn't just go in for the crash here. But like you said, they probably want to try and remain alive so they can move forward without dying early on. Because first place in this gets 20 points. Second place is 15, third place is 13, so they have to be careful because it quickly drops off.
You want to be making sure you get those top 3 finishes consistently to have a chance at winning that first place. It all comes down to the points. If you're not cracking up enough throughout the day, you're going to find yourself out of contention nice and early. Logs taking a couple of shots there. Will have to retreat into the building, get himself healed up, but his comrade's actually going to drive further away.
Yeah, and there's a good reason for that. They actually need to rotate further, like into the actual circle now. Now we're going into the next phase. We should be seeing even more and more fights between these, and you can see he's having to pop off a first aid kit.
Cream are actually taking an engagement right now, and you can see a lot of teams rotating in through the north on the minimap, crashing into the center. That seems to be the hot property area right now. The rent prices are definitely going to be going up.
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier that the best position is in the central location. Unfortunately for Synergy, they moved away, and here we go.
Football list looking at an engagement with Entity. They're playing around the outside. As we're on board with Soul K. He's got a knocked opponent right now. We could be looking at the first squad. That's a fast collision. They're crashing into the compound right now, trying to close that gap as much as possible. He's going for a very ballsy revive right now. He's going to contest him through the window, take a few shots. He's baited him out there. Nice block coming in from Zezzy, keeping it on the angle, but Entity, he's dealing with 2 members down right now. Footballers, they've got 1 member in the area still to contest right now. This is a one-on-one with 2 knocked members.
This is not looking so good for one of the top Indian teams that we were talking about. One of the 2 Indian teams fighting it out, trying to stay alive against this Turkish team.
Going to get the res back in. There's only 1 player still knocked down for the side of Entity as they look to recover. They still got footballers knocking at their door.
It's not what you want. The hooligans, as it were, coming in with the Molotovs, the grenades, and also the DPs, which seems to be some of the favorite weapons in PUBG Mobile. It's got 47 bullets in it. It's a 7.62 bullet. It does a lot of damage.
Looks like everything's simmered down a little bit, but it can all explode at a moment's notice as they're just staring at each other through these buildings. Grenades, like you said, being tossed. Footballers have lost 2 already, but the squad has not been knocked out. So whatever they do, they're going to be playing at a 2-man disadvantage at a 4v2. They may try and just rack up the kills and go next on this one.
Yeah, they have to be very careful on this one. If they try to jump out and escape, they're going to get picked off by other teams as well.
Yeah.
So they kind of just have to wait. And unfortunately, they did actually take down one of the members from Clash. Where was that? Where did that happen? That must be quite a distance.
Might have been further away, unfortunately. There's people playing around this area. You see Unicorns of Love on the horizon as well. They might be hearing the gunfire. Might want to rear their heads, check out what's going on and see if they want to commit to it.
Committing is dangerous, but if anyone can do it, it could be the Unicorns of Love. Their branding is hilarious. I love it. It's always on point.
It's a storied organization for a good couple of years now, multiple titles. The branding has always been absolutely fantastic. Footballist, Anoshit, just holding this corner right now. You see them taking damage from somewhere. I think it's Soul K contesting them through this tiny little crack and angle he's gotten for himself.
That's all it takes, is if you can get a couple of bullets through there and keep on pecking them down, so they have to keep using their meds, you're going to be wearing them down. It's a bit of a war with nutrition.
Nutrition? I mean, technically you're not wrong depending on the meds in this game. Attrition,
okay.
But nutrition also works here with the meds in this game. Having a look at the circle 4, you can see the teams are starting to compact. A lot of space that's not being used because it's already previously been cleared. I'm looking looking at the Milta area. That entire coastal line was cleared out earlier by Cream, and they're holding kind of the gatekeep position to enter that area, which I don't think they're ever going to do. Shots are still being traded, though, in that engagement.
What I don't get is how lucky S2 have been. They're still fairly central, not quite, like on the edge of the central area still at the moment, even though they're on the bridge, or close to the bridge, near the gas station, which is dangerous. And this is going to be another package.
Clash going in there, pulling out. Be interested to see what he managed to pull out of that box of tricks.
I think he just went in for the armor, because when you switch out a weapon, there's so many things you have to do. Switching all the scopes, the attachments. If you're happy with what you got, which seemingly he is, he's got an M4 at the moment in hand with the 6x on it. If he's just using that on single fire, it's as good, almost as good as the Mini.
Taking the angle on Anasheet, hits him for 16 and follows up with damage. Will actually helping him out here from a higher angle. Footballists are not in a good space right now. They're 2 members down. They're being locked in by Unicorns of Love and Clash at the same time.
Yeah, in the compound they're in, there is a hill above them, which is where Clash is at. And then there's a couple of other teams that are going to be in the compounds opposite them as well, holding them down. And that is going to be Clash that I was actually talking about in the opposite compound. And in the compound that they're in, they actually have Entity Gaming who keep shooting at them as well.
Yeah, Entity are keeping the pressure on for them. I like that you brought up what S2 had done. They just stayed on the bridge and the circle's moving in. We are getting close to seeing that round 3 circle and seeing how it shapes up the game. I imagine it's going to move more central. Probably even going to force S2 to move at some point. And we're just constantly looking at it. You know, you've got a feel for footballers. They are really struggling with this one. They're just locked down, praying and hoping that time just speeds up and gives them an option, forces a rotation from some of these other teams to relieve that pressure.
Hopefully we can take a look at the circle now as it has shifted, and this is ridiculous.
S2 given another lifeline.
This is centered on S2. Are they one of the best teams because they actually have an Oracle in their lineup? Because they seem to be predicting these circles fairly well.
To be fair, that is what happened in North America in the spring season. Misfits Gaming were known for having a little bit of Misfits magic and constantly getting the circle shrinking on them. S2 may have paid them that cow and got those magic beans.
Just to be clear for you guys who are watching, because I know we don't have the mini map up right now, but it's centered right on the end of the bridge, right on top of S2, who are on that gas station at the moment. So Synergy actually made the right call, moving away from that farm building, moving closer to the bridge. So you know what? I was wrong. They were right. I'm interested to see what happens here. Unicorn of Love, they're here to turn up.
Yeah, they want to get themselves some property nice and early and let those prices rise on that one. They've got a vehicle still to make those rotations. I'm still looking at the map. Cream are going to do this on foot, it looks like. They have got a vehicle to use, but they're so close to the new border. Entity just spraying through the wall, trying to clear out the nuisance that is Footballists, and they're wasting the ammo, trying to get them in the angle. They've already knocked down one. They need to get the resus on them. He's going to storm in the building right now, goes for the spray down, gets knocked himself. Footballists are turning this 2v4 around right now as they will get the execution. Gaddock having to use that first aid. Jonathan on his knees still as they're both healthy. They're just spraying bullets into the building, not finding any connections right now. Gaddock struggling to stay alive as they go for the recovery. An Entity, they've been knocked back again by Footballists.
They unfortunately exposed themselves a little bit too much there, and it seemed like Clash was able to take them, but Footballers,
he's cooking.
He's going to throw out the window. This could be brilliant.
Nice little drop there. Unfortunately, they're playing too close to the building to be caught off by the arc of that one. Will get the recovery in. They still had Aman in the distance, so they had that backup plan if it all went south.
Yeah, if these guys die, then it means that this last player will just have to camp it out.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, they're going to be trying to take this, and it's going to be difficult. If they don't have the right utility to chuck in the smokes, the flashbangs, the grenades, the molotovs, then it's going to be a lot harder for them to be able to do anything here.
This building's all the more important, especially on this circle. If you look, Footballists are in the next circle in this building. They have relative safety, and you're not going to have that when you're pushing out from the outside. Gaddock getting the knock with the grenade. Is going to be putting down one of the players of Footballers. Anasheet off to the side, getting tagged from the distance. That third man off in the distance. Aman clearing out the squad and keeping Entity Gaming in this game.
That is the first full wipe here, and the only other player that has died from any other team is actually on Entity Gaming as well. That means every other team is still a 4-man squad. This is going to be a hard game for them to be able to carry on at such a disadvantage. They're on the Edler circle. I don't think they've got any vehicles, and they've also had to use a lot of their utility here, a lot of their bullets, their meds, everything to stay alive. And this only half of this building is inside. They're going to have to go for a run a quick 10k.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this area, the circle they're in. They've got several teams in that northeast section. Istanbul Wildcats still haven't entered into the new circle. They're the only team who has not currently done so. They're coming in from the west. The teams in their immediate vicinity are Clash and Fear the Flame. Now, Clash you may want to go for, but Fear the Flame, one of the best teams here. You're going to be wanting to miss them till as late as possible, potentially, because you do not want to take that engagement. We're on board right now with Synergy Gaming. they're still in that central position. We talked about how S2's been gifted a circle. It's kind of the same for Synergy Gaming.
They have been gifted it, but one thing about this compound is they're highly spread. So we just saw Entity Gaming versus the Footballers. They were actually close together. They were able to help each other out. In this situation, if one team just rocks up on one side of the building and pushes in, it's going to be potentially a 4 versus 1 situation in that building. It means one team could take over part of the compound, which then weakens their position completely.
Not only that, you also take out one of the members, meaning you always fight at an advantage, not only in terms of location, but in terms of just raw numbers as well. The 4v3, if you just take out one player, it means so much in terms of how many angles you can take, how many sightlines you can lock down, and how much damage you can output as a unit.
Yeah, and it also counts as a point. You get an
Very
extra
true.
point on the board. I mean, if you have a look at Footballers, all they got, and I'm fairly certain they killed one of the members of Entity, so I think they got 1 kill. Where's the circle?
Right, we're going to need to zoom in on that circle a little bit more just so we can make it a little bit clearer for you, but it has moved further to the north, I believe, and it means S2 and Synergy Gaming will have to move as well, so they're not going to have that magic that we mentioned earlier, but they've had it for a long time. They will have to start rotating north into this next circle.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're going to be playing with water, you're also playing with fire, because the circle will be pushing away from that location, and that is ridiculous. It's actually going to be Clash who are going to be really close to the circle, and Entity as well.
Yeah, but still, you've got Synergy Gaming in position right now, and PLG are taking some shots at Entity. We've already mentioned them. Playing a man disadvantage. Datek is sprinting to get into that vehicle and try and get away. As Arman's down, they're actually going to leave Jonathan, who I think has just been... Nope, Jonathan is still up, so he's going to be running on foot. They couldn't spend the time to get him in a vehicle. PLG holding down this location.
Yeah, and I mean, Plague actually coming in as a replacement team, and it seemed like they want to try and land an impact here as well. So let's see what they can do. This circle is going to be rough for a lot of the teams. So you have a look at IWK on the thing as well. They're going to have to go far out, and that's Istanbul Wildcats who are going to have to go in for the rotation around the western northern side and come in. Meanwhile, PG out still at it.
Yeah, Plague, one of those teams that's obviously coming in. I believe they're coming from Hungary. Is that where they nominate? Well, not nominate, but that's where they come from. And Gatek, still with the rest of Entity, struggling to stay in this one, taking a lot of fire from Bakar from the distance. There's so many windows, so many openings in that building. It does make it difficult to find a moment of safety, especially when you've got these long-range weapons to take the shots.
You talk about long-range weapons, but he is using an AK-47, or AKM rather. So it's not really the ideal distance weapon. Switching over to the M4 is definitely better. There is a lot more drop on those bullets on the 7.62. They weigh a lot more, and in the game like this, that does count for everything. So ideally, you want those DMRs, maybe even a Kar 98. But I don't think we've seen any DMRs or snipers in this game so far.
Yeah, it is quite unusual to see, but they're going to be on board with Gunshot from Synergy Gaming. Godblaze down here in the crate. He's actually hiding off at an off angle, not actually in any of the compound. Thinks he heard someone nearby, went for the spray down. Will give information over to teams in the local vicinity. Wants to keep S2 at bay right now because they are awfully close to where Synergy has decided that they want to set up.
If I was Synergy and I looked at the rotations of S2 and I knew they were going to have to come across this bridge and I had the opportunity to hold out one of the top teams, I would stay here. I'd sacrifice the ability of being able to get further into the circle, and I'd do my best to hold out this team. If you make them have one bad game, that could be it. That could be the thorn in the side that they have to deal with for the rest of the day.
Cloud weighing over them, potentially affecting the mental aspect of the game and forcing them to make risky decisions in order to play catch-up effectively on those points as we get later on into the day. Still keeping them at bay for now. Circle is about to complete. It's going to force over further to the northeast right now. So barely any teams exist in the current circle. A lot of rotations are going to be happening right now. And this late with this many teams, we could see the game explode.
And there's going to be very, very little hard cover as we go further into this game. We're going to be seeing a lot of snaking. We're going to be seeing a lot of players potentially move their vehicles in as their hard cover. Blow them up so they can't get killed by it. But otherwise, there's a shed, part of the warehouse or farm in this, and some of the, I think, the road, which has a bit of a hillside that they can use, which we're looking at right now. Plague actually have this side of the circle locked down, and they need to keep hold of this. If they have this, they actually have a chance to make it easily into the top 5.
Yeah, but thankfully, like, when you're looking at Entity, I'm looking at them. They're relatively central circle right now. Entity's going to have to keep their head on a swivel because being dead center, all eyes are on you, and you're going to have to play some. What's the word for it? I've completely lost the word I was going to use. I was going to say some heads-up PUBG.
I'm a little bit scared of Team Entity because, I mean, they're from India, and to be honest, India are definitely one of the best, the most powerful regions within the whole of PUBG.
Not just that, just mobile esports in general.
Mobile esports in general, yeah, like exactly like that. And they had a bit of a rocky start in that fight with football. I was like a little bit concerned. Their sprays were a little bit off. Their grenades weren't really on point, but they made a comeback and they centralized themselves perfectly into the next circle.
We're on board with Unicorns of Love, Genesis. Moving that vehicle around, potentially creating some of that cover we mentioned already, where you can use the vehicles, blow them up, remove that explosion risk, and then have that cover you created for yourself. Just moving a bunch of vehicles right now, but keeping themselves on the border. They're not going to encroach too close to the center because there's not a lot of space for them to play with.
It's going to be difficult on this one. They're going to have to play on the hillside, and they are going to be exposed to a couple of teams. It's going to be Synergy and also CRM, who are going to be the people who are going to be shooting at them in the side if they decide to just bail out of these buildings. So they're going to leave these buildings as late as possible.
They will eventually be forced to, though, because I can guarantee you that circle is not going to be gifting them at any time. Any usage of those buildings, unfortunately, will just keep moving close to the center. Did spawn out Synergy Gaming, will not take a few shots there. Just trying to keep eyes on, getting as much information as possible. They're definitely looking at these rotations. They spot all of them on the hill right now, and Destro's actually got a knock onto Fear the Flames Talon. This is going to be SG and Fear taking it. It's also a third party from Unicorns of Love trying to capitalize on those kills. There's carnage on this bank.
He's going to be the horn in their side. Unicorns obviously have those, and Ashley's going to be S2 coming in right behind. He's going to be able to get a knock. Two of them.
Gunshot's been taken out of this already by Palmer. And you got Keys hitting up Entity as well. S2 also being collapsed upon. There's so many bodies being thrown into this melting pot looking for the cover as Palmer finds another knock. He's going to keep taking out S2. And SG suffering casualties as well. But the circle is forcing the rotation nice and early. Navy may have to move with the rest of the team.
He's actually been able to take down one of the members of S2. So they're coming in as that thorn in the side. And they're doing a lot of damage here onto S2, onto Fear, and onto... Wait, is Synergy dead?
I think Synergy may have been out because 3 squads have been wiped total right now. And S2, they've taken so many casualties. S2 have been taken out as well. So one of the favorites of this tournament has gone down early in this first game.
We know who's standing, Fear and Entity, two of the other top teams we talked about. But
they're on life support right now, Tom. They're not in a good position.
You never know. Miracles could happen, but hopefully that happens for the Unicorns of Love because they're currently getting pounded in by CRM, who are coming in from the Milter side.
Yeah, they're keeping over that eastern position. They're trying to get themselves into that circle. He's moving further to the northwest. Bandage is being applied right now by Navy to get himself back into the game. There's a lot of bodies they're going to have to cross over on their path. You can see Plague, Cream, and Istanbul Wildcats all occupying similar territory in that that next circle.
I mean, what's going to happen here is the circle is going to be closing in about 20 seconds. This is going to be forcing Unicorns of Love and Fear to both push up north, and they're both going to get shot down by other teams.
Their angles are also going to bisect. They're going to look over to their right, and they're going to see another team sprinting for the circle. That's so dangerous because how many angles can you cover realistically when you're in a panic?
And ideally in that situation, you want to be using these smokes, but Fear have used all their smokes when they're fighting against SG and S2, so I'm doubtful that Fear are actually going to be able to make it across this open field.
It expended so many resources when around the open field. Talon taking a knock to the play zone as Genesis going down as well from Unicorns of Love, so we've already got 2 players on their knees trying to crawl into this next circle as it pushes them in, as Jonathan will get the headshot onto Fear, and then finally will be finished off by Gatuk. Entity playing a fantastic first game here.
Wow, they are just impressing me so much right now. Now they're going to be looking to go in for the peak. 4-man, he's going to be taking the spray.
The spray down from a man. He's going to knock out Unicorns of Love. And he's going to press themselves into the circle. He's able to get into the new one and avoid being taken down by the blue zone after punishing Unicorns of Love on a late rotation.
What a fantastic play coming in from them. Just holding that edge, making sure they can get the extra kills. They can knock out the teams. They can get extra placement points. We're down to 5 teams as we see Unicorns of Love finally die to the blue. I think it was there. And Clash actually going to be going down to one of the members of Plagues, and now there's only 17 alive. 5 teams.
Grill's racking another notch on his barrel right there, getting that knock. Not going to find a completion though. A lot of teams still have the cover of these buildings to play with. You can see, look over to the left. I believe that's Istanbul Wildcats, sorry. On their knees right now, still trying to find a way back into this game. Plague have got a house locked down for themselves, but they will have to move on that next circle. That building is not going to remain in the next circle.
Yeah, I mean, as we go further through into this, we're going to be seeing a couple of teams pushed to the limit. I mean, Kareem Esports are going to have to cross through the open in a moment. This is right here, Alpha. They've got nothing to play with. They've got no vehicles, very few smoke. Well, there's their vehicle, but it's already burning.
You talked about them having to make a rotation over open land. Well, they've already got pressure coming in. Entity Gaming taking shots from afar, able to get the knock before they've even began to take that movement. They just spotted him around the side of cover. You got Istanbul Wildcats in the area as well. Entity Aman having to get back to those buildings to avoid that 4-man squad. squad. You can see Cream also just sitting in the smoke, spraying down that team in that valley created by the road.
This is where you want the nades, the smokes, to be able to chuck them in, and it's actually going to be a Wildcats taking down two of the members of CRM. Cream going to be going down, but it's going to be Focus coming in, but he's going to get taken down. There's only going to be one member standing for Cream right now.
You can see Alpha running along the hill right now. Jonathan taking a hit onto Plague. That's Cream being taken out. 4 squads remaining. It's looking really good right now for the Istanbul Wildcats. Nice and healthy, central position. You got teams moving in. Keep your head on a swivel and you might walk away with the first chicken dinner.
Clash Beast is playing this perfectly, and the moment he's chucking down some extra smokes, if he can't have hard cover, he's sure as hell going to have the light cover of the smokes.
You keep your head that rotated, unfortunately, as Plague is going to deal a harsh blow over to the Istanbul Wildcats. They got one down on the knees themselves, but 3 players active in the fight. Entity, I like this spread. They've got Jonathan off to the side, but they've got 2 in a building to remain in that safe cover. As Gatak going to find Grills off to the side. Plague are close to being knocked out in 3rd place.
I mean, Plague took out one of the other teams there, so I'm not going to be surprised if they do get taken down. Plague going to get sprayed down. Entity going to be pushing in towards this midsection. One of them almost going down, but just surviving here. Jonathan coming in from the edge, but Plague backer looking to do work here.
Going to finish off Istanbul Wildcats right now. Plague doing exactly the same. I love the aggression from Entity. Speaking of aggression, Backer's moving forward. He knows they're going for the res right now. He wants to jump over, get those final shots. The spray in! And Backer, Plague, they will walk away with the first chicken dinner of these finals.
What an impressive play. They came in from almost being taken out by Clash and also Football early on in the game. Look at these kills. They're going to be racking up. Plague going to be able to take a massive 8 kills in total, as well as the first place. That's 28 points.
Absolutely unreal performance from Plague there. When you look at Entity as well, bear in mind, they played most of that round with only 3 players. But the 3 that were alive, especially Aman, made it count. 5 kills to his name. And they were able to clench out a 2nd place finish when they had absolutely no business doing so.
I mean, Plague coming in here as a replacement, but they're going to be able to get the first kill. And we're going to have a look at the highlights here. But I just want to talk about the impressive play again from Entity. They came in, they were down to 3 players, like you mentioned, 2 Footballer. They were at disadvantage, and they were like, we don't need it. They're powerful enough as a 3-man. Imagine what they could have done. They might have won if they had all 4 members.
I love how you just like subtly like flame Neu. He's just like, yeah, we actually perform the same if he's not there, so
0 kills, dies first.
Yeah, but since he died early, like, how can you expect him to get kills when he died early, man? You're being a little bit too harsh on this guy. Entity had a fantastic showing in their first matchup, and Plague as well, ultimately coming out with a chicken dinner. They played it nice and slow. They actually allowed Entity to take those casualties, take those hits, and force themselves into a weaker position, which was perfectly capitalized on by Barco, who just jumps in there, John Wick style, and sprays them down to get the victory.
Wild guns, and you know what? Congratulations to them. They played through, they only had smokes to play through, and they had to come from the side that Cream were on. They took down Cream, they pushed across, they took down the rest of Istanbul Wildcats, and they finished off Entity. They were just like running, gunning, cleaning up.
All right, well, that was the first game down. We got plenty more action to come. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to bring you some Game 1 analysis.
Da piccolo parlavi con le macchine, i pupazzi, le lampadine. Pensavi di avere occhi capaci di vedere oltre gli ostacoli. I dinosauri non si erano estinti. Tu li vedevi dappertutto e ci potevi giocare. E sapevi che la mamma ti sarebbe stata vicina. Sempre. Sai una cosa? Avevi ragione. Nasce Vodafone Giga Network 5G. Realtà e fantasia sono finalmente connesse. Magic, magic, magic.
next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on our baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
Move your body to the sound of the jukebox. Move your body to the sound of the jukebox. It's grand final time.
Welcome back to the Vodafone 5G ESL Mobile Open. And guys, what a start to the series today. Let's break down the game we just saw before we jump into what we're about to see. Let's start off with S2. You guys called them out. We all expected them to do very well at the start, but they didn't do it as well as expected, Tom.
We called them out for Neens going for the rotation earlier on. Because they landed on Military Circle Island with Fear as well. They did do a rotation, but they didn't get that far. They landed on the other side of the bridge, and that's pretty much where they stayed until they had to move into one of the later circles where they ended up dying.
I was going to say, we had an instance there where the circle basically allowed them to stay in the same place they needed to be, so after being gate-kept by Synergy Gaming, it did make it a little bit difficult for them to make some maneuvers, but they were able to roll, well, not necessarily roll with the punches, but they could stay put after having that pressure from them. As we move over to the next couple of rounds, I want to see what happens when they're forced to rotate a little bit earlier.
Talking about a team that was forced to rotate but got a nice safe position after nearly having Footballists play spoiler to them. We had Entity playing from 3 players down but managing to get second. Guys, what happened?
Entity Gaming put on a bit of a show for us, I'm going to say. 3 members remain. You can see it on your screens right now as well. Managed to cinch out that second place. But more importantly, with 3 members, they racked up the highest amount of kills on the server. They took out a quarter of the server themselves.
I mean, 10 kills is insane. They're actually only a couple of points behind that of first place, who still, they got 8 kills as well. So Entity Gaming coming in so strong. They were under so much pressure early on from Clash and then Footballs as well in that one building. They managed to take them out at a last minute turn, like sort of swipe. And then they had to drive across the fields, getting shot at, found a compound, and then wiped out most of the server.
I think the best descriptor I could have of Entity Gaming was patient. They were under so much pressure in those compounds, but they kept their cool. They didn't expose themselves to anything. They just kept their heads down. But then at the right time, when it came to the ending, they're like, no, we got this team locked down. We're going to sprint at them. We're going to give them everything we've got. And they're going to rack up the kill count and get themselves second place.
They were so close to winning as well. Maybe if they had that 4th player, could be all different. But no, Play come in so strong. They wiped out, I think, 2 teams in a row. So they wiped out Cream and then they wiped out Istanbul Wildcats. Istanbul Wildcats. And then to finish it off, took down Entity.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane play. These teams playing like patient predators, just waiting for their chance to strike. Like you said, Entity got bullied so hard, so many times, got locked down, but they still got away with it. However, we are going to be preparing to head into the next map, and that is going to be Miramar. Should we be expecting more of the same, or will the difference in map change everything up a bit?
I think it's going to be even slower pace. And last game was slow pace as well until we got to about the fourth phase where we saw more of the fights. We did see some skirmishes early on, but on Miramar, it's an even bigger map. It's even wider terrain. They should be able to drop down and be fairly safe. I'm interested to see if we get an island circle that at the bottom south. That is where it's going to be dangerous. The first team that lands on that island should be able to win it. But if it lands very central, we're going to have a very slow game.
There's also, with Miramar as well, there's this huge western wall that is quite barren and loot, but there's a lot of space to play with. And with the minimalist players, someone could take advantage of an area and just really carve out a piece of the map for themselves that, to be fair, requires a lot of space to make efficient.
Yeah, I mean, up north, lots of space, like you're saying. There's actually a decent amount of loot up there for them, so it does make sense for 1 or 2 teams to go up north, one on the northwest, and one on the northeast, and that's fairly it. So it's going to be interesting to see where the spreader players are going to be going, because they've had the time to scrim. We saw them in the last game that they all landed fairly efficiently far enough apart where they got to loot.
Yeah, those players obviously getting out wide spaces as well. I particularly remember Cream, who were able to spread out across not only Milta Power, but Milta with confidence as well.
And they were one of the replacement teams coming into this as well, and they did fantastic coming in at the end, and the circle landed right next to them.
All right, we have apparently 1 minute until the game, so guys, I'm going to ask you, final thoughts as we're heading into Miramar.
Disappointing start from Theatre Flame and S2. Want to see more from them. This is the perfect map, the perfect opportunity nice and early to show us why they were touted as one of the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, they have to stand up. We called them out for being one of the better teams. We saw them try to rotate into the circle early on, and last game didn't work. Honestly, better from them. And to be honest, I want to see better from Unicorns of Love. They did really well at sniping in and doing a third party. I want to see more of that.
Sounds good, guys. You will be able to take it away as we are heading into game number 2 on Miramar, powered by the Huawei Mate 20X 5G.
What a phone as well. I mean, I haven't seen any issues from these players, and on a 5G. That's an impressive. I mean, this whole thing is on 5G.
Yeah, of course. We were running the entire tournament on that network as well. But they're getting ready to jump into the game. I believe we're just a little bit delayed, a little bit behind schedule, but now they're finally in the air over Miramar. We're jumping into round number 2 of our finals. It's time for the redemption of S2 and Fear the Flame.
I think Unicorns Love have a strong chance here, but this flame path is so painful for a lot of these northern teams. It's going to be going very hard south across towards the east from the western side, landing in Puerto Parecia, and it's not going to be allowing a lot of movement for these teams, so we might see earlier fights on this one. Depends if the teams want to go for that long rotation up north. See what they do. We might just see 1/3 of this whole map played like last time.
They should have difficulty reaching those far northern regions. I completely agree with you, Tom, and I agree the solution is a rotation with vehicles early. That's providing they find the vehicles early and start making it. Otherwise, they're going to be coming in way too late to try and contest some of this real estate.
You mentioned it on Erangel, that Yasnar, massive town, usually gets split up. That's the same on Los Leons. Is that going to get split up, or is it just going to be one team with a whole load of real estate?
I'm looking at the map right now, and it appears as though S2 and Synergy might be looking to split that one, because they are pretty much on top of each other as they're flying down. Cream drops out late, so does Clash, but I think they're spreading out towards Puerto Parezo and Impala.
We actually have 3 teams going north as well, 4 teams including Entity. Where are they going to go? Entity could easily go to Picado, but it looks like they might be pushing up above that as well. Meanwhile, we've got a team that's going to be landing quite close next to Monty, another team on towards Power Grid, and we're going to have another team.
I believe it's there is definitely a Cream, and I'm trying to work out who else is going on Impala as well, but they are still hot dropping, and SG and S2 are starting to split Los Leones as predicted.
I think that might be an Entity player, because I can only see... Oh, no, it's not. I wonder who that blue-colored name is.
It's an entire squad.
There's another one under them.
No, I was saying no Cream, and then there's an entire squad underneath them. They're just layered so on top of each other. We'll find out as they start to spread out around Impala, because I'm pretty sure they do not want to be clashing off early. I'm looking at the minimap as well, and as we're looking around by Monty, Plague, Footballists, and some members of Unicorns of Love are getting awfully close early. And sorry, same with Istanbul Wildcats. They're off to they've carved their own area. This is different than Erangel. Teams are spread out, but they're spread out in clusters.
Yeah, the clusters sort of fit in the sort of building style on this. What is strange is Chumacera is actually left open, and I think that's because it was directly on the playing path. None of them wanted to actually fight, so they all went for the long distance. And is that actually going to be the first shots coming off here?
Yeah, Grill's taking a few shots. He's awfully close right now to Footballists, and I think he was just relieving some pressure. They're still in the area, so he needs to get out here fast. I don't think his team is already mobilizing the vehicles, moving to those northern regions like we said we were to get that loot. They've left Grills behind for the most part. I think he gets aggressed upon by Footballists. He could go down really early here.
You know what? Who shouldn't? It's actually going to be Entity. They're in Picado right now, which is a heavily sort of loot pile sort of area, and they can loot back in. And have they gone for a 2-2 split?
They are 2-2 splitting right now. The other teammates, Gatak and I believe Jonathan, are heading up to Patron.
Yeah, Haciendo, which is actually one of the normal hot drops in any of the matchmaking games. So, for one reason, it has a lot of loot, so they should be fairly well geared up. And thanks to the fact that they've already got Picado under control by 2 players, means that their rotation should be fairly easy for them, because Picado is one of the areas, if you drive past, you should be expected to get shot.
We need to take a look at Cream, actually. They're on top of Fear the Flames. That was the other squad that dropped on top of them. And look how spread they are. You can see Zuku already taking some damage from the Fear the Flame squad. Alpha's off to the side. I don't think Fear the Flame know to check that angle from Alpha. He may be able to get the drop on them if they aggress and try and commit to this.
If he just plays quiet and steadily, he might just be able to catch them off guard, but never mind. It's going to be Fear taking down the first player.
Hidan, he must have remained hidden right there as he took out PSK on his knees, but he's not been removed from the fight just yet, as this firefight will continue to go upon. I'm looking at the loot, especially on Talon. He's just got the stubby in his hands right now. I don't know if that's the best weapon to be rolling around in an open city with.
It's worse than using a crowbar, to be honest. I'm not going to lie, you have to be pretty much within touching distance to hurt anyone. What's quite good, though, is that Pocus was actually helping stay off the Lions here, trying to shoot them so they can't finish off his teammate, Pac, who's just left there over by himself. He wants to res him, but it's going to be very hard to be able to do that in this situation.
In the same way he's holding them back, he's being held back himself. Zuku so low right now, and he might run into Perks if he's not too careful. He's trying to find a way out of this building. The 2-on-1 are going to breach into this room and try and clear out Zuku. They know he's in there. They're just not certain of the room. Door open by Perks. That's going to give a Q over to Zuku. He knows someone's going to be coming in right now. Just missing him. This first-person perspective is what's making this possible right now. They can't look around the corner. More info given.
I love it so much. First person over third person any day. It's got better integrity to it. And I just want to mention, Finn must have played very dominantly here, landed in a cluster of 2-2 and split up that of Cream and forced them into bad loot spots.
Perkz left the pressure for just a second. Zuku made a run for it. He will be found out right now, but he doesn't have the cover that PSK had, so he's knocked out of the game early. And PSK, he's getting awfully close to joining him.
I mean, he's going to die right there, but this is what I was going to bring up as well. Cream, cut your losses. Get out of town. And quite literally, as soon as they saw people landing and they got into bad loot spots, they should have looked for cars and gone out of dodge, tried to rotate it to any of the other parts here, even to La Bandita, which is just a massive crater where Plane Crash was, and that's still half decent for some loot for them.
Cream have listened to your words of wisdom. They've got themselves in a vehicle and they're heading up to the northeast and getting out of Impala. Plague, they're all the way up in the northwest right now, so they are spreading out and making use of that unoccupied space. Checking in with Istanbul Wildcats. They're still down in their initial drop zone. They got a lot of loot to pick up there. They're not rotating early, and the circle's so close to them, they're not under the cosh right now.
They should be able to get quite a few different vehicles here as well, so they can separate for. And ideally, they should just take over one of these mountain ranges and just hold that down until the circles come in. I just want to bring up as well Entity Gaming. They're right next to Unicorns Love and the Footballers as well. So this is a really dangerous area, especially as there's only 2 players from Team Entity. So Footballers, they're up on a hillside, which is overlooking San Martin, which is where Unicorns of Love are. And then Entity, they obviously have a 2-2 split, 2 in Picado, 2 a little bit further north in Hacienda.
And see, Los Leones now vacated for the most part. They're moving further south. S2, definitely keeping an eye on SG right now. They want to make sure that Synergy Gaming aren't going to mess around with them like they did last round on Erangel and just say, okay, all right, we're not going to let you set up anywhere that's going to potentially harm us down the line. Keep an eye on you. We know you're in Los Leones with us. It's impossible to be in that area and not know someone sharing it with you. And they're just going to be watching SG just occupy this south region below them right now.
And so far, we've only had 2 people die, and as you mentioned, that's going to be Cream. They've separated off. And you're saying about the south side, sort of Synergy have actually dominated the southern side. And we might see, actually, yeah, Cream have actually ducked down where I called it, into La Bandita. They heard me.
Funny that. They are listening to you right now. They went around north and they wrapped around by Junkyard, came back into the circle, into that crater, and are going to get back to the looting game and try and get themselves back into this one. When you get knocked out early, where you're only down to 2 members, you're not looking at victory. You're just looking for as high a finish as possible. I think it might lead to a more passive Cream this time around.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously did fantastic last game, getting into the last couple of teams, but this time playing that more passive style, which they have to. Like you said, they can't go up against a 4-man team and expect to be able to do as good, especially a team like Fear, who we said are quite dominant. And we called them out. Looks like they've turned up and show. They took over the town and they kicked them out. And they walked away with 2 kills early on. So whatever happens, 2 points.
I'm going to say that, it was actually a 3v4 right there, because we did see Talon was using this the sawn-off. As you referred to, the gun that's not as good as the crowbar. So, yeah, maybe an instance there where we're working at full capacity as well. So even more impressive on their aspect. Looking at the circle just around the north by Hacienda, you've still got that there's 3 squads of Footballists, Unicorns of Love, and part of Entity. But you can see Footballists are actually moving over to El Pozo, and they're going to be keeping away from Plague as well, who's still occupying the north.
Circle is coming in, Dread. So
very slowly.
Time's ticking. Yeah, first circle on this map. It's so big. This whole map is massive. So the fact that Plague managed to get up north, loot a full town, is incredible. And then we have a look down at the bottom of the circle, as you're pointing out to me. There's actually a care package down there, but a big part of the circle is actually taken up by water. Very similar to last game, where we had the sort of the channel in between Military Island and the main island as being that sort of dead zone. That's going to be coming into this as well. So there's going to be even less places for people to play as we go on, especially on a map like Miramar, where there's a lot of open ground in between the different compounds.
What I love about the circles are they can be quite indicative of what's going to happen, especially when you have such a sizable portion. It's not the majority, but a sizable portion of the land, the circle being water and not landmass. Even by a small amount does accelerate the game, just due to the fact that it forces proximity.
Yeah, this could also still land on Los Higos, which is right at the bottom.
I mean,
I just want to say that. I've seen it happen multiple times.
But I'm also aware of this thing called Cast a Curse. So somehow I don't think that's going to happen.
Potentially not. What I want to bring up, though, is S2. They again, want to get in the center of the circle, right next to where they landed. But they have actually rotated a bit further out so they can have a stronger position. So we're not going to be able to see big rotations from them, which is what we kind of wanted to see, but we might see them later into the game and show off their skills. It really depends on where this comes down to. Meanwhile, Istanbul Wildcats are going to be rotating out from the Valley Del Mar, and they're not going to be going onto Mountain. They're actually going to be going down the road, the coastal path, going for a bit of a drive, and they're going to see what they can find.
May as well work your way into that circle. S2 freeloaders, that's what they are. They're not working for this at all. They're being gifted circles. See that continues as we move into future rounds. Plague, they're so insistent on getting more loot up into the north. They're tanking the blue zone momentarily right now just to make sure they're squeezing every last ounce of loot out of this region.
I just want to say, Istanbul Wildcats, I'm proud of them. They dropped a player off, and they're actually in multiple vehicles. They're not just in one or two, which actually a team like Plague might well end up having to do, and also Footballers as well, who I think have got only 2 vehicles, so we'll have to see. But when it comes to the freeloading, they definitely got that. And one of them was actually just hanging outside the window like a dog, like, you know, like panting like a dog. They've just spent so much time and effort looting. It's now time to actually try and use that loot to get some kills, because they didn't do. They got into the last part of the last game, but they didn't rack up a massive amount of kills.
No, they did not. Speaking of not racking up a lot of kills, Cream, they're sitting in there. Not too bad on the loot front. Level 2's across the board for Poker, so it's not the worst possible start for him.
You're saying about not terrible loot. He's actually only got 1 first aid kit, 5 bandages.
Yeah.
So in regards to taking lots of hits, that's going to be hard. He's going to have to depend on a lot of the sort of the stims to be able to actually heal up here, the energy drinks and the painkillers.
Yeah, he's got a few of those in his inventory as well. Just holding up on his territory right now, just trying to get sight lines on anyone, just to get any ounce of information. Plague, they're going for a split right now. We got 2 members moving on foot close to the circle. We got another set in those vehicles. I believe Plague do have a 3rd vehicle to utilize to get themselves in there. They are tanking blue right now still, but they're happy to do so. I'm looking at their loot across the board. 15 bandages, 4 med packs for Baka alone. So they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, rotating into multiple vehicles is a need be, but the thing is, they're going to be running out of fuel if they're not careful. But some shots going to be coming out from Footballers over towards Unicorns of Love, who are tanking the damage from the blue.
Damage from 2 sources, from the environment and from Footballists, who are up on this ridge right now by Power, just giving them a few shots to make sure they're aware of where they are. Next circle moving in, centralizing still yet again on S2.
I told you, they have an Oracle in their midst. They are able to actually predict these circles, but to be fair, it was the center of the previous circle. Big landmass, tiny bit of water here. An island circle is now not going to happen. Click, cast the curse, like you said.
Yep.
And if you have a look at Fear, who are on the eastern side right now, still looting up in Impala, they have a couple of vehicles. They've got to rotate. Are they going to go for the center circle though?
It's tough, man. If they go in too fast into Los Leones, they could walk straight into S2, and it's going to be an absolute nightmare for them, because, to be fair, we're thinking S2 and Fear, the start of this tournament, were definitely 2 of the teams to watch. Cream, I mean, their only real route of ingress is also going into Los Leones. They could collide with Fear on the rotation.
What would be brilliant, the tale of like revenge and vendetta, is if they actually camp up and they hold out Fear and they actually blow up a couple of cars. That'd be brilliant.
Footballists and Unicorns of Love, they're back on the engagement again. They're trying to make their rotation into the circle, and Footballists have the closer position, and they're trying to gatekeep them out at the moment. You can see some shots coming in from Footballists who are on the outside. As we're on reward with Tron, throws the grenade, gets a nice bit of damage onto Alienist, trying to find the edge, but he's not peeking. Now getting knocked down by Solke from their side, finds the pair of them. That's 2 members of Unicorns of Love just being eroded from Miramar early. That's 4 members dead, 2 from Cream, 2 from Unicorns of Love.
That is going to be damning. And unfortunately for them, they were trying to use the bang bus there to try and get across the terrain. Unfortunately, it's so slow and it's got very little grip or torque. So trying to get over that sort of long distance sort of terrain on Miramar is not the one to use. So we'll see how these guys do if they decide to take that vehicle or go back to the other ones. They've got plenty of loot here, so they're topping up. But they're still right on the edge of the circle. And then we've got Plague coming up behind them, and they have to be careful that Plague don't turn into the Plague on them. The death Plague, as it were.
Yeah, they don't want to inspire the wrath of Moses and let them have that, unleash the locust on them, so to speak. Plague moving over to the right. They're actually going over to the east, so they will avoid Footballists for now. Cream cowering behind this mountain. They are still to the north of Los Leones. They're trying to peek in and get that information. I believe Alpha would be able to spot out Fear, and you can see dust of fire. Loads of damage, well, not damage, but loads of gunfire coming in at them. So Cream have now been spotted out.
Fear can smell them from a mile off here, almost like sharks. Smelling a tiny drop of blood here. Cream looking to back off it, almost being able to sense that this is Fear who are coming to finish off the job here. I just want to mention Cream actually have got the mini in hand as well, so that's a really decent DRM on here. It's DMR rather. Like, I'm glad we finally see some DMRs in here.
Yeah, it's good to get some variety in weapons and gunplay into this game. Still up on that high ground. I mean, Alpha, I believe Alpha had a similar weapon, obviously, on Erangel in the previous round. Here comes Fear moving into Los Leones right now. They got themselves this eastern section. Now they're sandwiched between S2 and Cream. We've also got Entity coming in from the west. Shots being fired by S2. They've seen something they don't like.
Yeah, hopefully we can switch over and see what they're looking at in a moment, but for the moment, Fear, they are going in for this rotation. They did crash immediately into it so they can jump out and fight anyone, but no one was here, so they've taken a bit of a further central location as far as they can into this.
One thing to note as well, they've also moved their vehicle into cover. They know their vehicle gets blown out. If this circle moves far away, they're going to have to rotate on foot, which is much more dangerous. So keeping your vehicle protected and sheltered is so vital when the game can still swing with these large circles.
Miramar especially, where there's a lot of open ground, and there is some cover in it, but nowhere near the same level as Sanhok or Erangel, which we'll be seeing again next map. But Entity Gaming, they're centralized as well, and they've got a fairly decent compound there. They still need their vehicles in case it does hard swing to one of the sides. If it goes down south, then we could see Istanbul Wildcats doing well. And we did see some shots there. I think that was actually at S2.
Entity were taking a few shots, I believe, like you correctly said there. I think it was S2 who were on the receiving end of that one. Looking at rotations, everyone's now inside the circle, and I don't think any movement is going to be forced unless that next circle can throw a curveball. If it keeps closing in on Los Leones, I mean, we've got Entity, S2, and Fear the Flames already in that area. You're just going to have a lot of teams coming in from the west and from the south to get into that area if it keeps collapsing central.
I mean, this next circle, we should be seeing those rotations and also the clashes between all these. In particular, Clash as well. I mean, they've got... Where have they gone? Yeah, I mean, they should have a fairly easy rotation in, but they'll have to probably land on one of the mountain ranges, and that's going to be fairly painful for them to be able to push past that, because it seems like Fear or S2 or even Synergy are going to be able to lock them out of place.
Looks like they're going down to the south, so they may be growing on a similar path of ingress into Los Leones as Synergy Gaming if they're not too careful. They need to be careful of the angle they're going to approach, and you don't want to be having close proximity when you're both under the cosh to get to a new location.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at Unicorn's Love as well on the other side, so not a similar situation, but they will be crossing paths potentially of footballers who are looking to finish them off, get the other kills. So it's a similar situation to that of Fear and Cream right now. The circle is about to close in, and this is going to depend on like what is going to happen throughout this whole game. Which teams are going to have the safe location? Is it going to be Cream? Is it going to be Fear? Or is it going to be S2?
Let's get that next circle on your screens. It's about to pop, so we'll be able to go ahead and find out. It's actually moving over to the northwest at a lot of distance there for Clash in particular. Los Leones is still in play, and they're going to be able to keep Entity, but actually Entity have capitalized the most off of this one. They are the most central now.
This is really good for them. Two first games could be ending out very well for them. I mean, you know what? Plague, they were on the edge of last circle. This time, they may well be on the edge, but they have an easy route into a hard part of this. Unfortunately for them, that's going to be a big sort of mountain range, hills, ruts, and bits like that. It depends if they're going to be any good at that. Meanwhile, footballers, they're going to be bumping heads.
Yeah, with Unicorns of Love. You see Tron moving down to the south with his teammate. On board right now with Synergy Gaming, who are having to make that rotation to the north. You can see S2, they're sweeping over to the west. They want a more central position, but it does put them in a collision course potentially with Synergy and Istanbul Wildcats if they're not too careful. Running up right behind them, behind SG potentially here, is Clash, who are coming in up from that southern position. Gunfire being heard against Destro. They've been spotted out by someone.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually Istanbul Wildcats who are taking a couple of shots at them. Unfortunately for them, if they land in these warehouses, they're going to be stuck between S2 and Clash.
You see Unicorns of Love taking a few shots, but S2 and Entity trading fire from that central position as well. Multiple engagements happening as these teams are moving in closer to the central position of this circle.
Yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love trying to maintain and sort of use this height on top of this church at the moment to take shots down in towards footballers. But unfortunately, even if you do get a knock at that distance, you'll be taking down their armor, maybe a helmet or something, so that wall of attrition we were talking about last time coming into play. But the fact that they've only got two players is kind of dangerous. Now it's actually a headshot from an SLR, and that does a lot of damage.
Beautiful little thing there. Ah, I love it. We got the split screen on the go. You can see all these teams moving in. Those little orange boxes you see around the numbers are when shots are being fired from individuals. So you can see multiple engagements happening around the map. We're still on board with the Unicorns of Blood, Futbolists, Clash. Now, look at this team. They've got 0 kills. They're 2 members down. They are fighting from a position of weakness. This is not good for them to be taking engagements. They should be playing for that placement and trying to farm out those points instead of the kill points.
I mean, ideally in their situation, they should be going further, a little bit further into the circle just because of where they're placed at the moment. And talking of which, Futbolists, they're looking to go in for the rotation here. But back to S2, who are on the screen right now, they're still fighting against Entity.
It's Entity taking a shot there. You can see Neu, small amount of damage coming over to him. Nothing too substantial. They do have cover to play with, so they're not at risk of being taken out of this one this early. But it's more concerned about Clash and SG on the southern border of this ring right now. SG have the positional advantage in terms of being inside the circle. It's Clash who still have to make that rotation in.
And if they've jumped off their vehicles, they're going to have a tough time going into this because this whole terrain is going to punish them for not having any maneuverability. Meanwhile, Cream and Fear
taking a few shots, Hidan. Taking it, S2's been knocked down. Holes getting a headshot from Jonathan. Courtesy of the Indian team that's coming in swinging after a great first round performance. They have got the time, they have got the effort. Good angle from Untouched there. Puts a few shots into Entity and makes them second guess their positioning, maybe relieving some pressure. And during that time, Holes is brought back into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Clash are going to be able to come up behind both these teams soon, depending if they can get past Synergy and what Synergy decide to do in the situation. And the thing is with S2, they had to go in for a rotation into this new sort of compound because they're originally where Fear were, and now they're going to have to. They just need a time to get comfortable. And once they do that, hopefully they should be able to recover from the damage that was happening onto them from Entity. But now it's going to be the third party from Fear onto Entity.
Fear got a good angle on Entity right now as well. So Entity having to play this on 2 fronts right now. Fear not interested in Cream. They know they're to the northeast. They're a 2-man squad and they've got the cover to play against them. They need to be looking towards Entity and pincering the crossfire on them, really amping up the pressure on this team.
Wow, look at this hard shift up north and Plague. They were on the edge last time. They're on the edge this time. And once again, they're in the circle. Meanwhile, Futbolists, they're going to be still alive. Last time they were wiped by Entity earlier on. Right now, we've still got 10 teams alive, 36 people in total, meaning 4 people have died so far.
We can see the world's most lethal conga line here, Tom. Look at these teams on the minimap. They're all in a line. They're all going to have to rotate through similar paths, and they're going to be clashing with each other as they begin to stop and set up. They don't want to be able to leapfrog each other, because if you go for that, you're going to have to fight through them rather than just following them.
Not the kind of conga line I'd like to be ahead of, although I would like to be at the front of it. And Fear are actually ahead of ahead of Entity into this compound. They might even be able to get a care package out of it.
I think they're rotating too fast to be able to do that. They might stop off for it, but if they do that, they run the risk of Entity coming into their vicinity, followed by S2, followed by Clash, potentially followed by SG as well. The care package, unless you're looting that fast, I don't think it's going to be worth it.
I mean, we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams coming in from the southern side. That is going to be damning for a lot of these teams. If we don't see 2 to 4 teams die from this, I'd be very surprised. Synergy, they're still very far south. They're rotating along the road through Orleans and looking to try and get inside the circle here.
Real's taking a few shots at the vehicle on the road. They're trying to roll that one down the hill. Going for the destruction on that one, gets behind cover just in time, so they're not going to be able to get the destruction on that. That vehicle will remain in play.
Yeah, and that was actually over towards Cream, who are, unfortunately for them, taking a battering from every angle. So they've just lost another vehicle here. So they're going to be down to 1 with 2 people in it. So if it blows up, that means the whole team is down.
All eggs, 1 basket. It's not what you want to see. Synergy Gaming playing this one really late. They're still on the border right now. They're not even on your screens. They're playing it and going to go wrap around and lost the owners. But it does put them on a collision course with Cream Esports holding that eastern front.
Yeah, and because they have the advantage of being out of the vehicles already, they might be able to take the shots at these guys, or they might lose to the numbers. But meanwhile, the fight's going to be coming in from these teams on the edge.
Fear and Entity trading blows as well. They want to dish out the smokes right now, provide some cover to really limit those sightlines and make sure they can get to some semblance of safety.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're playing in the ridges here, and they've got teams all around them. Clash, Fear, everyone taking shots at these guys. They're playing along the road, and they've only got a short amount of time left to be able to get into a decent position.
Entity are the gatekeepers right now. They are on the border, but they're having to deal with S2. They can't progress any further into this. They're being kept at bay by them, and they got Fear off to the east as well. Clash are now coming in. They're going to hit up their southwestern front, and you've got Istanbul Wildcats. They're potentially going to collide with Futbolists on the west.
Entity, last game, we're put in a really difficult position. Let's see if they can do it again.
Synergy Gaming, they managed to get 2 members in so far, 2 vehicles. They're actually going for a 2-1-1 split. Very unusual, but it almost looks like they're flanking Cream right now, potentially. I don't think that's the intended play, as they are going to start to move in. But Destro could be caught out in a 2v1. And on the other side on the western front, Istanbul Wildcats potentially here clashing with members of Unicorn of Love. But on your screen right now, you see 3 teams at a stalemate.
Plague, once again, you guys can't see it, but they've got the circle. It's landed on them, but meanwhile, Entity going to be looking to take a lot of damage here.
Moment of respite for him. First aid kit on the go for Neo. Wants to stay in this game right now. Istanbul Wildcats. They've just been wiped out by the play zone and a lot of attention given to them. First squad going out in 10th place. The team from Turkey. Not having the best of showing on Miramar as we're down to 9 squads.
Unicorns of Love got 1 kill out of that, and they managed to hold out a team. That is fantastic.
Worth.
Exactly, playing that edge. Now they have to shift in, and they're actually in a perfect spot to be able to do that. Meanwhile, Clash still on the edge, very edge of the blue here.
But they're far away from the next circle. You know, the next circle's moved up to that northern ring. Alpha just taking a lot of damage right now. Fear are just in that circle. They're playing Gatekeeper on the south. They're going to lock out 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 teams, depending on what angle they take to ingress in here, as Plague are deflecting the aggressors who are trying to take over territory.
I want to see if there's any consistency from Entity. They did really good to be able to get out of tough situations last game. Can they do it a second time round?
They're fine with S2 right now. They're running over the rolling hills. Smoke is obscuring the vision. You see Aman over to the side. People spraying into the blue building, but they need to be careful about what's right in front of them on the other side of the smoke. Gatak taking a lot of damage. Will be dropped down to his knees by S2, as Neo will now hold that high ground, but his armor is in absolute tatters. There's nothing softening the blow of these bullets.
S2 finally going to be able to show up here, going in for the spray through the smoke. They should be able to do some extra damage here, maybe even blow up a vehicle that's still there, but they have to focus. They have to kill them quick and get out of dodge and get into the circle and stay alive.
Bear in mind, it was Entity who took out one of S2's members. They are playing this with a man disadvantage. Gatak being on his knees will level the playing field. You see Aman going in for the res fight now, but there's a knockdown onto Jonathan. It's now become a 2v4. Gatak back on his knees to make it a 3v3 showdown, but the health bars are in absolute disarray. Meanwhile, Cream showing up, taking out 1 member of SG, and Fear are going to start hemorrhaging damage as they crash onto this S2 fight, and they might have just saved Entity.
That is crazy. They just blew up both of those vehicles of S2, and S2 are going to be the second team to get wiped.
Again!
That is just embarrassing. What is going on here? But meanwhile, Fear going to have to now hold out Entity, who I don't think have any vehicles, so they're going to have to run in. Cream, meanwhile, going to be butting heads once again with SG.
I think that's Alpha. He's holding off multiple members of SG on this eastern front. He got 1 knock already, and there's still 2 members alive for them. They want to get back into this one. Perks taking out Neo, so now Fear has found Entity. Gatak will die to the blue zone. They're trying to get into this one, but they're under so much pressure to get into the circle, and the blue is removing their HP bars. Plague, using this dominant position, starts keeping SG at bay.
Plague, once again, the 3rd circle in the row, have got the thing, and look at this. There's going to be a fight between Footballers and Unicorns of Love. Are they going to be able to finish off what they started?
If there's not a fight now, Tom, there has to be in the next couple of seconds. They're on the border of this circle, occupying similar territory. Plague, they're occupied with SG. There's perfect opportunity for one of these 2 teams to sneak in and get some prime real estate on what could be the final circle.
Prime real estate. I love using that term in this. It's what it's all about.
It's free real estate.
Real estate. Entity, they are gone. Now it's going to be Fear versus Clash. Who can get in here out of these 2 teams? And then we have Synergy, who took out Cream and now going to be trying to make their way across this barren land.
SG still trying to find a way to make that transition. This road is so exposed. There's like a half dividing line. It's like a trench surrounding this territory that they're gonna need to cross and enter into a lethal range. Their only hope really is that Plague just gets distracted by Footballists, potentially attacking them for that territory.
So it seems like the whistle has gone off, and they're going to be going over top now, trying to cross over that trench and get into the circle. But Clash, they're going to be having to fight up against potentially Footballers if they do get across. But meanwhile,
Footballists already taking it to Clash. The Clive Dish has been absolutely decimated here, Tom, as they're trying to move on to a similar path. Footballists are looking outward, not inward. They're not too worried about Plague for now. They know they can't take the fight with them, but they're interested in stopping Clash from crashing into them when they want to split their focus against this dominant team. They want to fight on one front.
And it's going to be Fear coming in with shots from above, and they're going to be taking damage from the circle, but they want those placement points as well as the kills. They've already got 4 kills themselves.
They went for a 2-2 split right now. They've got 2 members in the circle already. Hadan and Lowe's left behind to deal with Clash. They're going to do just that, but now they have to get into the circle. Laos might actually go down before he gets into the territory. He's going to have to sprint for it and potentially get in. But look at this, Footballist taking out 2 members of Fear. Going to be knocking them down. Perks going to keep him in the game. Laos going out to the blue zone. This is absolutely nightmarish for Fear.
This is really well played by Fear, though. They're in such a difficult situation. Meanwhile, Synergy, they're going to be having one member left alive. No, two members. One outside, one inside the circle right now.
Not the best opportunity for them. I actually believe that Goldblade is down. Gunshot is the last member alive, but he's probably just trying to med up and tank this one out for placement. Football is taking out UOL right now. Baka getting knocked down by a beautiful grenade from Grills, and there's the spray down to secure another one. As Baka's on his knees, they're going to go for the recovery as well. Plague at full strength, having to fight on multiple teams. No one's in the circle just yet, and they're going to race for that position.
And Fear should be able to potentially take out that of these guys, and they're going to be using the micro Izzy at distance. He takes out one of the players. This is going to leave Plague with a massive disadvantage now.
Talon, Micro Uzi, switches over to the M4, finds another knock as well. Baka and the rest of Plague are in absolute disarray on this border circle. Perks running up, he's chasing. There's the spray down to knock out Plague. You're not going to have a second helping of chicken.
There's only two teams left. It's going to be Footballers who've got 4 members versus that of Fear, who only have 2 partially alive. They've got very little armor here, very little health.
Look at this. You can see the Piranhas circling in on the chum. Fear barely holding on to this one. Perks being sprayed down by Tron. It's by the numbers PUBG for Footballists. They're going to be walking away with our second round win. And they got a hefty amount of kills to boot right there. 11. Nope. I can't do maths apparently. That is going to be 11 kills. I was right, in fact. I second guessed myself and I doubted it, but a team that did not second guess themselves was Footballists, coming in there with the perfect play to shut down Fear.
Taking head and shoulders, as it says on their jersey. They were taking plenty of heads here. They managed to finish off Unicorns of Love, who they faced off. And I think in the first circle, they managed to fight them off, kill 2 of them. They finished them off at the end, and also the last 2 remaining players of Fear. You can see it right here. Unicorns of Love, what I was talking about.
Aggressed on them. They abused the fact that Unicorns of Love went for this 2-2 split, took the 4v2 engagement, decimated them in the distance. This was looking like Plague's games. As it went on to the round 4, round 5, we were looking the circle, shrinking down this particular team. But then, pivots right at the end, forces them to rotate, and they get caught off guard by a well-placed Footballist.
Yeah, and that grenade from Fear actually disabling that of Plague, who in a fairly decent position until that nade came in, disabled one of them, allowed Fear to push up, finish them off, and then we just saw Footballers coming in there and be like, oh, free real estate.
Yeah, it's free real estate. It was for them when it got down. 2 members on their knees. They're all being hemorrhaged right there. Standings from round 2 on your screen there. 11 kills. Fear the Flame racking up 8 for their own. So they're starting to get points on the board for the overall standings as they got 23 from this game alone.
I just want to say, last game we had the first and second place points were 28 and 25. This time it's a lot heavier on the first place. Getting a quite decent lead here, or 8 points ahead of the second place in total. That's fairly decent.
Clash also keeping up with Unicorns of Love there. If you look to divide, the kills really coming in strong for them, keeping them in contention behind that team as well.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, you have to be the last one left alive, and if you've got 4 members, you're in such a dominant position to be able to take the kills and take the win, get those 20 points plus on those 11 kills as well. It's just fantastic to see.
So there we are, things starting to heat up as well. We had our champions there, Footballists, getting on the board. So we had representatives from India and from Turkey, the minority regions. When you look at the population of this stage of the tournament, where they're mainly coming from Europe, they're showing up big right now. They're the only ones with the chicken dinners. We're going to have 4 more rounds, but before we get to that, we have to go to a quick break. We're going to bring you round number 3 shortly after this.
It's grand final time.
Da piccolo parlavi con le macchine, i pupazzi, le lampadine. Pensavi di avere occhi capaci di vedere oltre gli ostacoli. I dinosauri non si erano estinti. Tu li vedevi dappertutto e ci potevi giocare. E sapevi che la mamma ti sarebbe stata vicina. Sempre. Sai una cosa? Avevi ragione. Nasce Vodafone Giga Network 5G. Realtà e fantasia sono finalmente connesse. Magic, magic, magic.
body to the sound of the tuba. Body to the sound of the tuba.
It's grand final time.
Welcome back to more PUBG Mobile action here at Milan Games Week for the ESL Mobile Open, powered by the Huawei Mate 20X 5G. Guys, let's talk about that last game we just had on Miramar. We had some incredible play. Quite a lot of our high-ranking teams didn't play so well. Plague especially, third in the first game, and everything looked like it was coming up for them. What went wrong?
Plague, I mean, towards the end, I mean, they played on the edge of the circle, every single circle, I think, right until the end, where they then had a massive amount of space. They did a 2-2 split, and unfortunately, because they didn't group up towards the end, they got cut in half, finished off, and that was it for them.
And I think 2-2 splits were actually detrimental in this one, because like early on in the game as well, a couple of teams were still getting caught out by that, just by other teams taking 2v4 engagements.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that does mean they weren't able to get that big win to give themselves that huge point boost. We also have the standings ready for you right now, and you can see because of that, we see them a little bit further down. Team Plague, though, they are in first place, but we see teams like, as we're about to talk about here, Unicorns of Love did drop down the board after a very interesting battle.
Yeah, it was kind of like a bit of a story of revengeance here. They died, two of them, to footballers who actually won the whole thing very early on, and they had this continual engagement from across roads, across sort of mountain ranges, taking shots at each other. Footballers actually crashed into their compound, finished them off, and then won the game. It was a really impressive and nice storyline to see into this. And unfortunately for Unicorns of Love, I called them out for one of the teams I want to see to do better, but unfortunately they didn't quite come into this with enough ferocity.
Yeah, I want to go back to the point I made about the 2-2 splits, but in two-man squads in general, right? Because earlier on in the match, we saw it nice and early. Cream landing right on top of Fear the Flame, taking an early engagement, being dropped down to two members right from the beginning. More credit to Cream, they were able to stay in there, clinch out higher position finishes, not racking up a lot of kills. They did get at least one to their name and play spoiler for teams later on, but they should have been looking to vacate that area earlier. Then you flip over, we already touched on it as well, Unicorns of Love being dropped down to a 2-man squad early, trying to clinch this out, but they were punished because they were also on the 2-2 split. And then you talked about it as well, Plague, 2-2 split. These teams need to be a little bit more considerate about their position in the state of the game if they're looking to get into the upper echelons.
And when it comes down to when we're finishing up on the segment is Fublis. They actually took advantage of the fact that Fear knocked down one of Plague and then ran in, finished them off. And then unfortunately for Fear, they're trying to recover from that battle, and Fublis are like, oh, free real estate.
Yeah, free real estate is prime when you're just not in the position to continue.
The name of the game, it seems here, and you mentioned Cream rotating a little bit slower here when it came to the mid to late game. Do you want to dive into that a little more?
I think with the Cream thing, I think I've said all that needs to be said about that one. It's just that they identified, they obviously identified they were being hot dropped on. They thought they could take the fight against Fear. They couldn't take the fight against Fear, and they didn't rotate out fast enough.
And I mean, you mentioned one of the Fear members literally had a sawn-off shotgun, which is a side pistol, which I consider a crowbar to be a better sort of long-range weapon, or like a weapon at all, than that shotgun. So they did really good on that front. And talk about Cream, we can see them on the screen right now. They have done really well, considering the situations they've been in both games. Next time, they need to do better.
They've rolled a little unluckily here, currently sitting in 9th place. They've got a lot of more work to do to get themselves into those high placing ranks, but right now, like you said, they've made okay with the situation they've been in. It's just their situations have been a little rubbish.
Yeah, the situation has been a little bit rubbish. The situation in terms of total standings is a little bit more rubbish. Yeah, you're saying that they're down further in the leaderboard. Chris, you got to remember, we're already a third of the way through today's games. So you're running out of opportunities to prove your capabilities, rack up those points, and start contending for that higher portion of that prize pool.
I mean, at least they can say they're in the top 10, which usually would be a good thing, but here, there's only 10 teams in total, so they have to do a lot better going into the next game. They need to be careful where they land. It's going to be back on Erangel, so they have the chances to be able to stay a little bit alive, a little bit longer, get some more kills, and try and move up the leaderboard. But meanwhile, the top leaderboard is very heavy. 44 points on one of the teams is crazy.
Absolutely, and that is the perfect segue to say that we are getting ready to head into game number 3. We're about to hit our halfway point. We are jumping back to Erangel. What changes are you expecting some of the teams to maybe make heading into this as the second time on this map?
I'm personally not expecting a lot of changes. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with what the game plan was for Erangel. I think that some teams just didn't react appropriately to the circles they were being given. When it comes to one thing to look out for this one in particular, I think this is the last chance I'm going to talk about it, right? I'm going to talk about S2, right? Because we saw them, we kind of called them out for the lack of adaptability. Well, necessarily they were dealt this circle and they didn't roll with necessarily how we thought they should go with it. Now, with a new circle segment being generated, they may end up being forced to rotate early. We may see some advantages coming out on this one. If S2 drop out early again, I'll stop talking about them next map, I swear.
I mean, if they don't manage to do anything this game, they're not going to be worth talking about because they're not going to have a big chance to be able to make it into the top dollars here at the top in that first place.
A team that is worth talking about, though, Entity, putting on a stellar performance on this map in game number 1 and currently sitting in a solid 3rd place. Do you think they can repeat the performance?
I think there's a high chance that they can, but it really depends on where the circle's going to land. Last time we saw a very heavy eastern sort of clump of teams, and this was purely down to the plane path. So all these teams, there's only 10 of them instead of the 16 or 20, so they have multiple choices of where they want to go. So I think there's a high chance we'll see them do well on Erangel again.
All right, we already know Team Plague are at the top of the board. Do you think they're going to play a little safer to just try and hold that position? They're going to go straight in there again?
I'm going to ask you a question straight away. No, what's the point? What is the point of getting to first place and then going, all right, guys, let's coast this one in? Just play this one casually. Yep. I'm fairly certain placement points will be enough. Yeah, we might not go aggressive now, actually. We're going to give it loads of space, let someone else get a better position. We're going to rotate late. We're going to play border. We're going to play edge the entire time. We're going to be everyone's second fiddle. No, not a chance.
I mean, what you're describing right there is actually Istanbul Wildcats in regards to playing it late, going in for those long rotations, and it's not worked out for them at all. We saw last game they're coasting, going along the coast. They're trying to get inside the circle, but they were then punched by footballers who actually it was Unicorns of Love who wiped them out by holding them into the blue. Unicorns of Love only got 1 kill from that, but they still managed to take out a whole team.
3 of them died to the blue zone because of late rotations when they were put under pressure. They need to be looking at getting territory earlier. You cannot be passive, even with 10 teams in the lobby.
Absolutely, what you said there is just a perfect and very old esports adage, which is when you're ahead, get further ahead. Don't hesitate, don't take your foot off the accelerator, and that's what we're going to be seeing from Team Plague here. However, bottom teams, even more aggressive? Do you try and search in for those kills to build up, or do you once again split and go for the farm?
I think you need to play it carefully, play late game. You need to be able to go in for those rotations. The teams that have had their slow rotations actually need to flip that round. They need to get into those early positions. If we have a look at some of the teams at the top, they managed to stay inside the circle right until the end, even if Plague did kind of do it by accident, by the fact that it just went to them every time. We did see other teams like Unicorns of Love or even Footballists who ended up winning it, obviously, rotate into circles really well. Those bottom teams, they need to take on what these other teams have been doing and learn from it.
Sounds good to me. So we're just getting ready. Lobby is filling up slowly. We'll be jumping into that soon. I'll ask you for anything else you want to say.
I want to see a military circle. I usually hate them. I really want to see what happens with these teams having to shift across there. Because teams like Synergy on our first Erangel game, they actually camped the bridge against S2. Are they going to get camped by S2, who might flip it on the side and try to get some vengeance here? So that might be when we see S2 actually pull it out the bag and do well.
Yeah, because if we remember where people were dropping anyway, on the military island, it was split between, at the beginning of the day, our two favorite teams, Fear the Flame and S2. Evidently, that's not the case as the games have started to progress. But it's interesting to see that they want to carve out that territory. So it does go into military circle. They could be the ones who can play a little bit more defensive and attack the people who are trying to enter into their territory.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen from both games so far that both these teams, S2 and Fear, the teams we called out for being two of the best teams in this whole thing, play very similarly, sort of mid to late game, and the fact that they rotate to the similar sort of locations. Fear have gotten the better of S2 so far. Last game, we actually saw them leapfrog ahead of that conga line and actually keep them out and blew up 2 vehicles, which S2 are in, and wiped them out the game.
Let's give them a little bit of credit, though. They were third-party engagement with Entity Gaming at the time. That wasn't an honest 1v1. That was them just getting involved in someone else's fight.
To talk about vehicles, though, for a second, we have a little special treat for you, as the players were asked heading into this tournament who is the worst driver, and we do have a little video to see what the results of that questionnaire was.
Worst driver?
No one knows how to drive.
Alright, well, obviously I'm the best driver, so I'm not.
Obviously you're not. Honestly, like, it's actually me.
Okay. You're not the best.
Palma. I think, yeah, I am. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I know, it's a bit grey area there. I honestly, personally think that my drifts are amazing, and I do all kinds of like tricks on my car.
In my opinion, the worst driver is Goldblade.
Yeah, worst driver is Goldblade.
Goldblade, any day.
You're the worst driver in the team, like by mind.
Yeah, no, sorry.
We always die with you. It's like I always die. I drive with him all the time, and I get killed, but he just keep going.
The whole try to like go on foot, then go with me with the car.
How many times we die from you? Just from you like crashing into a full team, like head on, like.
So every time like we're rotating, and we tell him like, yo, go by left or like don't go there. He would go there and die. And then we're like, oh, I didn't hear.
And also get one more teammate killed with him.
Get in the car, let's go, zone's coming, drive, get in the car, Beast is driving. Okay with that, never mind.
You can really see how important those vehicles are in the fact that so much blame is placed on the people who might be driving a little bit more risky.
A little bit of risky driving can't harm anyone. Do a bit of a backflip on a motorbike. That's what I love doing, but that's also, I'm not a pro player. I ended up dying a little bit early on.
You also don't own a vehicle if you think that's the way you're supposed to be using them right now. I'd hate to get in a vehicle you drive in.
I live in Malta. That's how we tend to drive there, so.
Well.
Just a sentence, nothing wrong with a little bit of risky driving is in itself a dangerous sentence.
Not for me. I mean, I had my car banged up on the way to the airport over here by someone else, so I'm not in the mood for any shenanigans with vehicular damage right now, unfortunately.
Well, you can hear from them. They try to be a little bit careful who drives, but in this kind of game, you need to have as many vehicles as possible so you don't get clumped up, you don't get blown up. Kind of like S2 last game, but they were trying to get out of a really difficult situation, and unfortunately, good driving wouldn't have made a difference there.
Splitting up the vehicles is, of course, good, having those escape options, but sometimes you do have to share, which is where you see those options where those unsafe drivers can be a little bit of a detriment. Heard saying they're just ramming a car into the enemy team, sometimes greatly successful, sometimes you gun down.
Vehicles are going to be obviously detrimental when they're used inappropriately, shall we say. One of the things I want to focus on, though, is one of the teams actually features quite heavily in that nice little video we had for you was actually Team Clash. Now, these guys, they are one of these teams like Istanbul Wildcats who are coming in quite late. They always seem to be chasing. They're not trendsetters. They're playing it safe. Hopefully they can change that one up as we move into this next map.
We are actually going to be heading into a quick break, though, while we get that next map ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back with the Vodafone 5G ESL Mobile Open. Don't go anywhere.
It's grand final time.
Da piccolo parlavi con le macchine, i pupazzi, le lampadine. Pensavi di avere occhi capaci di vedere oltre gli ostacoli. I dinosauri non si erano estinti. Tu li vedevi dappertutto e ci potevi giocare. E sapevi che la mamma ti sarebbe stata vicina. Sempre. Sai una cosa? Avevi ragione. Nasce Vodafone Giga Network 5G. Realtà e fantasia sono finalmente connesse.
Magic, magic, magic. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby you make me feel something.
It's grand final time.
And we are back, and we are basically ready, ladies and gentlemen. Feels good. We are, in fact, loading into the game right now. We're going to be bringing you a wrangle, guys. Final thoughts as we load into the game.
Make or break for S2. Learn how to play PUBG Mobile in this final game, or you will be left behind and you will not be collecting a fair share of this prize pool. You will obviously not go home empty-handed, but I want to see more from a team we're touting as one of the best here today.
Tom?
Yeah, Cream, you need to show up wherever you are down there. You've done some mistakes, but in the first game, you actually kind of showed up and showed that you can know how to play, but just bring that earlier on into the game, get early rotations. Good luck.
Sounds good. Let's hope the wishes of our casters are granted, as they are going to be leading you through a wrangle as we head into game number 3 of the ESL Mobile Open. Let's go, guys.
You know what, Trid? I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Where do you want this circle to land?
I already know your answer. You already said military base. What I want to do is I want to see something actually far away from military base. I want to be looking up towards Georgopol, Gatka, that kind of region. I want to see S2 actually tested here and forced away from the comfort zone they already occupied.
I mean, what could be quite interesting in that scenario is exactly this. If this plane path comes in and it's a hard western and northern circle, it would cause all these ones to rotate. So this, the plane path guys is very, very eastern, cutting across from military all the way through mansion. So it's going to cause a lot of teams to have to go in for those rotations or play close to the line like they did before. So guys, you can see it on the screen here. Like I mentioned, cutting across military. So we should be seeing Fear and S2 drop out first into the military island. Not long after, we should be seeing the Wildcats drop out, go over towards the ferry pit area, and then maybe Synergy drop over towards Pachinki area, and we'll go on and so forth from there. Wildcats, they have left the building, so have Fear.
Yeah, they dropped a little bit early as well. They're probably, like you're right, going to move over a little bit to the Primorsk area. As expected, Fear, S2, they're taking over Millie Island right now, and you can see Unicorn to Love and SG dropping out. But this time SG look like they're moving further away from that position they held at the other side of the bridge in the previous Erangel map.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, with this kind of circle, they may not want to group up as much as they did before, so they're actually going to be going towards that Pachinki drop I mentioned. Unicorns of Love could be contending that, or go for vehicles and go further up north. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing Cream once again go over towards that Milta area, and we do have a couple of teams who are dropping in. Oh, this is actually going to be Fear on the screen right now, so they're going to be able to get loot in first.
Clash dropping late, and I don't believe they went up to this northeast region last time because the flight path just probably didn't allow it. But that does mean we could see a contested Yasnaya, where previously in the last Erangel map we had, it was left all alone to Entity.
Looks like they're going to be going further north, and I did call out Synergy to potentially loot up Pachinki, but it's actually going to be Unicorns of Love, so we could be seeing a contention between them. Meanwhile, on the way to Rozhok is going to be two teams.
You've got Plague hiding in there right now in that Rozhok direction. I believe it's actually Football List because they've done a 2-2 split nice and early. They've sent Solkay actually over to Shelter. And I believe he's got a teammate with him, but just layered at the moment, so we can't really see it. But we've got Anashi and... Oh, I got my wish! I called it! The circle over to the far northwest. We can get that on your screen for you right about now. That first circle basically encapsulates Hospital, Georgopol Ruins, that kind of area over to the west. So we will have S2 forced to make that early rotation onto mainland Erangel.
Is anyone going to hold them out? Wildcats, they have a fantastic opportunity here to be able to hold out that of Fear on this western bridge if they really wanted to. Meanwhile, Synergy, they're going to rotate early on. They want to get in towards that Gatka area, loot up, make sure they have a central position without having to worry about that big rotation that likes of like Cream are going to have to do, for example, or S2 or Fear.
S2, Fear, and Cream, they've definitely got the hardest run here. I mean, Fear could definitely get a more direct path straight across that bridge into the next circle, not too far. Unless SG or the likes of Istanbul Wildcats want to play Gatekeeper on these guys instead on the opposite bridge on the western side. We're on board with S2 right now as they're just looking to get that loot around the Novo area as they take that section of the Millie Island.
It's really good that they managed to actually get out of that plane really early on, start looting, because they're going to have to rotate probably the first actually, because I think they are the furthest team away, minus that of Cream, who I think are probably about equal, if not further away, or at least one of the members is. Yeah. So they might cross path when they do that rotation. What I want to see though is Clash, who are on the very northern side near Stalba, well actually in Stalba and around the surrounding sort of compounds. They need to rotate in, maybe go to North Georgopol here, and they could actually do quite well to just hold that on, because they shouldn't really clash with anyone as long as they stay on the northern side of that river. If they try to cross, I think that's where we might see them fail. So this is really going to be a determined factor if Clash can make it any further.
Yeah, Clash can just spread across all the way across the Verney shooting range and then come into George, like you said there. Really get some prime loot. Actually quite risk-free as well, so that's the best thing for them, to be able to loot up and come in to a central position, because Georgopol is just north of that center spot. Locking that down nice and early after picking up some good loot on the way could put them in a great position to move into the late.
And if they do take that North Georgopol perspective, there's actually multiple ways back across. They can either go via boats, which is not what I'd recommend, or there's 3 different bridges. There's the North Georgopol Bridge, there's the Crates Bridge, and then there is also the Cubed Bridge, which is the furthest east, which is more likely to be contended by a team like Plague, who might come further into the center of the circle and try to take one of these compounds and stop any northern teams off the southern teams from crossing.
So Destro is playing quite south for the rest of Team Synergy right now, near the quarry, just over to the east of it. Istanbul Wildcats are flanking him on either side, though, as they've done a 2-2 split while they loot this southern coast. He needs to be very careful about positioning. If he strays too far south, and one of the members of Istanbul Wildcats spots him out, that might get the taste buds going. It might get them salivating a little bit, looking for some meat, and they might pounce on that lone player.
Yeah, so if they've paid attention to where the plane path was, where the other teams were dropping out from, they should have the smart and the correct information that they should rotate far west, along that western road, up towards Hospital and towards Georgopol. That will leave them a clean route. If they decide to try and go through Synergy, they deserve to die. I'm not going to lie. If they go in for the bad rotations, we'll see that.
Clash are making that rotation through, so they just keep into the north of of this mainland island, going through Severnian shooting range now. I suspect they will end up in that North George area.
Yeah, or they might try and go actually cross towards the south because there is actually more land.
Yeah.
So it's a high potential for it to actually land on the southern side of that water. But I want it to land in Zaki.
Yeah, that
Chaos.
would. Yeah, it would absolutely be a nightmare because there's only so many routes you can actually take through there, and all going to funnel into one location. Just on board with Entity right now, who we thought they may have had to contest with that Yasnaya area, but because Clash went to the north, they still got Yasnaya to themselves for the second Erangel map in a row.
Say that. If they want to rotate, they're going to have to rotate past footballers, and we do know there are a force to be reckoned with here.
Only one of them, though. They've split massively. You got a 2-1-1 split. Zezi and Solkay, they're off in the middle of nowhere. Solkay's actually in between Unicorns and Plague right now. So you are going to have to go into Footballists, but you're going up against a weakened Footballists.
Yeah, I mean, it should be fairly easy for them to be able to contest against that. I mean, ideally, Footballists, they should be able to get a location inside the circle and a quick rotation from the other two, which seems to be the case right now. They should group up. They've just got a scout ahead at the moment, which is going to be Solkay. And he might be bashing heads with the Unicorns of Love once again. These teams are just like magnets. They're just going to attract each other all the time.
Just like Miramar, they're just playing spaced out, but in clusters still. And they're just able to have these pockets of action. And Istanbul Wildcats, they've got Bochka going up that west coast, taking that long path to find a way into the next circle. Still a couple of members lingering around by Primorsk and Ferry Pier. They're going to need to start making that rotation. Hopefully they take a similar path that's been found out by Bochka, rather than taking a more direct route, because that will put them on a collision course with Team Synergy.
I would say they're actually doing a bit of a 10 IQ move right now.
Okay.
Because they're going in for that slow rotation again, and long rotation. They needed to do the long rotation into loot. They had to shift up that western coast, like I was saying, get a spot in, loot up from that spot.
Yeah.
Don't carry on looting everywhere else. You're not in the circle yet. Get that position.
This is very dangerous right now because Team Synergy also moving over to that west coast. So they are actually cutting off the path of ingress for Bochka, who is still currently by himself. And I'm looking where Goldblade has just pivoted and looked over. It was in the direction of Bochka. He might know that there are members there. And this could be disastrous if Team Synergy decide they're going to collapse and take out this lone member.
When you have a team like Synergy, who are fairly smart, we've seen them cut off teams before, like in the first game against S2 rather, and they're doing it against Wildcats because they know that Wildcats like to play towards this Primorsk area, so they're trying to hold them across. They've got members across in a bit of a band to try and stop them, to get through here. So if they pick up these early kills, it means that they should know that the southern side behind them is clear for now, and they should be able to then play a little bit more comfortably and push it in towards the center.
Fear, they're finally making a rotation off of Millie Island. S2 did so moments ago, so they're on mainland right now. They've already gone west and got themselves into the circle. Fear going to be going over that western bridge. They are taking it slow. You see a couple of people who have dismounted from their vehicles just to check out the area, scope in, see can they see any heads, anything that's giving it away. Now that collision course, Istanbul Wildcats have caught up with Bochka. They now have the numbers advantage in the immediate vicinity. This could go terribly wrong for Team Synergy if they don't capitalize and regroup right now. They are very spread on this southwest coast.
You can actually see a Gunshot is actually rotating and not actually staying in that same position. He doesn't want to be caught out on that road alone, whereas I would have actually just stayed there and shot down these guys as they're trying to push across, but he wants to get a sort of a location instead of just the kills. Meanwhile, his other teammates like Goldblade are going to be taking shots in a moment.
They're just over the top of each other right now. Istanbul Wildcats, they should be seeing this. And they should be dismantling them right now because you're just letting these teams go by. They're also in vehicles. They were layered on top of each other. So refueling going in for Destra there. Finally, the shots are coming off. They're starting to engage with each other on this western road.
Yeah, hopefully we can go and take a look on the west coast at Synergy versus Wildcat Gaming, as there are going to be fights going on there at the moment. Even if we're going to have a quick look in towards Yasnaya right now, nothing's going on right here. But you know what, Neo, he is actually alive.
There we go.
Here we go, take it away.
Hax taking a few shots. They've already got Goldblade locked down in a shack. He is by himself for the time being. They've blown up the vehicle already. He can't get a fast exit here. And now the circle, the noose is starting to tighten on him. As members of Istanbul Wildcats starting to creep up on that building.
I have to question the brains behind Synergy right now. They had such a good opportunity here. I thought they were doing like a 200 IQ play and cutting off Wildcats, but seemingly they might have actually just been making a massive mistake.
Here's the thing, you can see the flank coming in right now. They are calling for reinforcements. Goldblade trying to take this engagement with Istanbul Wildcats, will be knocked down. No one's nearby to help him out. Istanbul Wildcats, I think they know that. And they're starting to ramp up the pressure, going for the flank, going to come up round behind him, take him out. One member going down. First casualty on Erangel. It's already Team Synergy taking that first knock. Gunshot actually knocked in another engagement across the way. This is absolutely disastrous for Team Synergy. Istanbul Wildcats have flipped this encircling the movement around on their own trappers. And they're going to be walking away with 2 frags for their worries.
Yeah, the 2 first kills of this whole map right now. That is an interesting play, and they're from different members as well. Now, what is Synergy going to do? They're going to be down to 2 players early on. This is a completely different game to what we've seen before. A lot more sort of early on games or fights coming on here. Meanwhile, S2, they have actually rotated, but they're going through Pachinki right now. Entity still not quite inside the circle. Fear, they have actually made it into the southern side of the circle. Meanwhile, Clash, they actually have Cream, who've come all the way from Milta past Yasna in towards Cubed, where they're going to be firing up against Unicorns of Love.
How they didn't clash with Entity is absolutely beyond me, Tom, because that route definitely would have taken them at least in their sight line and in line of fire of their guns as well. Clash are still moving over to the west. They're in shooting range right now, but they could definitely drop down further south and potentially clash with Cream at these walls next route of attrition. Of course, still Synergy recovering from that previous engagement. Here's Clash, they're moving across, trying to find a way into a compound. And Alf and the rest of Cream getting awfully close to Unicorns of Love.
This is not exactly the location you want to be in, and if I were them, I wouldn't stay there. You need to be a little bit in a position where you can actually rotate a little bit earlier. The circle's about to close in. We're going to be seeing the next one. The next one should really determine where it's going to go, unless it goes very much center on that river. If it does that, then it's going to be cutting teams in half. They're going to have to decide what they want to do. What do they want to gamble on, north or south?
They may be cut off from where they want to be. You're hoping for the Zaki circle. I'm not sure that's going to be the case necessarily, Tom.
Oh, I'm going to have to tell in a moment.
Get that map on your screen, though, so we can just see it as it comes in. It's going to move further over to the south. So Clash still have territory to play with in the northern section of Erangel, but they will have to eventually move down. I don't think it's going to go back up to that northern island now.
I mean, if you want to play the odds, that is not the way to play it. You don't want to be on that northern side. So now they're going to have to try and cross back on towards the southern side. If they go across the cubes or the Crepe Bridge, which are the ones they're going towards right now, they're going to be fighting against the other people to get across.
They're rotating now. They've got into vehicles and they're starting to head south. So that will put them on the warpath with Cream and Unicorns of Love. Need to be very careful here. They're over the top of Cream right now, I believe, so we should expect to see some gunfire being traded. Plague moving into the east, but actually the first shots are being taken by Footballists, who are going up against Fear, who have driven past their compound to try and get a more central position.
Some shots are going to be taken up against those guys. We're going to be seeing S2 right now, just chilling, not doing anything. Hopefully we can switch on to some fighting that's going on. Clash are actually going to be backing away from Cream. They have seen that there are vehicles there, and they're going to go to a safer bridge.
Istanbul Wildcats are now moving into this warpath, and they're going to be on the way of Synergy, who they've already taken 2 members of. They might be looking to finish him off here if they do go for that engagement, but they're being very cautious. You see them doing the in, out, shake it all about, trying to find a way into the more central position, but they're still playing border. This is one of the things we call them out for in the post-game, is that they're playing so late, they're not taking the initiative, and they will eventually get punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 10 teams right now, but everyone's clumped together. If you have a look on the map, you guys can't see it right now, but they're all very much clumped in close locations, apart from Entity and the Wildcats, who are in the wild right now. Entity still trying to rotate through. They're almost in the blue right now, so they're going to be going past Rosshawk School, trying to find a location. And there's not that many great locations that they're going to be able to take without going into a fight. If they want to cross over towards Gatka area, they're going to have to fight the likes of Fear or S2 or Footballers or even Unicorns of Love.
I mean, S2 did lock down their location briefly because Fear did play it very close to them. They also dismounted, potentially looking if that engagement was going to come, so they put themselves in a safe position to retaliate. But now that moment's passed, they've moved a little bit further north and trying to carve out some territory for themselves. Entity, they're playing border as well over to the eastern side. Now we see Istanbul Wildcats pushing in via Gatka. They may go over Destro if they're not too careful.
I just want to point out what we're seeing right now is actually Cream holding onto this bridge, trying to make sure that they don't allow Clash to come across. And stupidly, like, Clash are just staying in the mountains right now. I think they're playing the gamble and they want it to go north. If it does go north, they are such a strong position, but they're so unlikely that is going to go on that side.
It's a power position for Cream, definitely. I completely agree with that one. They can just pivot because it's one of the routes that goes past, because it's going to split. It forks in the road at the position they're holding and creates 2 of the 4 options that are still available for them if they want to take a road into, rather than relying on the gamble that can be water sometimes.
And we're going to be taking a look at Unicorns of Love right now. They've taken position in the Church of Runes and a couple of other bits. Just trying to hold on to this. It's not exactly the strongest area to fight from or fight in, but if it does land on there, they're going to be at the center. So we'll have to see as the circle is now going to start closing in about 10 seconds. And I just want to talk, like, Cream, like you said, they're in a power play right now. They're trying to hold out one of the teams. What they could do is actually go for a 2-2 split in this situation where they play 2 on the opposite side of the river, where there is a wizard tower, which they can sit in, and then 2 on the other side in the queued buildings. It means they can do a bit of crossfire, and if people do get across the bridge, you have 2 players to finish them off.
So that's betting on red and black at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, why not 2-2, you know? Although 2-2 splits have not worked so well so far in this game.
You picked it up on it before I was even going to say it. This series of games has not been good for 2-2 splits. We haven't seen it be profitable as it starts to transition into the mid to late. So you might want to keep your units together, fight in numbers, fight in safety. As that blue zone is starting to shrink in, you can see the teams are still quite well spread out, making very good use of the population density, shall we call it, of this particular map. So there might not be any conflicts. You can see the central positions are still being contested between 3 teams, Fear, S2, and Unicorns of Love.
The thing is, right now, what could happen that would happen very similarly to that of Miramar is if it has a hard shift, after hard shift, if he goes to towards shooting range or hospital or Pachinki, we're going to be seeing that conga line again.
Yeah.
And that's going to be damning for all these teams because they're so close together that they might be able to segment and go one at a time to the different locations, but we know that's not going to happen. There's going to be lots of fights as they go in for those rotations. Entity, meanwhile, coming in from the eastern side, finally going to look to take part in this game as they come closer towards the center.
Currently 3rd place. Obviously, they want to try and get themselves to 2nd or 1st as we will be moving into the second half of the day after this particular matchup. S2 got a couple of squads in, and we already talked about the Fear, UOL, and S2 showdown. I think Unicorns will have a little bit too far out to be participants, but S2 and Fear could definitely trade blows should one of them elect to do so. Gunfire being fired already, so that's going to give over the information. The auditory cue is there for the teams in the surrounding area to know, hey, maybe we should stop probably playing PUBG Mobile in-game, get really meta with it, and actually focus on what we're supposed to be doing here, which is staying alive.
Yeah, they were ringing the dinner bell in Chernobyl, as it were, so people are going to know where they are. Entity might have been close enough. It looks like they might be going in for the care package, but it should actually be S2 who should be able to take shots of them. They are in decent cover on that hillside, but they are then open to the Plague.
Entity actually started off getting that crate by trading the fire themselves. They were the first ones to pull the trigger on that. They alerted positions. They thought maybe they could have got a knock or caused S2 to reclude before they went for the care package.
The circle is about to close in. Trade. Is it going to go hard to Pachinki? It's actually going to be landing at Split. Clash, they've actually paid out. This is a really good circle for them. It's not perfect, but
they've got that information early, Tom. That's the most important thing. See how fast they mobilized and started moving over to their favorable position. They didn't want to take any chances. They want to be playing around this position, and now they're going to take control of one of the power positions on a pivotal choke.
I hope so. If they don't land in a decent position on this one early on, then they deserve to lose. But meanwhile, Cream are going to be taking some shots at themselves, I think, here, trying to rotate in. But it's going to be Unicorns Love taking the power position in this circle at the very center in a garage compound, rather. This one is one where we tend to see a lot of fights coming across. These kind of circles tend to go down south, but it is random. It could go anywhere.
Cream, they're now going to be able to spot Plague coming across to the east. They took some fire at them, but they've not been able to get any knocks just yet. Cream are now got Fear right on top of them. They should be able to get some damage off on them, potentially get a knock, but they've just driven straight past them. Cream aren't finding the damage, and they're not finding the knocks from this all-important position they carved out. This is why they took this position, and they're not capitalizing on it.
No, and I mean, I called it might be a conga line, but it's actually more of a wave. We're going to be seeing teams coming in those waves, sort of 3 coming in, and then another 3 piling in on top as well. S2, they're going to be remaining on the mountain alongside Footballers and Synergy, who are going to stay at the base of the mountain, trying to stay alive right now.
Yeah, they are playing with a 2-man squad, so you can forgive them for playing edge. They're trying to play for placement on this one. They know they can't compete and take the kills necessarily. You got Footballists now making the migration themselves. They're moving over. They could clash with S2 if they're not too careful. Clash have got that position, so they've actually traded. They've split across this road. And that's the only thing that divides them between that and Fear. And you can see on the screen here, a member of Fear, Hidan, by himself right now, keeping an eye on what Cream are doing, but Alien is to spot him out. And the rest of URL are in that compound. They're in a great position to punish Hidan, should he go for a late rotation.
Yeah, and I mean, all he needs to do is actually just play carefully, play slow, and wait for whatever happens. Like, he is just their anchor right now in the game. If it goes south, it means that he is their player that they can depend on to get them at least a placement, if not a position in the circle.
Fear taking the knocks already. There's the engagement happening, and 2 of them have already been knocked down. I think one of them's been removed as well. It's just Perkz and Laughs off there onto that compound. They're going to have to try and find a way to regroup with Hadan. On your screens right now, Football is taking and trading a few blows with the opponent, but it's Entity. Jonathan taking that knock onto Cream, causing them to close ranks and give up this position. This could be a window of opportunity for Hadan to try and break free and regroup with the rest of his team.
I think it's probably best if he does stay there, but
yeah,
it does weaken them, the fact that they're going to be 1 man down anyway, so they're going to only have 3 people left alive from Ryan saying, yes, so the Talon did go down early on. If he stays there and stays alive, it could do really well for them. Meanwhile, Footballers, they are on top of this mountain. They're trying to take these shots at S2. This is where we finally get to see S2. Are they going to perform? Are they going to be able to survive past the initial fights?
But they are trying to trade blows right now. No one seems to be worse for wear. It's almost like a shouting match at the distance. No, it's all bark, no bite.
Hello.
Hello. No real echoes happening there, unfortunately. Just going to get some meds up, keep themselves nice and healthy. They don't know if there's going to be any aggression. Unicorns of Love still taking shots at Cream, who also having to deal with Entity right now as well. They got themselves caught in the crossfire. It could prove detrimental to them.
I just want to say right now, if this hard shifts south, which it should do in regards to like where the water content is right now and where the land is, Plague are screwed. They'll be the last ones to be able to rotate across to the southern side. On the other side, if the tiny percentage, and it does land on the north, they're in perfect spot.
They saw how Clash was gambling this game, and they thought, you know what? We're going to match. We're going to follow suit. We're going to take Northern risk as well, see if it pays off for us. And if it does, it could be absolutely massive for them. But we saw what happened last time with Plague. You know, they had circles. They lost control of the game by going for ambitious splits.
They've actually just had another one knocked by the likes of Kareem, and there we go. It's actually going to be landing perfectly for these teams in the center. It does go and keep part of the northern side on, but Plague, they're going to have to rotate down, and there's not much real estate there for these guys to be able to take. They're going to have to fight Fear. They're going to have to fight Clash here.
They're having to fight a 1-1 split right now. Lofts has just been finished off by PSK. So it's Perkz on one entrance to this island, and it's Hadan still in that same position after he was locked down.
Like I said, he's an anchor, and now they actually have Perkz who's hiding under the bridge, trying to stay alive here. The same as Hadan as well, who's just staying at the bottom of that. But now he's going to get crashed by Entity. So if we could switch back, this might actually turn into something interesting. If he can damage Entity enough, it could actually be damning for them.
They're going for that care package first, though, so we have a little bit more time before that happens. You can have a look at this. Entity, Cream, and Hadan. Cream are playing on this bank by the bridge as they've crossed over out of line of sight. They're looking to assault this beachland.
Yeah, and they have to be careful because they might get shot in the back if they're not looking behind them. Meanwhile, Unicorns of Love shooting up the mountains towards
Footballers. Solke has been knocked down, unfortunately, so Unicorns of Love from their defensive position they took early, able to fire outwards and create some pressure on the Footballers who are trying to move into this next circle. They completely backed off of that engagement with S2, who are still over to the south, and Pokers taking a few shots at Entity, who are trying to rotate further to the north. Cream are really trying to keep them from getting any prime real estate here.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Entity, they might butt heads with that of S2 at the moment because S2 are going to have to play around the base of this mountain where there are a couple of rocks, a couple of trees for them to play around because they can't crash into Unicorns of Love. They're just in such a power play where they have view over everything and they can actually shoot without being punished a lot of the time as well. It's a really strong position. Entity at the moment just going to have to turtle up, huddle up, try and stay alive here because they're between Cream, Unicorn Loves, and also S2.
Absolutely, and Clash and Plague, they're trading blows right now across this northern side. They're both still on that north side of the river. It's unlikely they'll get much value out of that when it progresses into the next circle. A-Man going very low here for Entity, will med back up to stay competitive in this game as they're all starting to get back into their vehicles and look to move across the ridge. Bazooka's got a line of sight on them already. He's already pelting rounds into them.
If they keep going further up, they might meet heads with S2 rather. But yeah, I mean, having Cream below them is so damning. They can't really do much. They're just going to have to wait until they can cross. Because Zuku still has to cross the water at this point. And this circle is coming in, but it's still got a long time to go.
Destro and actually Synergy are making the engagement. Neo going to get that knocked down. He's going to be able to put them on the back foot for now. But it's actually Destro is going to be moving into S2 right now. They're trying to mount up. Law might be coming in a little bit too late. Zuku now coming across that river. Going to be in the vehicle trying to make it fast as PSK applies the pressure to Entity, tries to cut down and provide covering fire for his teammate.
It's going to be so important for actually Cream watching their back now, watching out for any teams who are still on this back line on the northern side. It's going to be Plague who are going to be the thorn in their side if they're not careful enough. This next circle, it shifts!
It's beautiful. Plague and Clash are going to get so much value out of this, and so is Perks as well, still sitting in the middle. All these teams on the southern side are having to rotate. That long con might actually be paying off for both Clash and Plague.
They put it all on red, and they're going to be grouping in the benefits. And Perks, he's going to be playing the Troll into the bridge, whilst Hidan is going to be playing, well, probably the dead sock in the draw here, because he's going to be stuck in and under the tower.
I think that Hidan's idea here might be is to just play this one late, move in on the backside of everyone else who's decided to move in, because I think after a certain point of time, UOL, as they're playing Edge, this compound's not going to get much value for him. Most of it is in the circle, so they can move around, but they need to be looking inward, not outward, after a certain point, and that might be the time to go in. Law just taken out by S2 there, so they were able to pick up a kill, leaving one member of Team Synergy alive. Destro carrying the path. Entity now making that fast rotation into the center, and they're going to be wedged nicely between it, but also future footballists also coming in here. They're going to clash at a bridge that Perks is currently occupying. This could explode at a moment's notice.
It's going to be looking like all these teams coming in. It's going to be the Troll under the bridge. Going to be looking to take the fights here. Can't quite see the fight going on here. It's going to be Zuku taking shots from under the bridge from Cream, but meanwhile, Footballers, Entity, and also Fear going to be clashing.
It's all this conflict over the bridge right now. Entity, they lost a man. They're going to get Gatak knocked down. Perks from Fear has also been knocked down, so that Troll has now been eradicated, booted out from his hovel.
I don't know how that happened. He was on land, he could shoot them as they're crashing in, he could have taken them down whilst they're in the water. Yeah. But they obviously they're just the better team here.
Just going to be able to out-gunplay them right now. S2 playing this one late. Cream just on the edge of the circle as well. We're on board with Clash, who are taking a few shots at Plague, who are trying to make that transition across the hill. But they're also having to worry about Entity on the other side of that bridge. You can see them in the line of sight. Sprays him down. Beautiful from Neo. But Aman falling victim for members of Footballists. Sulke going to be the one to pick that up. Clash finding that completion and a flush onto the opposite man as Neo still under the cosh from MZ.
They're still inside the circle right now, but for how long? Unicorns of Love are going to be able to shoot them in the back. And Wildcats are finally going to start their rotation as the circle is closing in fairly fast. Look how fast it's coming in. Destro at the bottom trying to stay alive, but it seems like they might go out on 10th, but they're not careful.
Late rotation, yeah, that's a good thing to note here, Tom, that no team has actually been fully wiped yet. We still got all 10 teams participating. Destro could be the first to go out here. Cream taking that engagement already. Clash firing a lot of shots, but it hits Hidan from Fear. That sleeper agent in the blue zone, flushing out a squad as Alienist is allowable to deal with S2.
And Destro goes out as well. That's a minimum of 8th place, whilst he's still trying to get some kills here. But Unicorns of Luck taking out S2 potentially. I think there's one person left on S2 right now.
Could be right now as he's trying to keep himself in the game. There's still 8 squads in it. Hidan is left as a solo operator for Fear still. He's on the border. He's being chased by the blue right now as he wants to stay competitive in this game. Sulke taking that position underneath it. Zuku's been knocked by a grenade. Navy going to take out Keys as he gets hit by the rifle. And now they're going to slow it down a little bit as they're looking to find territory. Still a big transition needs to be made by Unicorns of Love. They're on the outside of Zuku. Will get flushed out of the game by Baka. That means we've just lost another squad.
Massive plays coming in here. This is where the points start to rack up. Not just the kills, but if you actually have a look, there's actually less than half the players in the game, but nearly all the teams still in at the moment. So there's a lot of low count teams here. If you have a look, I mean, there's Fear, who's 1 player, Footballers, who are down to 2, Cream, who are down to 2, Plague, again, in a decent position, but they have to be careful because Wildcats are somehow here behind them.
They're fighting on 2 fronts right now. They have to be worried about Wildcats. Hidan is sneaking, but they won't know that. Next circle's just popped, and it's Plague and Clash. They're the closest to it right now. They need to play gatekeepers on the west and eastern front. Sulke's just medding up as he wants to try and get out of this one, but he has got LOS right now on Unicorns of Love.
There's also Pocus, who's just staying in the water right next to Footballists, and also one of the members from Wildcats is swimming in around here. They're just trying to stay alive.
Bochka's in the water right now. BSD is about to get onto the bank on that side and potentially start contesting with Plague and getting the pressure on them.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. The circle has shifted soon enough. But
BSD's gambit! It's worked! He's taken out 1 member of Plague. He'll finally be knocked down by Hidan. Not actually from Plague, who then gets turned around on and taken out of the map. So that's going to be the last member of Fear being flushed from the map. Circle's closing in. Everything on the southern border is starting to collapse. BSD is knocked, and he's trying to get back into the fight. He will go down to the play zone. Alien is cooking up a frag, throws it over the top as Bochka trying to keep him at bay.
The grenade's going to be coming in here, but it's going to be Unicorns of Love coming under pressure. They take down 1 with a single grenade. They're fighting on the lower ground here.
Hatch and Bochka have just been taken out there. Istanbul Wildcats, I believe, have just been flushed out of this round. And his Poker's taking a hit down from Soulk as well, so Futbolists are still fighting on the border of this circle. Clash are in a great position. Plague needs to get into that next circle.
Cream are completely wiped from here. We're going to be down to 4 teams here. Only one team actually has a full lineup, and that's going to be Clash. Plague have 3. They have a strong chance to be able to do this, but their position right now is really bad.
They've got 3, but one's just been knocked down by Clash. So they're currently playing with 2 active members. They've closed ranks to recover. They're running out of time to get a good position in this final circle.
There's very few reasons as to why Clash should not win this. They've got the hard cover. They've actually got the majority of the circle under their control as well. Plague, they're going to have to go over the top. Meanwhile, Unicorns of Love trying to swim around, but they're going to get shot down if they're not careful.
Sonic opting to go into the water. High ground position from Alienist will find that knock onto Soulk. Anarchite finding Sonic. The return fire comes in. Another squad removed from the play. Unicorns of Love taking out Futbolists.
Talk about having a vendetta. They're going to come in and wipe out the team that took them out last game, and also the team that won it are out in 4th.
Yeah, so Unicorns of Love, I believe they've only got 2 members remaining right now. Alienist and Genesis, who's going to be finding the frags onto Plague Gaming. He's knocked, he's out in the open. There's no cover for him, and it's flushed out perfectly as Alienist going to be finding the knock onto Baka. Plague have been dismantled by an explosion coming in from Clash MZ.
And meanwhile, Unicorns of Love going to be potentially going out in second if they can delay the inevitable. There's going to be 1 member's down for Clash right now. Unicorns of Love trying to cling onto the edge here.
But the same story is that for Unicorns of Love. Alienist is playing solo right now. The blue is starting to tank the damage. He has to move forward as the circle is starting to close in. Grills from Plague was playing for place, but the play zone will claim him. Unicorns of Love have guaranteed second, as have Clash. This is all about who's going to take the chicken dinner.
And we're going to be seeing the push across here. It's going to be a 1 versus 3 situation. Unicorns of Love, have they got it in them to be able to clutch this out in a 1v3?
We've got the split screen going on. You've still got Genesis trying to crawl over there. There is a chance he can be rezzed. They play this slow. Grenade getting ready. He wants to throw the utility into them. He's going to prime it up, ready to go. He's cooked it long enough. Alley-oop over the top. Won't find anyone for now, so Alienist staying in prone. Genesis is moving away. He's not going to go for the res. Instead, he's going to go for the information.
Yeah, that grenade, he held it on for a little bit too long. He needs to land it behind that tree, but he's just failing them. He's going to be able to potentially take down 1!
He's got MZ on the ropes right now. He needs to find a way to take out the 3 other members of Clash. Genesis is about to be knocked out. It's a 1-man effort. There you go. He was trying to be bait to force out the positions from Clash. Alienist holding the angle in prone. He's given the information about his location. He wants to try and take some members and potentially compete for first, but it's not looking likely, Tom.
He needs to be going in for the gun and like just spray through the grass. He's going to be able to do that. Takes down another member. That's going to be his 3rd knock, if I'm right in saying. He takes out the DP. 47 bullets in it. But we have also got Will on the other side.
He knows where he is. He's going to spray the angle. He found it perfectly. Alienist can't stay in the game much later. A valiant effort, but Clash will claim their first chicken dinner of the day. And that's got to mean so much to a team that carries the weight of an impressive mobile esports organization that have yet to prove themselves as a PUBG Mobile roster.
Well, they might just be bringing it in here. They don't get a crazy amount of kills, but they still get a decent amount of, what, 7 in total? Got to give them
7 kills coming in for Clash.
And a first place. That's 27 points. But I was really impressed by that of Unicorns of Love. They're going to be able to walk away with a total of 10 kills and second place. Landing them 25 points in total.
Just 2 points short of first place as well. So they're going to be staying in contention. They were about 6th place before this map started. 27 is going to push them up the ranks. I'm going to be curious to see where they finish on the standings at the conclusion of this first half.
Not long behind them is actually going to be Plague, who did so well last game, weren't able to clutch it out, and it seems that's going to be the case again this time round. They gambled like Clash on the northern side, but they just didn't have that strong compound like Clash did.
But the thing about Plague is because they're consistently getting these top 3 finishes, they are probably going to end up first in the standings after this first half. And they're in a good position moving into the second half.
I think they walk away with about 16 points, if I'm right in saying, from this. That's still a fairly decent showing from them.
Yeah. Still decent, and considering the strong position they start from. We're having a look at a few replays on your screen. This is Clash decimating Plague. They were occupying similar territory for the longest time. Once he got that knocked down, it was so easy when he was in cover. Like we said, valiant effort from Alienist and his partner when it came round. Genesis, I believe it was, in the final section. But when you get down to the final 2 squads and you're going up 1v4, yeah, you can get a couple of knocks. You're probably not walking away with a W there, but he didn't give up.
No, I think what would have topped it off, like cherry on top, was if he just carried on spraying, get that extra point, not try to go for the massive clutch, just get those points. That's all that matters. The win would have been fantastic, but so unlikely in a 1v4.
He spent his only nade. We said he overcooked it a little bit too much. If he could have got that further back, we could have been looking at potentially more knocks, opening up that opportunity for him to come in clutch and secure the chicken dinner for his team.
I think so as well. He held it on for about 4 seconds out of 5, chucked it, and it exploded in the air before it even got through the smoke. Massive mistake. He could see the tree, should have guessed that they were hiding behind hard cover, chucked it behind there, would have been able to get down 3 members as well. Would have been a whole different game, like I say, and there would have been 1 on his right side. He might have had a chance.
Well, that's it for the first half of the grand finals. Like the players, we're a little bit hungry, so we're going to have to go for a lunch break while everything resets. There'll be a slightly longer break than there was usual. When we come back, we're going to bring you the second half of the grand finals.
It's grand final time.
Da piccolo parlavi con le macchine, i pupazzi, le lampadine. Pensavi di avere occhi capaci di vedere oltre gli ostacoli. I dinosauri non si erano estinti. Tu li vedevi dappertutto e ci potevi giocare. E sapevi che la mamma ti sarebbe stata vicina. Sempre. Sai una cosa? Avevi ragione. Nasce Vodafone Giga Network 5G. Realtà e fantasia sono finalmente connesse.
Magic, magic, magic. On my own, when you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on our baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
Move your body to the sound of the jukebox. Body to the sound of the jukebox.
final time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Milan Games Week. Now, of course, the players are on their lunch break at the moment, but we wanted to take a moment to have a chat with someone that we managed to find in the audience. Rowenside is here. We spotted him in the audience during the first game. And first of all, it's just nice to chat with you. What brings you to Milano?
Basically, this tournament, it is. So we were watching it, a big fan of Cream, obviously. You saw me in the crowd cheering them up. Yeah, love it. It's gaming, all over gaming. All where gaming is, that's where I am.
Bentornati, bentornati Milan Games Week. Ovviamente i giocatori sono in pausa pranzo, quindi noi abbiamo voluto approfittare di questa opportunità per fare due chiacchiere con un pazzo che abbiamo trovato nel pubblico. Adesso vi sveleremo anche chi è, ovviamente. E l'abbiamo visto che saltava sulle sedie, batteva, era molto festoso. Abbiamo chiesto come mai. Ovviamente lui vede l'hype dei team, l'opportunità che hanno e chiaramente un'occasione di festa come quella che offre la ESL Arena, ed è qui con noi.
So have you had much of a chance to walk around not just this hall but the entirety of Milan Games Week yet? What's your morning been like?
Basically, we're doing a video. First of all, abonniert Evive HD. It's really important. So I was walking around, basically doing a few video shots, looking at different stands, looking at different halls. Pretty cool. It's like totally remind me of Gamescom here. So I'm from Cologne. I'm pretty used to this. Yeah, amazing audience here, amazing climate as well. Because Gamescom always tends to be too hot, but in here it's pretty chill. Yeah, and don't forget abonniert Evive HD.
Allora, gli ha chiesto com'è, se ha avuto l'opportunità di girare un po' per Milano. Ovviamente sì, negozi meravigliosi, il gelato buonissimo, le solite cose ovviamente che vi aspettate da uno che viene a visitare le nostre parti. E poi ogni tanto lo sentirete dire delle frasi in tedesco che equivalgono a iscrivetevi al suo canale, perché fondamentalmente fa parte di una cosa che sta facendo con un suo collega youtuber in questo momento.
You mentioned you came here taking a look at this tournament in particular. Now, of course, 5-10 years ago, we all go to a tournament. We expect everything to be plugged in at LAN. Times have changed now, and this is a world first. We're having the entire tournament on 5G, and you can tell from taking a look at the stream and the players' experience, it is entirely stutter-free. You wouldn't have noticed it. What do you think of the advances that we're making here?
It's incredible how there's no input lag, no output lag. It's completely smooth. There's no nasty cable going around or no big Wi-Fi router. It's just all in the back there, and it's working fine, I guess. It's amazing that we have this technology. Looking forward to LAN parties, becoming wireless LAN parties with 5G. Incredible speeds there with like 500 gigabits per second. Insane, totally insane.
Parlavamo dei passi avanti fatti dalla tecnologia, dove riusciamo a fare una LAN che non è una LAN, perché non so se ve ne siete accorti, ma tutto il torneo che stiamo facendo vedere oggi è tutto su linea mobile 5G offerta da Vodafone, e quindi non ci sono cavi, non ci sono problemi di connessione, lag a zero, latency a zero, e siamo tutti molto sorpresi, lui in particolare molto sorpreso anche perché lui ha fatto molte competizioni su PUBG, però c'erano sempre questi cavi in mezzo, qui invece è tutto pulitissimo.
You mentioned you're a fan of Cream in PUBG Mobile. Now, they're one of the teams who I would say the desk has spoken about a fair bit. They're a very, very skilled team, but perhaps didn't quite get the start to the tournament that they ideally would have wanted. What's your message to them in the second half of the tournament when they come back from their break?
There's only one thing they can do to improve themselves, to improve their skill set, to improve their mindset. It's completely up to them. Subscribe to Evive HD, obviously. That's pretty important. But furthermore than that, it all comes down to the mindset, I guess. If you go in concentrated, look over the plays you made and try to figure out another tactic, it might work out. We'll see. I hope they win. I hope for. I'm a big fan since, yeah, like 5 hours or something. But I'm a very big fan of Evive HD. Subscribe to his channel.
Allora, parlavamo un po' della competizione, ovviamente dei Cream, e lui ha seguito un po' questo team nelle settimane scorse e poi di nuovo ancora oggi. Chiaramente iscrivetevi al canale di Revive HD, perché quello ormai bisogna farlo. E no, ragazzi, il discorso era più sul cosa possono fare per migliorare. I ragazzi devono rimanere concentrati, hanno fatto metà delle partite, le altre 3 che mancano è ancora tutta in salita. Iscrivetevi al canale di Revive HD.
So talk to me a little bit about Milan in general. Like outside of Milan Games Week, where have you been? What have you enjoyed doing while you're here? Because I'm aware this isn't your first time in Milan. You quite enjoy the city as well.
I do. I really like the city. Sounds pretty straightforward, but I really like the cathedral. I don't know, it's a central place, so it's beautiful architecture, beautiful museum with the catacombs down there. It's worth a trip. I also love the shopping mall as well. I've been here with my friend Evive HD. By the way, you can subscribe to his channel. 4 or 3 weeks ago, and we did a video shoot here, and it was fun. I really like the city. I really like the vibe of the city. Everybody's looked fabulous, dressed nice. Nothing like this, you know. But yeah, overall, great city, and I really recommend. I would like to come back here.
Si è trovato molto bene a Milano, ha avuto l'opportunità di girare un bel po', ovviamente, e in particolare ai centri commerciali, cercare di tenersi alla moda. Ha detto a John, non come questa che stai indossando tu, molto male, molto male. E ovviamente iscrivetevi al canale di Revive HD.
So I believe for Simone, a couple of questions you probably want to ask our guest here that it's a bit more difficult for me. So I'm gonna hand it over to you. We've got some Italian specialties here, I think, from your side of the mic.
John wanted to make you feel at home. I want to judge you. I want to be Italian, you know?
I'm the friend, and you shouldn't.
You shouldn't have done that. John voleva farlo sentire un po' a casa, voleva che fosse suo ospite. Io voglio invece giudicarlo da buon italiano. So I'm gonna ask a few quick questions, see what you answer, and let's see how your Italian is. Let's go with something like Grande Milano e viva il 5G!
Grande Milano, fila 5C!
Evviva!
Evviva 5C!
Dai, bravo, dai, almost, ok. Bravi, un applauso, ci sta, bravi, dai. Allora, let's try a few quick questions, okay? Pizza or pasta?
For me, it's always pasta. Homemade pasta is the best by far.
Okay. Kartoffelsuppe or risotto alla milanese?
Kartoffelsuppe und abonniert Evive HD.
Not going so well until now, huh? Let's try with tiramisù or stracciatella?
Tiramisù.
Oh, good one. Right. You've earned your share, okay? So, let's try a little, one last thing. Tongue twisters, you know what that is? Yes. I tongue twister, ragazzi, sono praticamente gli scioglilingua, ok? L'Italia ha degli scioglilingua complicatissimi, tra i più complicati al mondo, però cercherò di fargliene uno base, vediamo come se la cava. Italy has, one of the most difficult tongue twisters in the world, but I'll start with something pretty easy, okay? Let's try it starts with Apelle, figlio di Apollo. Pretty easy, right?
I don't get that.
Apelle, figlio di Apollo.
Abelle, figlio di Apollo.
Pretty good. But that was the easy part.
What did I say?
Apelle, son of Apollo.
What does it mean?
Apelle is just a name. Apollo is a god.
I see. Okay.
You see? Okay. So this was pretty easy, but it keeps on like this. Apelle, figlio di Apollo, fece una palla di pelle di pollo. Apelle, figlio di Apollo, fece una palla di pelle di pollo.
I don't know.
Let's try one bit at a time. Okay. Fece una palla di pelle.
Fece una palla di pelle.
Pretty good. Let's go.
It's Viva HD, like standing up.
So, fece una palla di pelle di pollo.
Fece una palla di pelle di pollo.
It's awesome. You're awesome, man. Let's go. So, now let's put it together. Apelle, figlio di Apollo, fece una palla di pelle di pollo.
Apelle, figlio di pollo. Apalla, figlio di pollo.
It's good. Un applauso. Bravo, dai. I think we twisted him enough, John.
I think we have. I think he's very, very eager to get out from the middle of both of us. So we may be thinking twice before deciding to troll us next time now. Thank you so much for joining us, Rowinside. Guys, we're going to be going again to a quick break, but when we come back, we will be live with the second half of the PUBG Mobile Open. So back to the desk for now.
Yes, let's go. Ragazzi, la linea al desk.
Grazie, that is the extent of my Italian. But guys, that was very fun. A little bit of Italian tongue twisters. All of our Italian is poor to say the least, so we're not even going to attempt. What we are going to attempt though is talking about that last game, and we're going to start off with, once again, Istanbul Wildcats and S2, top of the EU standings, qualifying for this. They aren't doing so hot, are they, guys?
I mean, S2, we had high hopes for them coming into this tournament. That's fair enough for us to say. They definitely have underperformed in comparison to what we expected from them. Now, Istanbul Wildcats, I'm not going to say we had the highest of expectations matching S2, but I still think they've been underperforming a little bit coming into this tournament, particularly in that last round where we had this weird standoff between Team Synergy, a little bit of tongue twister there for myself, actually, and Istanbul Wildcats. They were just playing who could take the slowest rotation, and it just became a standoff that got really weird.
I really thought Synergy were playing the 200 IQ. We're going to cut off Wildcats and get in their way, but no, they actually just spread apart and allowed themselves to get pecked apart by Wildcats, who took out 2 of their members, then proceeded to rotate in. Synergy then pretty much had nothing to play with, so had to play out bottom of a mountain until they rotated in, dived into the water, and that's pretty much them dead.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them as well. And S2, as I said, they're just not living up to expectations. They got a little bit further than we expected them to. Well, not expected them. We got a little bit further than they had in previous rounds. Had a good position, fighting a lot with Futbolists, who are one of our best teams if we're looking at it by the numbers. But they just aren't able to get into those top 5 finishes like we need them to do so. They want to start racking up the points and competing for that fairer chunk of the prize pool.
You asked for a longer rotation from them, and they went all the way from military all the way through to the mountain. So they actually had a good chance to be able to go into multiple engagements, but whenever they were fighting, it was actually not the top. It seems like their fragging power since the qualifiers has dipped, and I think like we kind of predicted that Fear were actually going to come out on top, and so far they have. I mean, there's the player Hidan, rather, for example, who was playing the snake in the grass, the anchor for Fear. He did such a good...
I was exactly about to bring it up. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Hidan, just absolutely playing the spoiler for so many players here today. And that's going to be absolutely insane. That's a big boost for them here.
It really winds me up that you didn't actually just go with Crouching Tiger, Hidan Dragon.
That would be much better.
You just added on an extra hitter for no discernible reason. For shame, Tetra, for shame. But no, you're absolutely right. That sleeper agent from Fear the Flame, able to sit out there and play spoiler to so many teams. Cream, Plague, to name a few of them, that he was able to even knock or apply this unneeded pressure to in such these pivotal moments when they were looking to go for these rotations. And Fear the Flame, we're right, they've been beating S2. It's not really a high benchmark anymore, though. They've not really got into the upper echelons themselves. Yes, they're performing quite well. They're up there in the standings just from consistently high finishes. I want to see a team like Fear the Flame taking the chicken dinner as we move into our second half. Otherwise, they will be left behind.
And they were punished at one point by some of the members from Fear, by some of the members from Cream, actually, who were coming in from the side. But it turned out that Cream, unfortunately, and sure, we have got members here who've been massive fans for them for a long time, like 5 hours, for example. But
a long time, apparently.
But when it comes down to it, they got wiped pretty much by one player, Hidan, who was on the other side. And I just want to reflect back to, I was talking when we were doing our broadcast, that fact that we had Perks, who was under the troll under the bridge, and then we had Hidan, who, to be honest, I expected him to die first, but Perks got rushed by the footballers, and then unfortunately for the rest of the teams, Hidan stayed alive long enough to screw over, I think, about 4 teams.
A lot of people weren't playing that troll toll, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at the rankings, ladies and gentlemen, as we are preparing for our break. But for now, we can see the end rankings. Currently, 60 points at the top is Team Plague, still hovering up there, but Futbolists, a huge boosts up the board.
Able to get into that second place, and I called it towards the end of that game when we were doing our wrap-up, Tom, about how Team Plague's consistently high finish is just letting them accelerate this gap. 12-point stand between them and second place. That's a difference between like a 10th place finish. So I'm getting used to regular-sized lobbies. 10th place position and about 5th. You're racking up so many points there already, and you set yourself in a nice position moving into the second half of the day, whilst also still choking at these pivotal moments at the end of maps.
Last 2 games, choked both times, but the fact that they've managed to get into that last position has been fantastic. And another team that's managed to get into the late game is Clash, and they gambled everything. They put everything on red, and they went to the northern side, which then won them the game. If they were not north the whole of the time, and they didn't get a massive amount of kills, but what they didn't get in kills, they got in points. by being able to finish off last members of Unicorns of Love, who also played fantastically. One nade could have changed it all, but thankfully for Clash, they were able to res their teammate and then finish off last player.
Yeah, that fantastic wraparound from Clash was really impressive, and they've got themselves a huge boost up the board, overtaking teams like Entity, who were already quite high up as well. But once again, Clash, they have been performing very consistently, but this was easily their best performance because, of course, they won.
Yeah, first time they got the chicken dinners. We've had 3 different chicken dinner winners so far. Chicken dinner winner, yep, that's right. Had 3 different ones of them so far. So when it's moving into the next half of the series, we're going to have some issues here where teams need to get that first place finish if they even want to compete, because when we get into map 3 or round 3 and round 4 and round 5, we're going to enter instances where people are just unable to be able to get themselves in that final position to be able to win, because they're just not, they're working at such a points deficit, they're not going to be able to play catch up. You noticed it there, we called them out already. S2 Gaming sitting in 10th place right now. They have so much to climb.
They have 8 points. They're quite literally 52 points behind the leading team. That is ridiculous. Can they come back from that? I don't think so. I think they could make it into the top 4 if they did fantastic on the next Erangel, Sanhok and Erangel, but
based on the consistency of our top 3 teams, Tom, I don't think that they are going to be able to close that gap in first place. I think they've disqualified themselves from first place halfway through the tournament. I don't think that's too much of a bold statement based on, like you said, that 52 deficit they're climbing from. They will be able to climb up the leaderboards. They can definitely find themselves into a position where they start earning more of the prize pool, but first place, it's gone.
It's really gone. I think we're getting to the point after next map, we'll be seeing a solid structure of what we're going to be seeing in the top 5. After the next game, that's it. The other teams will be fighting in for those bottom 5 positions. Where can they get into it? If they get a massive win and 10 kills, that could change everything, but it's less likely to happen. We've only seen a couple of teams manage to break that sort of 9 kill mark each game, but there has been that. But there's no sort of real consistency at the top, because we have seen a different winner each time. Yeah. But when it comes to second place, there is a consistency of the fact that Plague have actually done pretty well in the second and third place games so far.
Just need to get that win. Plague get that win, they can flip it over, take over that first place away from them.
Absolutely, Plague just in such a strong position right now at the top due to their second place. Just shows you don't have to win, but it's going to secure them such a huge lead at the top of the table if they can do so. Are there any hope for our bottom teams? You've already mentioned we still have 3 rounds to go. It's possible. So what are your hopes for them?
So let's put it like this way, even if they have low kill games, 52 is the current deficit between first and last, right? 20 points is a win.
Yeah,
you need to win. You need to win 2 of those final games, rack up a boatload of kills to even get to that position where you can contend. But then you're also hoping that these other teams that are at the top right now are going out first, having 0 kill games, and based on the consistency we've seen, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen at all.
I think it's a lot harder to be able to come up from the bottom because there's not as many players. There's only 36 potential kills you can get per game, so you're struggling to fight for the few kills that can be there, and none of those kills happen until the end really, apart from the odd 2 or 4 kills at the start of the game. So the fact that they have to try and get that sort of first or second or third place plus a minimum of like 3 kills for the next sort of 3 games to maintain their position in the top, it's very unlikely considering they've got such a low score right now.
And that first place, well, the highest kill game we've seen so far from the squad, it's only 11 kills.
Yeah.
So if we take that as like the benchmark of what you can get, okay, let's say if you win all 3 maps, you get 11 kills each time, right? You're 93 points, okay?
Yeah.
That's what you're going to get. So you're already looking at 101 points as a max place finish. This is the best case scenario, 3 times in a row, and you're relying on the other teams not being able to match up for the points as well. You're going to really struggle. First place, not happening ever for S2 Gaming. They can maybe get 4th, I think, is the highest place finish they can get.
Which is still a huge boost in points. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick video about Clash, who have been performing very well throughout this. Let's hear from them quickly.
So we're Kulash, my name is Muriel, this is MZ, this is Will, and that's Beast. We're representing Kulash Europe. We were the #1 team in the first cup of the ESL tournament. And yeah, that's it, that's us. Come on, man! Why now? So I joined first. I was the manager for a different team called Art of Revolution. I recruited MZ from a different team, which he was also the in-game leader of that team. After which I found Will, and I don't even know what the conversation was.
Well, basically, I just wanted to stop playing in North America, so came to Europe, and this was the first team I joined.
And then I came like in season 4.
Well, I don't know. Are we allowed to say that?
Yeah, we're allowed to say that. We're gonna whisper, right? We like to drop in Severny. because Severny is the best spot for us because we kind of capitalize Severny in our own way. We have like drop spots, we have call out names, and we know exactly what to do when there's another team there with us.
Best team here probably is one of the Indian teams, Synergy Gaming, or what was that? Entity Gaming. Entity Gaming. Basically because they're unpredictable, and they've been on phones longer than anyone in Europe, so they're gonna do pretty well.
Synergy with the best kind of fans there, the K9 fans.
I don't think there was a fan. I think that was the 5th member of their team. Just in the background, giving him a fair shout out.
Fastest rotations on any map, we can guarantee here. But I want to jump back into where we were talking about before we left off here, and that is the amount of kills that some of these bottom teams have to get in order to start placing that little bit higher. Now, we do have 2 more Erangel games left, but there's one wild card here that could maybe affect those kill counts, and that is the game after next. Sanhok is going to be the 5th map of the day. That could be the wildcard, guys.
This is the one I've been looking forward to, because like I said at the top of the show, I think Sanhok is the map that lends itself perfectly to the server size we're using right now. That'll probably be the most regular game we're going to see. Condensed space, smaller landmass to work with. There is a little bit more RNG favor to it in the sense of where you land and what you're going to that final circle to be. Circle placement is so good right now because if it starts to go onto your area like it has with the likes of S2, for example. Actually, I'm thinking about this as I'm going along now. S2, they've been great and getting last placements when they've had the circle to themselves. On Sanhok, that's exactly what you want to have happen. They might be able to get their win on Sanhok. Maybe too little too late, but they might get one.
I mean, like I said at the start of the day, is the fact that on Sanhok we tend to see the 3 teams that are inside the circle where they started and it lands on them. That's where we see the winners come out from it. And to be honest, it's a higher fragger sort of map. That's where you're close quarters, you can third party, you can fourth party a lot easier. That's what that map's all about, is you just have to go for frags. And if they're still in last place in that game, they might just go ham. They might just be like, we have to get like a 15 kill game and a win, so we might as well go hunting.
Yeah, I can imagine we'll see towards round 5, round 6, teams start realizing and understanding the gravity of the position they're in, and then playing a little bit more aggressive to try and rack up points going, well, I mean, we can't get, for example, we can't get 5th now. We could get 6th if we had this amount of kills though, so you might want to try and open it up. Aggressive play may be coming in later down the line.
And we are going to be heading into the break. We'll see if that aggressive play comes in after this break, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we will be back very shortly with the Vodafone 5G ESL Mobile Championship. See you in a bit.
It's grand final time.
Da piccolo parlavi con le macchine, i pupazzi, le lampadine. Pensavi di avere occhi capaci di vedere oltre gli ostacoli. I dinosauri non si erano estinti. Tu li vedevi dappertutto e ci potevi giocare. E sapevi che la mamma ti sarebbe stata vicina. Sempre. Sai una cosa? Avevi ragione. Nasce Vodafone Giga Network 5G. Realtà e fantasia sono finalmente connesse.
Magic, magic, magic. dancing on my own. When you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
Body to the sound of the tuba. party to the sound of the tuba.
time drops, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright.
It's grand final time.
Welcome back to the Vodafone 5G ESL Mobile Open, powered by the Huawei Mate 20X 5G, co-engineered with Leica. And guys, due to the length of the title, we're nearly ready for the game. How are you doing? Because we are already past the halfway point heading into Game 4.
Yeah, I went and had a chicken dinner for myself while we had a quick little break over there. Nice little bit of interview, nice little wrap up of the first half. I'm really going to close the book on that one and hopefully open up a new chapter for a couple of these teams. S2 really need to pull their finger out a little bit, and they're not the only ones on that other side of the leaderboard.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot from Unicorns Love and also Fear. I think Fear are going to be coming up and climbing that leaderboard slow, consistent. Exactly how Plague at the top are playing it.
So what are your expectations for the teams in general? What should we be seeing into these final 3 games?
I think that even though Plague might not be able to walk away with a chicken dinner, I think that we'll consistently see Plague finish in the top 5, hopefully top 3, and they may not be able to extend their lead, but they'll be able to maintain it. I think we may see some teams who are also joining them in the top 3, making those having that catch-up potential and chasing them in our second half.
Tom?
I think we're going to be seeing that people like Unicorns Love, who've got that sort of aggressive capability, that stronghold of being able to get a second place and multiple kills as well. And like Fear, like I mentioned a minute ago, I think we're going to be seeing them climbing up the leaderboard, being able to try and get as many kills as they can. I mean, when you've got Hidan doing what he did, playing that anchor position for his whole team, they did north and south side of the river, they did a brilliant job.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if history will repeat itself or whether some of those lower teams will be able to creep their way up the board as we are heading in to game number 4.
Thank you very much, Tatcha. Game number 4, it's on Erangel. And we're on board already. Looking at this flight path, it's over to the west. And one of the things we heard from Team Clash over in one of the interviews we heard from them at the first half was that they love themselves some Severny. That seems to be their hotspot they like to drop on. Well, the flight path is going to take them just there.
It's perfect, right above it, allowing a lot of teams to go where they want. One question I have is S2 going to be able to go over towards their spot in Novi on the military island? I think so. And you talked about Clash there. They managed to get up north last time as well, and they rotated perfectly straight into that chicken dinner. This time, I don't think it's going to be so easy for them. I think we're going to be seeing a central circle. I think we're going to be seeing a couple of the other teams being able to shine through. S2, it's their last time. I mean, last game, we said it was their last time. Now it's really the point where it's like of no return.
They're going to have to make a deal with the devil and be blessed by an angel at the same time if they have any hope of getting that first place. I think it's nigh impossible, but they could still do it theoretically. It's mathematically it can still work out. It's just reliant on a lot of mistakes from other top teams, and they have to have 3 perfect games back to back. They are currently in last place. That is not where they want to finish after these next 3 maps.
There's so much money on the line for these teams who have been fighting for it for so long, through the qualifiers into this stage where they've got like the pressure on stage. It's like not all these players would have had that experience where they are playing on LAN. They've got that sort of pressure of the crowd watching them, of us talking about them. It's going to be a new thing, interesting thing.
Unlike Asphalt that we had yesterday here on the Mobile Open stage, the PUBG Mobile event or tournament was online qualifiers only. They haven't had an opportunity to have that offline experience, and they will struggle and maybe be punished by the fact they can't handle that big match temperament. We've got our first circle drawn already, nice and central on the mainland, cutting off Millie yet again.
It's not going to be able to go to Millie, but it has got the possibility to go all the way up north. We had on Miramar, we actually saw 3 hardships in a row, which actually blessed Plague with that 3rd place finish in the end. So is that going to happen again? Are Clash going to be getting the opportunity to prove that the north is best? And I mean, you're pointing out to me right now, Fear, S2, what's going on here? I mean, S2 at the moment aren't even looting, they're in boats.
I'm not understanding what happened here. The flight path went over from the southwest over to Severny. They definitely could have reached Novo, or at least close to it from the flight path, and yet they're all over the place right now. They grabbed boats from the western coast and they're going to boat round instead. They burnt so much of their time.
Yeah, I mean, what they should have done there is gone for vehicles along the northern side of the military or just below Pochinki to try and get some vehicles across, but it's not really going to, it's just so hard for them.
Fear don't care. They want to get their heads down and start looting. They're not in a position to take a fight if you were to just go into sight lines of them. As long as you're fast and mobile, they're going to punish you early. I think that's a critical mistake from S2 to kick things off, and when they need to be playing perfectly.
I mean, right now, by the time they get to Novi, the time is going to be potentially around that 3-minute mark for them to loot and get out of dodge. They're going to have the boats, which is a plus, but they're going to be low on fuel. And when they get those boats, when they look to leave, they should really rotate all the way around Milta, but they're going to be so low on time. So they might even just decide to crash across the bridge, which would be a mistake in my opinion, because there's more than likely going to be an ambush set and waiting for them.
But the people who usually do the ambush in this instance have been Team Synergy. They're nowhere near those bridges. Instead, they're around by Gatka right now, so they're not going to have the usual gatekeepers in position. But as always, we had Cream in that Milta and Milta Power area, so they can potentially play gatekeeper to them. Speaking of Cream, huge split here going on. You got Pocus and Alpha around Milta and Milta Power. Meanwhile, PSK, he's up by Rozhok in the middle of Footballists and Plague.
If I was to say anyone's going to die first, it's him.
And he's not in a vehicle anymore as well. He's in a very dangerous spot.
He cannot stay there. He needs to rotate. Go to Yaz, but as far as he's concerned, there's going to be a team there. But there isn't. It's completely free at the moment. Entity dropped in Georgeport instead because it was closer to the flight path. They want to get that early rotation in, like early looting rather, so they can rotate. Unfortunately for them, bad circle to do it on, but hopefully they can come back from it. On the other side, Unicorns of Love are looting Pochinki again. They're going to have the stronghold position here. They don't really need to move anywhere from there.
You got Istanbul Wildcats taking the usual southwest corner of the map. They're happy to just move around with this one. You can see Dora from Plague. He's got Zessi in his screen, but not close enough to be able to have any engagements with that one. He's definitely at the far western position to be able to deal with that one. Synergy now crossing into that circle. And we called it Clash. They landed right on top of Severny, so they will be in that first circle as well. Very rare that you won't be in your starting zone unless you like to linger around the southern portion of this map.
Yeah, I mean, as far as it goes for Clash, they should really loot up, which they're doing fantastically, and they got an easy path to it as well. They didn't have to do any long rotations, such as like Cream, you had to do that. So after this, they should really hold on to the junction, the T junction, which is just below Severny, onto that compound, and maybe the warehouse as well, which is slightly less good to hold. But if they hold that real estate as it goes into the next circle and it shifts up north, then they're able to do something about it. If it shifts down south, they can still go and rotate around the north of Yaz.
PSK, the dead man who was supposedly walking, continues to walk, trot even, as he's not had a single bullet fired at him. I believe he's taken some damage actually, so someone might have tagged him a little bit earlier. But he seems to be safe for the time being, and he's got out of this unpunished. Now, this sounds like a ridiculous thing to say, but because no one went to Yasnaya, if Cream paths northeast, he's just going to have Yasnaya to be a la carte if he pushes up that far. It's whether he has the information and knows whether there's a team in that environment, because usually Yasnaya's taken.
Yeah, this time it is not, so it's all to play for. If he tries to gamble and go over there, then he has a high opportunity to be able to actually purchase in on that one. Meanwhile, Circle is going to be closing down in about 35 seconds. If you take a look at S2, they're still down on Novi at the moment. They're still needing to loot.
PSK is actually fighting with another Lone Wolf right now. He's gone over to Footballist, and they have traded blows, but no one's gone down just yet, so it's not going to be the worst case scenario for them. Footballists are definitely in a position to help and reinforce that fight. A lot better than Cream Arm, because the rest of Cream are still over in the Milta Power area. They're never going to get over in time if a firefight kicks off. And PSK taking shots right now. You got it on your screen. He's trying to deal with Armashake, who's over in the corner.
Well, as you might be able to hear that in the background, we've got a lot of shouting going on here. A lot to be very excited for this intrusion from PSK fighting the likes of footballers, but looks like they're going to be backing away from this. They don't want to fight early on. They want to stay alive because they realize they're in second place right now.
Yes.
They don't want to risk it for a biscuit. If it had chocolate, maybe for a chocolate biscuit they would, but no, it is not covered. It is just PSK. One kill is not worth them trading blows. If he took out one member of theirs for him dying as a lone wolf, worth it in that situation, but not for them.
Well, it's very American, but you might want to have biscuits with chicken and gravy potentially there, so it might be worth it if you're going to get a compliment of chicken with that dish, not the British sweet biscuits that we're usually used to here, maybe a digestive.
So we're going to be seeing a clump of them all together over towards the apartments and schools right now. So Fabulas are going to be joining Plague in towards those apartments area, and it's actually quite a decent area for a couple of teams to stay in. But as soon as you have teams fighting you from the outside and you get locked into that area, if it shifts out of that area, you are going to get punished. But meanwhile, for Chillers, they've actually started fighting.
Oh no, Unicorn of Love already having a first casualty flushed from the match. And that's basically where I'm trying to work out where that damage actually happened, because Unicorns of Love are in a rotation right now.
I think what happened here is, so a lot of teams actually have scouts to scout ahead, so where they can actually go and find and place into the center of the circle. So I think that's what happened. Unfortunately for them, it kind of screwed them up, because it means they're now going to be down to 3 players. But we see what they've been able to do with just 2. But meanwhile, Firefight is still going to be coming out in this apartment area.
He's going to go ahead and apply that bandage to keep himself in a good spot right now. It's Ammo Sheets trying to take cover. It's Tron up on the rooftop now, very vulnerable position, but he is still going to be able to deal that damage, have those sight lines, and keep himself in the game. And then that way, he'll be able to still play competitively with this team.
Yeah, we'll see what goes on there. I mean, being able to play with 3 players is definitely needed, and they're going to have to see what they can do. I mean, we saw Miramar, they actually played with 2 players and managed to force a team outside the circle to die out there. So I think they can still do a lot here. They have rotated into a half-decent sort of area, compound here. Clash have actually rotated just north of the river here, just deciding to stay in this compound, which is a fairly decent one. So if it does shift up north, they've still got a decent place to stay, and they can also shoot onto people as they try to rotate up north. Meanwhile, we've got the southern teams here. Fear, S2, where are they going to go? It looks like they could go through the bridges, and that'd be a fair shout.
I mean, S2 do have the use of boats. That's how they got there to Novo quite late, so they can be a little bit more experimental with where they decide to ingress. I think with phase 1 circles, they're happy to tank the blue. Novo potentially, from Novo, S2 may want to go a little bit further to the north, try and get themselves in a position where they can just ingress, not over Milta, because they might be expecting some camping to happen around that Milta farm area on that chokehold on the other side of the bridge. Might want to avoid that altogether with the use of the boats. Fear, they're playing fearlessly when it comes to these rotations into the main land, so they're just going to travel across the bridge as is now that they've mobilized.
I mean, like you're talking about S2, they don't actually have any information right now in regards to where Synergy are. As far as they're concerned, Synergy could still be playing to try and capture them on the other side of the bridge and punish them if they tried to do that. So boats would be a safer call, but due to the fact that they're going to need vehicles late game, they probably want to go for across the bridge with the vehicles and just risk it.
You can see Team Synergy. They're over in hospital right now on the far west coast of Erangel. They're going to be pushed in by the blue. Like I said, they do have time. Phase 1 blue's not going to be killing them too quickly, so they don't have time to play with. But other than that, most of the teams are already in the circle, and they've really compacted into the center here, playing around school and the Rozhok area.
Like I said, go center whenever possible, and that's exactly what all these teams have done as far as they can. I mean, Entity, they're still just playing out in the fields right now. I imagine they want to try and compete for a couple of the buildings down below. I think it's actually the Istanbul Wildcats. They've actually got one of the better positions there where Entity should like to go to, but we'll see where they end up going.
Unicorns of Love was trading blows with Plague just to the east of school right there. Fire is still being exchanged between the 2 teams. Synergy Gaming, Team Synergy now mounting up. They might want to start making that rotation into the circle now. They'll be coming through by the ruins area, or they may want to wrap around into the northern section of the island and come down from the southeast of Georgiapol.
I mean, if they want to gamble exactly like Plague did, when Plague last game went north and just gambled and it worked out for them, so they might want to go and do that anyway and play it out for them. They have plenty of space for them.
The only team that is in that north section right now is Clash. They were coming down from the Severny area, and they're still committing to that side of the circle. You got to bear in mind that this could still hard shift to the north. They could still get exactly what they want here, and they're willing to roll the dice on it again. Shots being fired there. Gatak engaging onto Fear. When they come crashing in, trying to find some real estate for themselves, the team from India making a statement by attacking the 5th place team.
It's actually going to be third-partied by Istanbul Wildcats, and they're going to be trying to stave these guys off, trying to get some kills themselves with the SKS there. He hasn't got the extended mag on it, so spraying with it is not going to be as easy, or tapping away with it rather. He's also got very few meds, but looking at Fear, they should be able to recover from this, but Entity, they're going to put the pressure on.
I'm loving what I saw from Entity there. It was, okay, we see Fear. Let's go ahead and get them. Hits them hard, knocks a couple of them down, realizes they're getting third party, immediately mobilizes and gets out of dodge, repositions to safety, and they're able to deal another knockdown over to Lofts, who's just been knocked down by Jonathan.
You got to hope for it, but Perks, he's going to get taken down. Nothing he can do about that. The Flying Mantis is going to take down, hit down, trying to stay alive, but he's going to get wiped at Fear. They're going out in 10th.
5th place before this map started. That is the earliest wipe I think we've seen all day so far, Tom.
Yeah, it turns out that the only thing they have the fear of is
Team Entity. No, the only thing they have to fear is Entity running at them and just putting them in that terrible situation where they were just dismantled, going out in 10th place. And that's going to hurt their positions. They probably will be overtaken in the standings after this map.
Well, with this circle, you can sure as hell hope that Clash are going to be able to get in a much better position. And as you called it, Synergy, they've got up north. They played with the dice, and they're looking to do good.
They were waiting for it. They were in a position where they had an either-or decision, go north or south of the river. They waited for the next circle to come in, and they go, no, north is where the territory is. It doesn't completely remove the southern border, but it does increase the likelihood of it finishing further to the north. And you can see teams migrating up there right now. A couple of them catching fire as they're doing it. We're on board with Alienist, who's taking shots at Plague right now to try and whittle down their numbers.
What QLash have done extremely wrong here is they've stayed in the same position. They should have gone further up north, gone on towards the T-junction, or into one of these clumps of buildings just below Severny to the southeast of Severny, but they've stayed there.
They're waving at them. They're just letting them go past. They had so much territorial control, and now Hax has been dropped down by Jonathan from Entity again. Yet again, this squad finding picks. They're playing so aggressively right now, and they're going to rack up their kill count and try and use that to boost themselves in the standings.
Whenever Entity have had to go on a rotation and fight, they've actually done very well. When it comes into the fact that they have to like start-stop and fight teams from all angles, they kind of crumble apart like we saw in Miramar. But Erangel, we saw them come in hard on the first game. It looks like they're trying to bring that mentality back into this one. But Synergy, they've made it into the circle.
Navy. He's spawning out Cream right now. He's taking a few dinks at them. Has been landing those shots as well. Applying the pressure as they're trying to set up in this environment. There, over to the east, they're sitting just to the southwest of Yasnaya on this pivotal bridge where a lot of teams may have to migrate through. That is fairly central to where the circle could end up as well.
So what he's doing here is that he's actually taking these shots at the wheels on purposely to try and disable them, stop them from having this mobility, which is so important on this map. He has got a really good position, but he is alone in that wizard tower. Remember, they're down a player already, so they lost one very early on to, I think it was Pillars, who is actually just above them to the northeast. And he's going to carry on taking these shots, not really having that much luck. Obviously not a very good pixel shooter. Hopefully we can see some more impressive shots as we go on. He has got the 6-liners on it.
Team Synergy, they're migrating down to the south from Severny now. They're in line to go on collision with Clash, who was a team we said should have potentially looked to move earlier. They are relatively central still, and we're not certain where the next circle will fold the gameplay. So they're okay to stay there for now, but like you said, they're not taking the initiative. They've allowed other teams to do that, and it may come back to bite them later down the line. Footballist still operating a split this late into the game. They're the only team that's doing it, and they got Zezi in a vehicle over to the north. They got Anarchit over by Yasnaya, who's been flanked by both S2, Cream, and Unicorns of Love are moving closer into that area as well.
Yeah, and the football guys?
Footballists.
They're in a really difficult position because that compound is very hard to hold with. You need 4 people to really hold it very well. If Synergy decided to push up against them, they'd be in trouble. But luckily for them, they have actually backed off, and they're going over towards the warehouse, which is a fairly weak place to hold, but it's a good stopping place for going further into the game, because if this switches up further north, they have first dibs on Severny.
Cream have set up this great arc around this window, this point of ingress. So many vehicles here that they've not blown up yet because they're being protected by these walls, so they do have their own little parking garage to get out of this location quickly depending on where the next circle does approach. And those vehicles, they're resources, they're commodities we've already spoken earlier in the day, Tom, where they can be crashed down later to create this cover. They can later hide around should the circle go into open fields.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes south, they're going to be perfect off, but if it goes north, even if they can like rotate further around past Yaz, they're still going to have to fight so many teams to get there. Like Unicorns of Love, they're waiting on the other side of the bridge. They're just like Predators, like if this comes north, we're getting some free kills, boys.
Yeah. is exactly what they're going to do. The
Meat is back
patient
on the
un-
menu tonight.
Yeah, meat is back on the menu. Maybe with a side order of cream. It's not the usual combo you get, but it is looking at it. Oh, I was going to say, I thought he was wearing a clown outfit then. No, he's just wearing like a Roman getup, but it was looking awfully... I saw the white red, and I was like, is he wearing a clown outfit? Did he hear us earlier?
That would have been brilliant. I would have loved it. So Circle is closing in. This is a crucial moment. If this goes north, it's going to screw over quite a few different teams. If it goes south, it's going to screw even more teams over because a lot of teams have pushed themselves up north. S2, they have an opportunity here to recover some points. If they can take out a couple of these players, just hit one here and there, they could do well.
I mean, they're really in a good spot here to punish when either footballists try to group. If they go to the east around the coast or in the center, they're playing in a position where they can just turn on one side, use superior numbers, get the kills, and then focus on the other front. Circles come in, It's moving further over to the east, so it's forcing a rotation from the southwest. Clash now going to have to move when they could have moved earlier.
Like I was saying, they had an opportunity to be able to take central last circle, and they would have been on the peripheral of this next circle in a much better position to be able to rotate. So now they're having to rotate when they should have been the first inside this anyway. And if they go around the north, it's potential, but they're going to have to fight against the likes of Synergy, and there's a lot of open ground over there, but they have a better chance going north than they do direct. They're going to have to play in the field.
But in the same way that we're seeing Clash go for the rotation, S2 are now going to punish Cream for theirs, but these vehicles, they're just streaming across the field. Shots are not landing from S2 right now, and they're able to get away with this one quite successfully. Cream, they're just going as far east as they can. They're going to disappear behind the buildings of Yasnaya and then rear their heads later when they have the safety.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to punish S2 now because S2 are in a fairly weak position here, so they're going to jump in their car and trying to drive their way here, but they've got limited options.
Unicorns of Love now taking an engagement with Footballists. They've gone over to the north. Holes taking fire from across the river. He's going to run straight into Anasheet if he's not too careful. He's been knocked down just as he jumped into the window. That's going to draw so much attention. S2 have to close ranks and get him back up. This is going to slow down any rotation they wanted to make for even longer.
I think this is it. I think this is their calling card. They have been found by the likes of Unicorns of Love on the other side of the river who are painting them with bullets. But meanwhile, we're actually going to be seeing Kulash facing off against the Footballists.
Clash taking casualties. That is a flush as well. So Will has been removed from the team. Clash now operating with 3 members because it's Footballists who were able to take that engagement. Holes is still down for S2. Look how close Anasheet is. He's probably feeding the information. Like, I hear footsteps near me. It sounds like there's 2 guys in this room near me. So they get eyes on who it actually is. And Footballists can then come in and potentially look for a collapse and go for a 4v2, but they're all good right now. They're holding that central position. There's no reason for them to rotate early.
Yeah, unfortunately with the position he's in, he can't get any help.
Yes.
His teammates can't shoot across. It's actually Unicorns of Love who've been his extended team right now by shooting the likes of S2. But at the same time, because they shot S2, S2 have stayed here instead of rotating, so they've actually done more harm to him than they have helped him. So we'll see how this goes as we go further on, but we still have to keep in mind, Cream are right behind them here in Yasnaya, trying to get through there. I don't think they want to stay in that area for too long, because I think this is going to be landing on sort of Stalber or close to Kulash.
You think it's going to keep pushing further up to the northeast, potentially?
I think it's going to land just above the Footballists, sort of in between the sort of...
Right, okay, so it's going to be forcing down more to the northwest, kind of falling on Clash. They'll probably be on the border of the next circle, potentially, here.
Yeah, I mean, this next circle should shift away from water, from right insane, and it should go further up north from here, because it's going to try and maintain as much land in it as possible. Some shots coming out from Cream, but I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to land many on S2, but what they can do is shoot their wheels.
Yes, absolutely. Disable the vehicles, make them go on foot. Speaking of vehicles, Istanbul Wildcats, they're now wrapping far round to the northwest. They're in danger of encroaching into the territory of Team Synergy and Plague, who are setting up on those northernmost regions of this circle we're currently in.
There's only so much time here they've got until the circle's going to be closed in, and it's pushing them closer and closer together. Keep in mind, we've only had 6 people die so far this game, which is a pretty impressive number, and I think it's actually 1 from two teams, and then 2 from a single team. Well, actually, no, that was a full wipe on Fear. What am I talking about?
What are you talking about? Fear went out in the earliest knock and flush we've seen in the tournament or this grand final stage so far. Entity now taking some shots on the southwest coast. I believe they're taking their eyes onto Footballists and S2 potentially, who are still to the west of Yasnaya. We're on board with Cream right now, who are set up to the southeast of them as well, still occupying Yasnaya. I don't think the circle's going to come back towards them. They're going to have several teams go to the east of the reservoir and end up. Potentially, Entity can take the safer route and go across the bridge. And there's the circle. You called it perfectly. Went over to the northwest, and it's collapsing. Clash right on the border, but it's Footballist, Synergy, and now Istanbul Wildcats crashing into them while Plague are coming from just behind.
I am the Circle Whisperer. There it goes right here, and we should be seeing a fight in a moment if we switch on over to it, because the Wildcats, they're fighting likes of Synergy, and they're getting their revenge.
Destro and Goldblade already knocked down to their knees. No flushes so far, but it does give them the advantage. Now we're going to have Baka taking out BSD from behind. So we have Plague crashing in and third-partying this fight. While that's going on, the rotations are happening outside of Yasnaya. There's a couple of knocks coming in. They're aggressing onto him. Bochka from Istanbul Wildcats coming in with the spray down. Will find Goldblade, flushes him out of the match. Return fire. Nice suppression coming in from Law. Will knock him down with a headshot, but the rest of Istanbul Wildcats, they're coming in for the kills.
It's the heavy hand of Law coming in, trying to lay it down to try and help his teammates out. Meanwhile, one of the members of Wildcats is going to be trying to cut down a couple of smokes and grenades to try and help his teammates, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage here. Keys has to be so careful. Meanwhile, from above, there is going to be another team. It's going to be Plague coming in, looking to wipe them out.
They have to end this fast. They are about to get third-partied by Plague, who are currently sitting in this great position. S2, they're making a rotation. They could crash into the party as well, but it actually looks like they're going to disembark, keep it close. While that's going on, Plague, they've now entered the fray. Istanbul Wildcats have been absolutely decimated, and now Entity are taking the fight to Unicorns of Love on the southwest side.
Oh, what a destructive force coming in here. Cream are going to be coming in from the northeast as well, or well, east rather at the moment, and they might just crash straight into S2 and look to finish off what they started earlier on. Meanwhile, for Bulla, they're going to be a player down who's swimming across at the moment. He's just going for a quick swim, right?
What I was pointing out here, Tom, is that Footballists, after spending nearly the entire game split up in this odd 3-1 situation, have now had the right conditions to reconvene in a center position. This shouldn't have happened. They are able to sneak back into this game.
I don't even understand how this has happened, because Unicorns Love are right below them there. They've gone off, and now they're under fire, losing another member.
Navy's been flushed out of it. Last man standing for Unicorns of Love. Genesis is going to have to carry and go for the placement points. I don't think he's going to get any kills. He might be out the third party here, but now he's finally been taken out by Entity, who are on an absolute storm with the kills right now. I've seen them dominating the feed this game, and they want to take this one. They're now moving in from the southwest of the circle, and they're looking to get into central position.
And we've actually seen a knock from S2 on towards Cream, and now Plague. They're well aware. They've turned around. They've ignored the fight from Synergy, and they're actually going to focus on the guys trying to come up behind them, maybe finish off one of the players.
This is Plague falling into the same trap they always do. When it gets these later circles, they're taking fights on two fronts, their attention gets split, and they ultimately get dismantled. They're going to choke again, I can already see it.
Maybe, as a team, they all have ADHD and they can't concentrate on one fight at all. They can't quite finish anything. Circle is going to be coming in. This is difficult to say. I'm not quite sure where this is going. I'd imagine it might go quite center. North. Plague, again!
Yet again, but now I want to see Plague close this out. They've been given this situation so many times. They've got Cream coming in on the Eastern, who have recovered from this fight. Entity now have to worry about getting into the circle themselves, but they've got Clash keeping them at bay right now in that southwest corner.
I would say Plague going in for the northern domination, trying to keep up Cream is the best play they can do. They need to make sure they're safe from one direction. Oh, they're going back. Okay, I give up. Whatever. Meanwhile, Entity on the southern side, they're going to be pushing in past for Brewers, who are going to be looking to take them on as well.
Zessi from Footballist taking a few shots as the rest of them in that compound. They're not quite in the area themselves. Anasheet is still trying to find his way. I think he's purposely playing back far behind to add an insurance policy for them to rack up placement points while the three of them go with the rotation into the circle. Entity are not going to take center position. They're going to crash on top of Plague. They need to be so careful. They're driving straight to the middle of them. Grills needs to take the shots. Aman going to be firing down on them. Somehow he's taking down Grills. Plague have absolutely fallen apart here. They're going to return fire. They get the knock on Aman, but they've already lost too many members. And that's going to be Plague. How? Absolutely dismantled. They got crashed on by Entity, who have been nothing but aggressive, and they've finally been punished by it. And it's going to be Bochka sealing the deal. Entity racked up so many kills, but they will go out in 7th place.
Entity and Plague are now gone and out for the count. 6 teams left, and we're going to be seeing S2 versus the Footballers.
Footballers, you're really struggling with that name, aren't you?
Footballers. It's an odd word, okay?
But they've already taken that engagement. Holes, he was previously knocked. He's now been flushed from the map. And Footballistic is still going to carry that engagement. Palmer in a vehicle, rotating north, wants to get out of this one. Whitey being kept at bay. We're having a look at Cream right now, who are just on the edge of the circle with Zuku trailing behind. But there's so many people in that eastern pocket as Tron will now get the spray down onto S2 from behind and start punishing them for their late rotation into the new circle.
This is a really impressive play via the Footballists, because they've actually swung back around. They went outside of the circle. Instead of just diving into the center, they went around, and now they're going to be punishing the likes of these guys.
He's moving forward. If he just goes over the hill, he's going to see that knocked member. He's going to be able to finish him off. There's the spray now. Takes out Palmer. They're playing with reduced numbers. Another spray trying to hit Zuku in the distance. Won't find him. You got Whitey lying down in prone. He may be the Guardian Angel if Tron continues this aggression.
He is now going to have to make a run for the circles coming in. He's going to get spotted if he's not careful. He's trying to lie down, trying to stay alive. He's trying to heal up here, but it looks like he's going to be going out in any second.
Cream could really capitalize on this one. They're already in the circle. They are playing Gatekeeper right now. They might be able to crash, well, might be able to come to team. Oh my god, look at that circle, Tom. They're all going to have to keep traveling further west, right into the hands of Clash.
Clash somehow going to be able to make full advantage of the fact that the circle was hard shifted all the way over to them. Meanwhile, we're still going to be seeing this fight between these two teams, and Footballists just going to be cleaning up house here.
Anasheet, the late arrival for Footballists. They're taking him down. Cream's been absolutely dismantled from the high ground. Solke from the side has been taken out. Zuku's trying to return fire. He's trying to regress onto them. Whitey from S2 is getting involved in the fight as well. Zuku pressing forward right now, using the first aid kit before he aggresses, because he knows he's got the knocks and they're playing with a numbers advantage.
How is Whitey still alive here? At the moment, he's got so little HP. He's going to go finish off PSK. He wants a couple of extra kills. He's going to be able to take him down, heal up, and then try to push up behind the last two remaining members of Cream. And if he could do that, he could really do a favor for Footballists here.
At full capacity for both of these teams, Cream has the advantage. They still have 4 members in the game, whereas Footballs have lost ZZ early on. So even if they recover fully, it's going to take them longer because they had 1 person standing. You've now got 4 members alive for Cream who are resetting. Footballists are going to be so much later getting back to full strength that this opens a window of opportunity for Cream to destroy them before they can recover.
So before Tron actually picked up his teammate, he ran away, forcing it to reset the timer. I don't know what he's doing. He must have having some kind of bugs here, because he's looking up towards the sky, which is not where you want to be looking. Cream, they've picked themselves back up. They're going to be recovering. They're chucking nades.
They're throwing nades. They know that they're going to be in a state of recovery. They're going to be congested here, potentially sharing resources, potentially going for the revive. And now he's going to be tanking in the blue zone. He's down into the prone position. And Solke is going to capitalize on poke as they're pushing forward. He's risking the aggression of going for the blue. He wants to get that angle. He knows he's potentially going to go down here, spraying through the smoke with a return fire coming in. And the blue zone's going to hit him. Zuku again for Cream, keeping him in here. Pokus been removed from the match. And finally, Solke will be the saving member for Footballists. But he's running out of HP. He has to get into the blue zone. He's sprayed down Whitey, trying to make sure they finish above them. But S2 will not carry on. 3 teams remaining, and it's Clash. It's Istanbul Wildcats, and it is Team Synergy moving into that final circle, which is land right in on top of Clash. We need to switch over to them immediately, because Istanbul Wildcats, they're in their territory. You can see Hacks coming from the side.
One insane play coming out here. Kulash now going to have to go down. Now it's going to down to the last 2 players. What's going on here?
Istanbul Wildcats, ladies and gentlemen. They decided that they want to play aggressive. Heads up PUBG. They've taken the initiative, and now they just have to deflect 2 more opponents. Gunshot, Destro. They want that first place finish, and Istanbul Wildcats, they want exactly the same as they start trading fire.
And it's going to be Synergy coming in from above. They've got the high ground advantage here, taking down all of them so far. There's going to be 2 knocks on here. It's going to be a 1 versus 2 situation, if I'm right in saying. It's going to be 1 member on the right-hand side. Is he going to be able to do anything here? He's going to have to play a really impressive one here.
And they're looking at Hacks. He's got the angle to the side by the vehicle. He's got play around cover. He knows where the gunfire is coming from. Team Synergy, they played amazingly here to turn this 3v2 into a 2v1 in their favor. Now to Hacks, he has to be able to take the fight first. He cannot be surrounded. He cannot allow the crossfire to happen. They're spraying through there. They may be able to get him, but they're not aiming in the right spot.
They've actually just given away their split position here. So he has a good opportunity. He takes down one. Destro's going down. 1v1. Gunshot. Look to go for the spray. He's given away his position. Hacks has every opportunity here to clutch this out. The chicken dinner that they badly need to be able to climb up the scoreboard.
And he's not going to be able to get it just yet. Hacks knows that Destro is down. He knows how split they are. He just has to fight 1 member, because he knows Destro is not going to have the third party this one. They're trying to take the angle. They can't peek right now because they don't have third-person perspective. This is brought to you by the first-person game mode. They're going to apply some bandages. Hax is still fine. That blue zone will not encroach any further to him. Gunshots in the area as well.
What's really important there, he was killing one of the scouts out. Now he has to push forward into the open. He has to take the first shots. He's going to land it! He gets the win!
Match is finished there. Destro not going to be able to cinch it out, unfortunately. And that's going to be Istanbul Wildcats picking up the first chicken dinner for them. Hax, an amazing performance, picking up 5 kills in that road to victory. 7 kills total. Not the most we've seen, but 27 points on your first chicken dinner. That's a way to kickstart the second half of the day.
Even getting 2 kills for Synergy, who are in that second place. They're still going to walk away not hungry anymore. They got 17 points in total. Kulash, they go out in third. They collect 13 points. Not a bad total, even with 0 kills. In fourth place, S2 finally up there, but they only had
1 kill.
1 kill.
1 kill's not enough, Tom. The 4th place finish will get them some points on the board. They're not encroaching onto the left hand of the standings, which is where you want to be. That's where the real money comes into play. So it's unfortunate for them. They have had a better performance than they've had all day, but we needed perfection from them 3 times in a row if they wanted to get into maybe top 3, top 1. I think that's just been completely removed for them as an option. Here's a replay here. Bochka with the spray down. Just absolutely decimating. Doesn't finish him off, unfortunately. And this is a big mistake here from Plague. Plague, they should never have lost this fight. Entity just rode straight into them. You saw how late Gatka was to actually turning around and engaging in the fight. Plague had so many opportunities to take him out, and they deserve to lose that firefight after sloppy gunplay.
I mean, Fubulist actually ended up going out after YT from Team S2, which was just so impressive. And you can see it happening right here. One of the players ended up dying to the blue. And that's pretty much GG, well played. Now we go to the last fight here. Synergy. They had such an upper hand here. They take out 2 of the players, and then they're left in a 1v2, and they die.
They died, but that was just from the patience of Hax, who also was the player who got the drop on Clash. Completely came around and flanked them from behind and took them out when Clash were in the dominant position. Here are your standings from round 4. Fear the Flame going out 0 kills. That's unusual for them. Unicorns Love, another team that we were expecting to do well. Team Plague going out in 8th. This was the current leader of the standings, and now they're going out in 8th place.
That leaves them with 66 points, which is still really healthy. But when you got a team like Fubulist coming in 3rd place with 17 points, that's scary. And Entity trying to claim it, and there you go. They're 1 point ahead. Fubulist climbing the leaderboard right behind them, but Kulash, they're in 3rd spot. Istanbul Wildcats, after that match, takes them all the way up to 4th position. This is really impressive. And Entity still up there in 5th place. And you know what? Unicorns of Love, they're not that far behind.
A 12-point deficit reduced to 1 in the space of one of our 3 remaining maps. It's really going to heat up now. They look like Plague were pulling away with it on a team that we've seen consistently finish in the top 3. They were knocked out way too early there with some sloppy gunplay, unable to react to what should have been considered a mistake from Entity, and they got punished for it. And now they've allowed people to catch up to them. They've got people ready on their heels. We've got 2 more maps to come before we close it out. Before we do that, we're going to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to bring you Sanhok. Don't go anywhere.
It's grand final time.
Da piccolo parlavi con le macchine, i pupazzi, le lampadine. Pensavi di avere occhi capaci di vedere oltre gli ostacoli. I dinosauri non si erano estinti. Tu li vedevi dappertutto e ci potevi giocare. E sapevi che la mamma ti sarebbe stata vicina. Sempre. Sai una cosa? Avevi ragione. Nasce Vodafone Giga Network 5G. Realtà e fantasia sono finalmente connesse.
Magic, magic, magic.
to the sound of the tuba. Body to the sound of the tuba.
It's grand final time.
Welcome back. We are getting ready for game number 5, but for now it is some speed run analysis time here at the Vodafone 5G ESL Mobile Open. Guys, let's talk about that last game very quickly. We're also going to be bringing up the standings very quickly as well before we jump into the game. Here are the standings, and you can see here, as we already mentioned, Plague at the top. But, guys, Plague have been looking a little bit indecisive so far in these latter games.
They've been doing pretty well, but that last game, we saw them spread all over the place. They went to one side to the other, they couldn't decide on where to go, and that's why they only got 6 points in that game. Pretty disappointing. But Footballists, fantastic game for them. They're now only 1 point behind.
They had no right in being able to get back into this game after they were so split for the early stages. They managed to regroup and force out a higher position. They're now in contention of first place.
And we refuse to tease you with more. Can NC continue to play like madmen? Can S2 try and raise themselves up the standings even more? We're heading into game number 5, and it's Sanhok time, baby!
And this was the map we have all been waiting for, Tetra. This is the one that I've been waiting for in particular. I'm pretty sure I've convinced you over the course of the day that this is where we're going to see some quality action as they're getting ready to jump into the plane, go over the forest of Sanhok and drop down into the smallest map we have to offer, which will really complement the lobby size we're operating with today.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it multiple times, and enough to me that it goes into my head where we're pretty much playing on a wrangle.
Yes.
But with like the proper amount of teams for this, so 10 teams on it is brilliant. And so if you have a look at this playing path, it's going from the west side over towards the eastern side, over up towards Camp Bravo, which is a fairly decent position for these teams. We're going to be seeing them at Jump Howler playing very early on. Footballist going to be on the first entity as well, going to be landing down in towards Ruins. Meanwhile, Gunshot and the rest of his team from Synergy going up towards Hatten. All the teams, I think, are almost out of the plane. Maybe one left.
Yeah, there's going to be Clash dropping out late, I believe, and they're going to be going over to Camp Bravo area, potentially going up north to Mongnai. Like where Team Synergy are going, they're going to Hatin over in the northwest corner. No one's overlay. The only people who are still close to each other right now, but they are continuing to descend, are Cream and Unicorns of Love.
They're going to be in Paradise, but I don't think it's going to be a Paradise for
far from
long.
it.
I mean, Unicorns of Love, they're so aggressive, and I think they're honestly better fighters than
We need
Cream.
eyes on Paradise Resort ASAP right now because they're already engaging nice and early. We've seen the first knock. PSK down on his knees.
Not exactly.
Of course, Unicorns of Love just bringing open the opening frags from them.
Well, hopefully we'll see the spectators switch on over to the fight in that. It's going to be happening in Paradise, but for the moment we're going to be seeing Entity, and they were played so fantastic last game. They played like madman. They were just going across the map, killing everyone they could until they eventually got taken down. And so the playing path has landed the teams in a fairly good position for this circle, as it has landed North.
Cream now looking to get themselves out. PSK has been removed, so one man down in the early stages of Sanhok. Much more accelerated gameplay than what we've seen so far. Cream now going to have to play the remainder of this map with 3 members. They're never going to go back to full strength again.
And I mean, remember what I said, the 3 teams that are going to come top 3 are more likely to already be in this circle, so the teams on the outside are going to have a harder time unless it hard shifts. I mean, have a look at S2, they're playing on the fringe once again. They've not once started off in the circle, they've always had to go in for their rotation, apart from Miramar, actually.
Yes, Miramar, they were able to get in the circle nice and early because they were just gifted it by virtue of where they went to. Cream, they're going to push further to the north. Now, that does mean they run into a path with Clash as well as Plague. And S2 are finally going to wrap around from the southeast side to get into that circle. Having a look at Plague right now, who are over by Cal on that north coast, just north of Tatmok.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a fairly good position for them to keep on. They have plenty of time to loot, but they also then need to spread out a little bit, make sure they don't just stay in this town, because it's less likely to go up north into that area. So they have to make sure they have that options open, but at the same time, it's very hard to do any kind of rotations on there, even with just 10 teams. We can see a lot of the circle is currently open for the taking, but you can't really go on the side on the western island where Synergy are at, because it's very unlikely to go there, considering the mass of the land is actually on the western side.
Yeah, it's going to be difficulty to head over to Camp Alpha. Entity are just on the border of the circle. So the only team that's not actually got at least one person in the circle for the time being is Istanbul Wildcats. But that's fairly typical of the team, who's always seems to be late to getting into the circle. And we only just now saw them get that performance, get that chicken dinner in our previous map.
Yeah, so as we go into this, we're going to be seeing Plague on the screen. Now it's going to be over towards Clash, who are actually probably they're so spread out. None of them are within 100 meters of each other. Maybe not even 200 meters of each other either, with some of them being as far as like a 1K away from each other. So it's going to be a bit of a dangerous game, especially if they meet up with Cream here, which is a high potential, as Cream had to duck out of Paradise as Unicorns of Love dominated them, which I expected. In my opinion, they're much better at fighters than Cream are. Cream have decent sort of fighting styles, but nowhere on the same level.
Footballist and Entity may be about to clash here onto the western side. They're sharing a lot of territory, and they are making a rotation over water, heading to that western island, actually. It looks like Footballists are going to use that to rotate in, hit that bridge. They just need to be careful of where Team Synergy are based up. You can see Tron and Tron's left to the side there with Solke and Zezi coming on the side. 3v3 engagement potentially. Made that 4 as Aman trails in from behind.
It's going to be a dangerous one, and you can already see a level 3 helmet on the guy here. Seems like they spawned with them, and Entity going to lose one already if they're not careful.
Jonathan already down on his knees. Gatak got that information. He knows where Zessie is. He's trying to regress forward for further kills. Trying to keep Nair at bay. Takes a lot of damage himself, so will have to halt that aggression for now. While Entity trying to recover. Gatak gets sprayed down by Solke. He's on the crossfire angle. No one was watching him as he went out wide, and he's going to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Entity could be going out as one of the first teams. They're about to lose 2 players, maybe even 3 if they're not lucky. There we go. He's going to go down. Nayu, one of the players that in this tournament has consistently gone down first.
And there's that flush coming in, able to deal with it. Gadak going to be sprayed down by Solke. That's 2 members remaining now for Entity. Jonathan and Arman, they're reassessing this one, and they're going further back. They do not want to take this engagement now, but Footballists, they're not laying up the pressure. They're chasing them down. They want these kills.
They want the meat. They want to get those kills, like you said. They want to climb the leaderboard. They're in well, technically they're in first place right now with that kill coming in, but at the end of this game, they don't want that second place. They want that first place, and they want that consistency.
They're in the lead with 2 kills right now. Fear, Perks, he's going to get a knock on the Sonic. So Unicorns of Love really struggling. That's happening right around by Paradise Resort. Cream got forced off by Unicorns of Love, but then Fear crashed into that building themselves, and they're trading back and forth now. Talon's on his knees, and Arman cooking up the frag, wants to throw it over into Football to see what damage he can find and stop the retreat. Genesis from Unicorns of Love, he's able to get a kill there and get him knocked down. Jonathan's going to be knocked down instead by Anasheet. They're taking the fight to them right now. This should be the finish. They're trying to go for the flush. One knockdown, rotating it out. Entity cleaned off the face of the map, and they only took Anasheet to his knees when they made their last stand.
And if I remember correctly, they were in 5th position.
They were.
Only by about 6 points, if I remember correctly, or maybe 8 points ahead of the team below them. So this actually opens up for these other teams to be able to now gain this.
Over in the Paradise Resort fight, we're having Unicorns of Love versus Fear. Talon and iSonic, so they've both gone down, they've both been flushed. It means there's a 3v3 remaining in that area. They're not playing at full strength, and that seems to be the story of a lot of the squads right now. 7 dead, but only 1 squad out. That means there's 3 people operating with a 3-man squad.
I mean, you just said it perfectly, Love versus Fear. I mean, that is going to be storyline of Paradise right now. It's going to be so scary for these guys, for Unicorns of Love. I mean, Fear are a pretty good team, but at the same time, Unicorns of Love are ahead of them at this point in time, trying to maintain their position, even get it up there even further. Meanwhile, Clash, they're finally going to collect themselves up on the north. Who would have thought Q-Lash was going to be a northern team?
I'm expecting them to crash into Santa at some point. The amount of times they keep heading over to the north, they must love the cold, let's put it like that. It's a shame we're not playing on Vikendi. They probably would have done well on that map. Baka going to be holding down the squad. Still in Cow with Plague. Destro scouting out for them. Gunfire being traded here, though, as Perks taking a few shots onto that engagement. Look at him kind of pulling up. Alienist wants to try and risk it. Perks' aim is true. And Alienist will be down on his knees. Perks need to recover because there's still members of Unicorns of Love in the area.
And talking of which, it's going to be Laos trying to come up behind here, but he's going to be in the detrimental position. He's going to get taken down. Trying to spry from the hip is not going to work. And now it's going to be Genesis to try and pick up his teammate. But meanwhile, there's still one in the house trying to find them. One jumps out behind him. He's caught off guard. He's down.
Perks able to come in. He's going to find 2 flushes at the back end of that. Fear, they've lost another member as well. While that was going on, they had another member go down. Laos being taken out. So it's a 2v1 right now. It doesn't matter what happens here. This early into the match, both of these teams have lost.
Welcome to Sanok. It doesn't matter if there's just 10 teams, mate. It's still going to be detrimental. So it's now going to be one man versus the world here. Just the iron sights to try and fight these guys. If they know what's best, they'd run away, but they're going to go playing aggressive. He wastes half his mag. Goes into the spray.
Not going to be working out for him. Navy picked off there by Perks. Fear operating with 2 men. They are in a circle. They have Paradise Resort. They're going to have a good bit of loot to pick off the dead bodies, but they're still running at half capacity.
They need to finish in the top 4 and, top 3, I think, for their points. They have to try and maintain that and get a bunch more kills. They can't just go half-assed on this one. And they've only got 2 people, Trid. This is not healthy for them. Meanwhile, S2, you're pointing at them for me. We can see them there. They're still inside the circle. And also the Wildcats. They're actually inside, but they're still on the fringe.
I was trying to direct your attention to the fact that they're on a rotation path. It's going to take them over not 1, but 2 care packages. That's going to embolden them, hopefully give them some tasty loot that they can put to good use to get themselves in a better position. I will guarantee you they cannot finish in the top 3 now just based on their performances, but that still doesn't mean they can gain themselves some more money. We're having a quick look at Cream on your screens right now. They are in between 3 teams and they're on the warpath. They might be giving into an engagement with Clash if they keep on their current trajectory.
It's down to 3 people, so they have to be careful against the Clash. And I think they're evenly spread in regards to ability to be able to fight. But it's Samrock, so it's impossible to tell what's going on. S2 are rotating, picking up the packages, as you said.
They're going to move closer into the center as much as they can. Overhead shot there of Clash, who are still holding that western position, or the eastern position, sorry. Cream are migrating further up to the north. There's a couple of buildings they're eyeing up at the top of this hill. That high ground will come into play if they take the engagement with Clash. They're definitely going to have the advantage of terrain if it comes down to it.
Anything's possible. I mean, if they start fighting and Plague might decide to rotate, but we know how indecisive they are, so that might not come through. Meanwhile, fights are now going to be coming out between Cream and Clash.
Will, looking up the hill right now. He's hiding behind the boulder, using that cover as he retreats back to his team. I don't know if Clash will take this. I don't think they understand whether Cream is working at full strength. They have to assume that the squad they're encountering is playing with 4 men. So they're not in a good position. They know it. They're retreating back to the houses. They'd rather leave it till later.
Yeah, I mean, if they fight now and go out, it's not going to be so good for them. They want to try and maintain that top position and try to get even further up.
Fear was actually taking a couple of shots there. I think they'd want to stay quiet if they're playing with a two-man squad, rather than giving away information and letting people know that they're there. Because if they get contested in a 4v2, they might be going out.
I mean, they could be playing the mind game. So back when I used to play a lot more PUBG PC, when I was better rather,
yes.
I used to play like a solo versus squads. And I used to carry a pistol, a rifle, and like a secondary gun as well. And if there was a gun on the floor, I'd shoot all of them, so it sounds like there's 2 of me instead. So they could be making it sound like they've got 4 people to try and scare them off.
Could be right there. Dash MZ now looking to get himself into a better position with the rest of the team. Clash still in that northeast section. Team Synergy have been locked down on the west for a while.
They're doing pretty well on meds. I mean, the thing is, he's got 2 adrenaline syringes, and that takes up a lot of your space in the backpack, so I'm wondering what he's missing on here. It could actually be the all-crucial utilities, such as grenades and stuff, which are harder to come by on this map anyway. Molotov smokes, they're fairly common on here, flashes as well. So let's see what they're going to be able to end up with. But, I mean, if we look actually over towards Fear, Perkz is the only player with any kills. He's got 4. He wiped, technically, Unicorns of Love by himself.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I
to say the least. I mean, he did have the team backing him up. Could have had a few knocks, but he was the one getting the kill confirmed. New circle. It's closing in further on Paradise Resort Fear. They're in a prime location. They don't have to move. It's good for them. The rotation would probably expose that they are at a weaker position. It would cause some casualties, probably. But they're going to be able to play outward. Look at the teams. Mainly, they have to focus in the northeast section. That's where most of the teams are going to be aggressing onto them. We're on board right now with Team Synergy. They just moved into the circle, and they're going to be locking down this compound and waiting for the next circle to assess their next move.
I mean, the fights that are going to come out here are on the northern side.
Yes.
Southern side, very doubtful, unless Wildcats decide to swing around towards the western side or hit the same trajectory as the Footballists. But at the north, we have the chance of Plague, Cream, and Kulash all bumping heads, and maybe even S2 trying to bump heads with Fear.
I mean, if S2 do play this right, they could go into Paradise Resort, lock down the compound, take out Fear in a 4v2, which they should be able to win just by numbers, and then they have a prime location to play out of for the remainder of this map.
Now, there's actually going to be another package that will be dead in the center of the road, but as we look at Synergy, they might be eyeing that up. There's a compound in between them and that package, and also the other teams.
Fear and S2 have started trading some shots from Paradise Resort. No one's felt that damage to their detriment just yet. We're having a look at Team Synergy, who are, like you said, rotating closer to that package. May want to eye it up, but it's in the middle of the majority of the remaining squads. I don't think it's worth the risk right now.
No, I mean, running out there is just going to damn you in the end. Meanwhile, Wildcats and Footballists are going to be rotating up north here. And, I mean, Footballists already have some score on here. They've already got 4 kills. So that puts them at a decent position. So all they need to do is maintain that. So playing slow and steady is actually their best choice. And trying to make sure that they gain that second or first place to try and maintain that above everyone else.
Perkz and his teammate Hidan still taking a couple of shots. Letting people know they're there. I don't expect to see much action unless, of course, Cream gets a little bit too close to Plague on that northern side. They could draw the fire if they're not too careful. It's all about the terrain in that area, whether they got the coverage to move in the way they're doing, because if they are exposing themselves to people who are secured and locked down in buildings or using buildings as cover, they have the advantage in the firefight. And Plague, they've shown, barring that mistake, we'll call it, with Entity in the last map, have been pretty consistent at taking these fights when they're all on the same path. But Zuku getting a knock on the back arse, so that's a great start for Cream as they take this engagement.
They have actually got the advantage in regards to the hillside, and they've actually got Plague stuck in this compound. And to be honest, these kind of compounds on this map are terrible to play from. It's very hard to be able to cover all angles. It's very easy to get third-partied or pincered. Spray going to be coming out from Grills, but he's only going to be hitting the rock side there. He needs to go pick up his teammate.
Yeah, he's got the smoke in his hand, ready to throw that one out, provide some cover so he can make that rotation to that building safely. Suppressor fire even coming out from his team. This is a full effort coming out from Plague, getting back in, but they're taking fire as they try to do it. Cream keeping the pressure on, taking shots through. It's all a trap. Grills is going to be joining him on the floor as well.
Kulash just killed one of their own with a grenade.
That is super unfortunate for them, but they'll hopefully get back into it. Zuku will be taking out Dara as well. This is absolutely disastrous for Plague. They're gone. That's it. Plague wiped out. They're going to be able to be picked off as long as Alpha can find it. He managed to get Grills back up. They're trying to recover as best they can, but now Dara has been confirmed. Plague operating with 2, and Cream are starting to encircle them.
I mean, they're stuck in a building here. It's not looking so good. Alpha's going to be listening out for footsteps here as he peeks in through the door. He's going in for the spray. He's going to be able to knock one, and maybe even the second one. In the second, he pushes in. He might go down himself if he's not so careful. Alpha going to be very low. He's going to be able to hit reload, spray down the last member of Plague, and that is them out for the count.
Plague shouldn't have gone for that. Plague should have just gone for the kill confirmed, focused on Alpha, tried to get the kill there, trying to get the points. You knew that that was more than likely going to be your last moment. You should have milked every point out of it. If I'm correct, Plague went out with 0 kills there. This 12-point cushion reduced to 1 point in that last map. They've already been overtaken, I believe, by Footballists, just by virtue of their 4 kills they're currently sat on, and now they're not going to really budge at all. That first place lead they had has been demolished as we move into our final map.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens here, they should be able to maintain it. Like, sorry, they've lost that.
They've lost it.
Yeah, and so we go into this next circle. Fear is still alive right now. S2 didn't really push in and go aggressive against them, but Q-Lash versus Cream, that is going to be the next fight, I'd imagine. Footballists are going to be coming in from the south fairly easy, and same as Wildcats.
Clash did recover from that grenade knock they had, so thankfully they're still back in the game with all 4 members. Pocus, Alpha, and the boys are moving over to the side. Now, it's Team Synergy, they're holding out. They're actually looking in the direction that Clash and Cream are moving into the environment. They're going to change up where they've got their sight lines now as Destro will reposition the building, but they're in that next area, and there's them and Fear are playing gatekeeper to the circle. If Clash try and push through Paradise Resort, they might end up clashing into S2, but the gunfire's already been traded. Fear taking a few shots, I believe, at Zuka, but that's drawing the attention of Synergy.
And that's not something you want. I mean, Synergy haven't been the best team so far. They've kind of fallen by the wayside, so it's not the worst team to get fired on, but you know what? Fear, they're actually going to get collapsed on by 2 different teams, Cream and the other ones, but it's going to be Fear. Perks picking up another potential kill.
Finding in the flush as well. 2v4, and they're able to get some knocks. They're down again. Alpha from Cream has been knocked down. Fear are a 2-man squad, and they're going on an absolute riot right now. They're moving into the area. They could be facing off against Clash. They're a 2v3. After they dealt with Cream, they're now taking on another squad. These guys are madmen.
They are actually going to get shot in the side by Synergy, if I'm right in saying. They have to be careful. And although Cream, one of Cream's members' names was Alpha, should probably be changed to Beta because it's Fear that the Alpha's here. Take it down to 3-man. Looking to take down another.
Grenade comes in, won't be successful. Pocus is the last man standing for Cream after those 2 flushes. He's in the blue right now. He's going to have to find a way in, but the path he's taking is going to take him on a collision course with Synergy. He has to take a long walk to avoid that damage. Clash have collected themselves, got themselves back up. Fear now have to move and back into Paradise Resort, but it could be running straight into a trap laid by S2.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go around the edge of it. They don't want to go dedicated into the center. Cream, in the meantime, like you said, Pocus, he's on the edge, the fringe, looking to try and get inside here. Q-Lash should be able to make the way into Paradise.
It's great for them. It's great for S2. Not so good for Fear, because now they're sandwiched between a couple of complete squads around the Paradise Resort area. This could go so bad for them.
This is one of the hardest shifts you can have. It went as hard as it could towards Q-Lash, like it did last game in this circle as well, if I remember correctly, this phase rather. Meanwhile, it's actually going to be Fear going again. Perks, he's on 6 kills, 7 kills by himself.
He's on a 1-man killing spree right now, keeping Team Synergy at bay. They're gatekeeping this next circle. I thought they're at risk of going wrong, but no one's paying them attention. They're not moving. Perks again onto Gunshot. And Holes, he'll be dealing with him. Botchka from the southwest in that area by Paradise Resort. Destro gonna move back round. Finally, Law drops it down to his knees, but Perks turns it around again and takes out Law. He's only got 1 more to go, and he takes out Destro afterwards. Perks is an absolute machine.
10 kills, Trid. This is insane. He's got more kills than some of the teams have in the whole thing. That is just next level plays. Fear coming in, showing their true strengths on the map of Chaos. Here's Sanok.
Their true strength is Perks. The kill record we've had in these grand finals is 11. Perks can match that single-handedly if he gets 1 more frag, and Pocus is going to walk straight into that trap. He actually gets the knock on the Perks. He's going to flip it around on them. Needs to recover from this one. Fear, Hidan needs to start pulling his weight. If he can deal with Pocus, he can keep it string. But Holes got a good angle there onto Key. He's going to deal some damage over to Istanbul Wildcats. Pocus goes down to the blue zone. It means Fear can recover, but actually it's Solke playing spoiler as he takes Perks off the map, and Holes will keep up the pressure on the Istanbul Wildcats as Solke will then remove that team all together.
But they went out in in fifth or sixth. That is perfectly fine for them. This circle has landed on Kulash once again, hard shift, but now it's chaos as we're going to see in Halls take down some of Footballists.
Footballists, it's easy going down. Halls now going to be dropped by Tron as Whitey will then find Hax as well on the backside with a headshot. Drops him down to his knees, and you could look at that. S2 want to go on the aggression. This is a different beast to what we've seen in the previous rounds as they're taking the high ground. They know they got the advantage. They just need to complete where they've been unable to do so in previous rounds. But their detention, it's been distracted by Footballists. They can't lay up. The zone's so small and there's so many teams moving. You have to keep your head on a swivel.
They have to keep going, and there is actually a bit of a spoiler. That is Wildcats. There's one person left on their team hiding at the side, so he could be the guy who actually spawns it for them as well, but Kulash could find the kill on him as well.
BSD trying to find a way in there. Clash and S2 are the only teams at complete capacity. Palmer holding the angle, helping him out. Clash, Will coming in from behind. He took out that Lone Ranger from BSD. 3 squads remaining, and only one of them is not at full strength. It's the Footballists.
Well, actually, S2 are going to be losing a player now as he bleeds out to the zone, if I'm right in saying. We'll see in a moment. I don't think S2 could recover him.
No, absolutely not.
He's dead. He's out to the blue here, but they have got inside the circle. Now Footballists against Kulash.
Taking a few shots already. You can see Clash operating from this low ground. They've got a lot of terrain and a lot of walls around them to protect them. That next circle shift could prove detrimental. Halls finally going out for S2, so that means they will be playing with 3 men as well. Clash are the only full-strength squad, but the other 2 squads, they're hitting with 3 members. They can still compete. They can still contest for this chicken dinner.
They have to play for everything. Kulash actually have a chance of hitting the top of the board right now.
Perfect for them. Look at where the next circle's gone, Tom. It's playing right into their hands.
They have an Oracle in their team. It's not S2 anymore. They do. This is 2 times in a row they've had the circle coming onto them, and Footballists going to be running up against S2 as they start to lose members. But it's going to be Whitey take it down. Sulke.
Sulke's going to be dropped, and then he's going to be flushed out of it as well. Footballists playing with 2 members. It's Anasheet and Tron to try and carry that banner into the higher position. They're guaranteed third right now as Will turning on fire onto S2 from afar, playing from that power position they carved out for themselves nice and early in this Paradise Resort circle.
They have a decent potential here to be able to take them down, but it's going to be Untouched going down from S2's side.
Tron
start to lose themselves.
Able to get in there, get the knock. Untouched now going to be flushed out as well. S2 down to 2 members. Clash still hold all the cards here. They have to take out 4 members to survive, and they've got 4 of their own to do it. There's going to be Whitey actually getting down to the zone right now. Palmer has to leave him. The circle's moving in so fast. Clash are in a great position to kill Footballists and S2 as they try and move into this next circle. If they lose this game, they have just lost everything. They don't deserve to win this at all.
Kulash have every chance to be able to overtake Footballists if they're careful on this one, but we'll see what happens here. Now Footballists have got inside the circle. Palmer must be dying to the circle any moment. Footballists going to meet up.
Palmer, he's medding up. He's trying to make sure that Clash get rid of Footballists before he dies. He's trying to use all the resources he can. Anasheet taken down. That might have been the best plan. Palmer will die to the blue zone, so that means that no matter what, Footballists will have second. It'll take a miracle to get first from Clash. I don't think it's going to happen. They may be our first double chicken dinner winners if they can just finish off the 2 remaining members of Footballists. It might not even be clean as they're surrounding them. They want to breach into this one. They've got to find them on the ground floor.
This is so possible for it to actually get flipped around. If Kulash overextend outside here, they could be screwed. The grenades from the grenade coming out. He has to chuck it now, otherwise he's going to die. He takes a bit of damage from the blue. Meanwhile, his teammates on the other side of the door, they have to push through. They need to take a fight.
They have to run through, but they're going to run straight into the firing lines. The grenade was in the correct direction. He's knocked one already. They still are in the area of play. They're turning it into a 3v2. There's a spray down. Anasheet not in the right direction. He's pre-firing, but no one's answering the call. Tron's gone down. It's all on Anasheet to pull it back for them. He's not going to pull it off. Clash win their second chicken dinner of the day and put themselves in prime location for our final map.
Not so bad from the guys coming out and wearing the blue. You can see them there. They're ecstatic and they deserve it. That was really well played by them, even if they were gifted the circle a couple of times. They played it right. They didn't go over aggressive, but they didn't underachieve. They actually got a couple of kills here in total. But Fear, Perks, man of the hour, 10 kills by himself.
Clash may have been the squad of the map, player of the map. Has to be Perks. He racked it all up, putting the team further and further. He just dragged them so many points. You got to remember, 10 points, that's half of what you get just for getting a chicken dinner. Played on the effort of a team, but finalized and perfected by a man.
I mean, what more can I say? You can see him in work here He had the forward advantage. Unicorns of Love should not have taken that fight. They were just at such a disadvantage, but GG, well played. I'm excited to see the final scoreboard. It is going to be a tasty one. And you know what, Plague? I'm sorry. You messed up here.
Yeah, you bamboozled yourself a couple of times in a row here. Really, you were in an unfortunate position. I don't think you could have won out of this one. Your goal should have been to rack up as many points as you can. You would have got them from the kill, not from the placement. So maybe committing to that one instead of trying to go for the recovery was the play. Holes with the hip fire, dealing a lethal blow to Footballists, putting them in this situation where only 2 remained. Maybe if they had that third man, they might have been able to contend against Clash, because Anashi did get that knock against one of the members of Clash, turning it into a 3v2. Maybe if he had that third man for a 3v3, we could have been looking at a much better position. Despite Clash finishing in first, the kill difference for Footballists actually puts them tied with a scoreline for this round in particular.
That is crazy. I mean, they win on a default of having 8 kills in total, which is impressive itself, but not as impressive as Fear the Flame, who have 10 kills, but on 1 man. So they actually collect 19 points here, which could take them into the top 5, if I'm right in saying, because there's quite a few teams that went out early.
It's big, but I was thinking Clash maybe would have taken the first place based off of their performance. Actually, Footballists, they were 1 point behind Plague before this map, and now they've gone in. You got it on your screen right there. They 4 points in the lead of Clash, but there is a huge drop down to Team Plague in that 3rd place. So straight off the bat, let's talk about max points. We're saying 33 is the max, 31 is the max. 20 for the win, 11 kills max is what we've seen so far. Synergy, can't do it. Gaming, S2 Gaming, no. Cream, no. Unicorns of Love, no. Entity Gaming, no. Fear the Flame, maybe if they have an incredible final series and Footballists fumbles it, but really, I think there are only 3 teams that can take first place now, Tom. Footballists, Clash, and Team Plague.
Yeah, and if Istanbul Wildcats want to pull it out of the bag and get another win, then they might be able to just do that, but we have to see as we go forward. What an impressive day of games from these players so far at Clash. We're going to be able to come out with the only team that have got 2 Chikadillas today.
Absolutely, that's an accolade not shared by anyone else just yet. Clash and Footballists, I think it may come down to these 2 teams as we move over to our final map. Before we get there, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the final helping of Erangel.
It's grand final time.
Da piccolo parlavi con le macchine, i pupazzi, le lampadine. Pensavi di avere occhi capaci di vedere oltre gli ostacoli. I dinosauri non si erano estinti. Tu li vedevi dappertutto e ci potevi giocare. E sapevi che la mamma ti sarebbe stata vicina. Sempre. Sai una cosa? Avevi ragione. Nasce Vodafone Giga Network 5G. Realtà e fantasia sono finalmente connesse.
Magic, magic, magic.
party to the sound of the tuba.
It's grand final time.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. As that intro said, it is grand finals time, and we are heading ready for map number 6, our final map. And there has been a bit of a switch up in the standings, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be Clash taking over that, Clash holding in that second place. Footballists, just because they were able to get out these fantastic scores, were able to maintain in that position of control, but not far behind.
Yep.
You've got Clash in that second place, still chasing them. Massive gap between second and third. That's the real talking point here. I think that our third and fourth place candidates, Plague, and I can't remember who's in fourth currently, but we'll see in a second. They are in grasping distance of that first place finish, but they have to have a blinder of a game, and those top two teams need to falter.
Yeah, fourth and fifth place, so it's Istanbul Wildcats and then Fear the Flames, who I just want to bring up Perks, right,
Oh
guys?
my
right?
God, what a
10
god.
kills? What a god here, coming in, picking up 10 kills by himself. All the points for his team as far as I can remember on that front. Maybe a couple of placement points, but really impressive when it comes out from that. The insane fragging powers. He was supported by his team. Unfortunately, they did fall a little bit short thanks to Cream taking one of them down, who then got stolen, but still, what a game.
It was an absolutely insane game. An important point to remember here is, once again, it's all about those standings, but the prize money is still on the line, 120,000 euro. But the big jump in the prize pool is from third to second, interestingly enough, 11,000 to 20,000 euros. A huge jump for these players.
Surely the big
it from
jump.
second to first.
Yeah, I was going to say, surely the big jump is from second to first, where second place gives you 20,000 euros, and first place, like yesterday, double your money, 40,000 euros for getting that first place finish.
Easy 10k easy, right? You know, easy money.
If you can get it, you can get it. You've come all the way to Milan, you've got a lovely trip out of it, then you go home with 10k in your pocket. That's a good trip.
That's a result right there, and I think that's exactly what these teams are looking for. Like I said, the favourites to take it away, and the teams we really need to pay attention to, of course, Clash and Footballists. These two guys and these two teams are the ones we're looking to be able to pull away with it. They are in the lead. They are holding about a 10 to 20 point gap between anyone behind them, and it's about 4 points in it between them. It could be an amazing finish from either of these two teams will be enough.
I just want to say, Footballists, they've not got back to like 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Ulash have, but yet, Footballists, they're at the top. They're in that first place. They've had more consistency. They've had more kills. Really well played.
Consistency is the name of the game here. There are some outside possibilities, as you broke down at the end of the last series, but the likelihood is these two teams are so far ahead at this point.
It's the likelihood is it's one of these two teams that will be taking home the big money, and if victory on stage happens for Clash, if it happens after this map, to me, that is more important for them to happen. Like I said, this is an unproven roster that's chasing its own reputation by the name it's been bestowed. There are 4 points in it between Futbolist and Clash. When you look down there, there's a 15-point gap for Team Plague below them. That's a good cushion to operate from and get themselves that first place finish. Really, they just need to finish above Futbolist, and I can see them walking away with a W.
We really should say, though, that even though they've dropped from first to third place, what a performance by what was a replacement team in the form of Team Plague, getting very good performances, but really struggling when it came to those late games.
Yeah, the team, like I said, they've been performing consistently in the finishes. They are... This sounds like I'm going to be like taking a huge dump on them right now, and it's not my intention, but they have been getting very good circle placement is working in them. They not have to make many of these rotations, often finding themselves where the circle collapses, and then when they get into any form of conflict, they just crumple under the pressure, and they're not really performing, and it's not enough to get out into the final sections. I think if they're not gifted a circle in this final map, they won't finish in the top 5.
Yeah, definitely. On the outside perspective, like potentials rather, is Fear the Flames. I don't think it's going to happen, but there is that small. If Perkz can bring what he had in the last game to this game, and if he gets 10 kills and the other guys get 2 kills each, and they get first place, that's where Insanity can come in. It's maybe like the 0.001% of that happening, but we would love to see it.
Perkz has shown he can pick up those kills. Hedan has shown he has the strategy, he can play that spoiler. Like you said, there's the outside chance. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if that outside chance comes to fruition. As for the last time today, it's Trid and Tom as we are heading into our final game of the day on Arangel.
Funny fact, Trid's name is Tom as well, so it's the
very confusing.
That's why we're kind of keeping that name a little bit quiet, focusing on the stage name, if you will, to keep it nice and simple. Thank you very much, Tetcha. Me and myself and Tom will be walking in through this next game. Erangel, our final map of the day, the last chance saloon for these teams to secure victory, or maybe if you're like the likes of Clash and Futbolist, guarantee it.
I mean, if Futbolist do half good in this one, they probably have it in the bag. As long as Clash don't get that circle up that we have been talking about, plane is coming through. It's going to be on your screen. There we go. It's going to be coming down from the northeast down to the southwestern side of Military Circle, which plays in favor of the teams like S2 rather, and also Fear. Teams that are going to be playing up towards the northern side, like Clash, are going to be in a bit of a sufferish situation, but they're going to play like they've done before. On the game they won on Erangel, I think it was the third map, where it landed on North. They're actually doing the same similar route right now, it seems, and the other team's going to be dropping off. Cream, for the first time, going to have an easy time getting to their place.
Yeah, they're going to be able to drop down onto Milta as they usually do. The rest of these teams, I think this is the first flight path we've actually had that has been heading south rather than north. So it will change up the pacing of who's dropping where. And also, it's very tight in the southeast corner, so you've already identified there's some problems. Entity changing up the drop here and going to Novo early. And look, no, I think Istanbul Wildcats, who are in that southwest, will still continue to go for their drop and head over to the ferry pier. But S2, they drop on this west coast, grab the boats and go over to the Novo. They may be going into a fully armed Entity. They tried to do the exact same strategy again.
I don't think they are. I think they're just going full on for the main land. They don't want anything to do with Novo. It's not helped them at all in any of the other games. So finally, a little bit too late. Well, okay, very too late. They're actually going to start to change their tactics, and they are going to switch it up slightly, and they're going to be dropping over towards Istanbul Wildcats as well.
Following over to Ferry Pier in the Primorsk area, Clash will having a little bit of difficulty with his car. He now will get his wheels back on the ground and start driving his way around to the northwest. So looks like Clash are heading straight over to Severny, will rotate round to North George, and they can do that based on where this first circle has landed. It is far over to the west and is encapsulating the center of Pachinki, which is where Unicorns of Love are, and about to be where Team Synergy is.
I mean, Team Synergy need to pull their finger out as well and get a bunch of kills, but I don't think going up against the likes of Unicorns of Love, who have proven themselves in close quarters, would be a good idea for them. And then you have a look sort of Wildcat Gaming. They are going to rotate away, and they've given up their spot on Ferry Pier to the likes of S2, and there's not enough loot there. So I'm just saying right now, they now don't have the vehicles to rotate, and they're not going to have full potential loot. So they're going to have to run on foot through a lot of dangerous territory.
This is such a dangerous position for S2 to be in. They're playing with such a disadvantage to kick off this final map. Already we can see some gunfire being traded. Looks like Synergy were taking a few shots at Unicorns of Love around that Pachinki area, but they are going to carry on with this rotation. They have got the vehicles to get by safely. Law seems to be the person who's taking the damage. He's down nearly on his last life, but the rest of the team should be able to help him recover.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be driving their way through, trying to get towards Gatka, take advantage of that center position, which should help them out very much so in being able to get some potential points.
Unicorns of Love taking a few shots over towards Plague. Grills on the rotation to the north of them. So Unicorns of Love are actually taking on 2 offensives as they see these rotations hitting them either side, trying to deal with them as best they can, but nothing too conclusive this early on. We know how Erangel is going with this low population server, nice and slow to begin with, ramping up and accelerating fast into a crescendo at the end.
So no one is dead yet, but it's still early game here. Footballist, you can see on the screen at the moment, and he's still in a fairly decent position. He should be able to loot up. They're on the fringe of the circle right now, right next to shelter, farm. They've got a couple of cars so they can get a further position in, but they are playing very spread out right now. It's 2-1-1 position in regards to where they're based. Cream, meanwhile, looking to start rotating already. One of them's in the car. He might just be moving to a new loot position. Meanwhile, Entity, they're the wild card here.
Yes.
They've actually taken a position in Novi. So I don't know if they were dropping there to try and get some early kills on S2.
Potentially, and then maybe S2, because they did drop out in line with where they could go to Novo. They maybe saw that and went, all right, something fishy's happening here.
Yep.
Bug out, backup plan, let's go. But now they're in such an inferior position because, like you say, they're sharing a loot dry area with Istanbul Wildcards, who have control of the vehicles to rotate when that well dries up.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be fighting each other straight away unless Wildcards decide to just bug out and just get out of there, which is probably the best thing for them. I mean, they still have the small potential. They're in 4th place right now. I think they're about like 60 or 62 points in total, whereas Plague have 66 at the moment. So they're still on that fringe. If they have a fantastic game, they could still do it. I mean, they've won a game.
They won a game earlier in the day, so there is potential for them to still enter into the upper echelons of the final standings.
And I mean, just to say as well, on that win, it wasn't like they were gifted it like Clash at all. They had to fight for that. They had to rotate all the way from where they are now up towards the Salva way and then kill the teams as they were going on. So that's really fantastic play for them. What I want to see from Synergy as well, they're going to be able to loot, but they're going to have to go down south eventually on this circle, same as Clash.
We said that about them last time and they were able to stay in the north quite handily.
If this goes north, I'm going to be disgusted.
It's like they are a divine intervention trying to tell us that Clash should be the champions. They're following around Tavernian shooting range, so they're going to their prime location. You heard them admit it earlier when we had an interview with them. That's where they want to be. Fear, they're going to be making that rotation off Millie Island relatively soon. Entity, they're already doing that right now. Instead of taking the eastern bridge, though, they're going to wrap across the island and hit up that western bridge. That may cause trouble for them if Fear look to do that at the same time.
You know what? Fear, they want this. They want those early kills. They want 3 kills, and if Entity want to give it to them, then fair enough. But Entity are really good at this sort of like crashing into fights and just winning them and then running away. But you know what, Fear, if Perkz is on top of his game, if last game was his proper warm-up game, then he could bring it through.
Yeah, Entity, when they play balls to the wall, they start racking up the kills. And if they just crash into Fear, who have now gotten vehicles, so they will be making that rotation now, they could collide on the Millie side of the bridge. And this could be disastrous for either of these two teams looking for those late game finishes.
Yeah, hopefully we can switch on over that. Maybe Entity decide to go for boats instead. Maybe they hear the vehicles of Fear.
They're playing it back. They're playing it back, though. They're not moving in just yet. They're giving them all the space. I don't think they want to risk it. Entity have the inside line, but now this does create an opportunity where Entity can gatekeep Fear if they're the ones last over the bridge.
Yeah, let's hope our spectators are going to switch on over to something interesting, such as the Entity fight, because that would be brilliant to see. And I mean, meanwhile, Fear, they have to do something here. They can't just stay south. They have to try and fight these guys, because it's very unlikely to head onto the military circle here.
Entity just disembarked.
Oh,
they're digging in.
They're camping. They don't care. They're here for the game. They know that these two teams have been playing here every single time. So why not take advantage of these slow pokes and actually kill them? This is the kind of thing S2 should have been doing in Novi, or Fear should have been doing to S2, but they're not.
They're not. They're still chasing the tail and chasing the scraps like vultures away from Istanbul Wildcats. Fear, they're mounting up. This is not good. Look where Jonathan is. He's up on the hill. He's going to feed that information. They are walking into an ambush, and they are so exposed on the buggies.
This is a honey pot trap if I've seen one. They're on a buggy. They're going to turn around. They're getting shot, but they've actually done a decent amount of damage to Jonathan. Here, they could turn this around. If they get these kills, it's a fantastic start, but Laos is going to go down.
It's Ammon from the distance taken, and that's 2 knocks on the Fear. Talon and Laos are on their knees right now. And there's Neu. He's going to get that headshot flush onto them. That's 2 members. That's only Talon down right now. Laos going to be flushed out as well. It's Hidan and Perkz, the dream team, to try and replicate the success from Sanhok. But they've just fallen straight into the hands and the deathly embrace of Team Entity.
I just want to say it now. They're chasing them. They're going for it.
Why not?
I mean,
they've got a vehicle, they've got a coastline. They're not going to be able to get a boat. I don't think they're going to find one. Potentially looking for it. But I think Entity may have to give up the chase here and look to go back into the mainland.
I just want to say, half the team of Fizz on the buggy, they actually turned to fight them. Massive mistake. Why didn't they just carry on driving like the other guys? I think that was a stupid situation it was in. I'm just going to say it and leave it at that. Yeah. I think Fizz should be able to find a boat, but I don't think that's going to be a saving grace. I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
They have found a boat, so they are going to migrate over to the mainland right now, but they are walking away wounded. Hax, he's been flushed out as well as this engagement is happening between, finally, Istanbul Wildcats and S2 over to the western side. It's just north of Quarry and southwest of Gatka. 2 members down, Hax and BSD, they've been removed from the fight. Halls is on his knees right now, so the advantage in terms of manpower is in favor of S2.
I mean, Paloma at the moment has a Tommy gun. He's going to be able to take down 1, finishes them off. S2 finally showing up on the last game, but it's just too late. What are you guys doing? This was needed in the first game, not the last.
Bochka's the last man standing for Istanbul Wildcats, so all 10 squads are still active in this final play. But any chance they've had of taking that first place from their position has been set up, just been dismantled there. S2, they've poured a wet blanket all over this.
Yeah, I mean, Bochka isn't the type of player to try and rack up 10 kills, let alone get a first place as well. There's just very little, if any, chance for them to be able to finish up in first place.
I love this. Look at the map right now.
Wow.
Perkz and Hidan. They fell into the trap of Entity, and guess what they've done? They've set one for Entity of their own, took the boat, wrapped around, and now they're on the bridge ready for Entity to come into their line of fire and hopefully avenge their fallen teammates.
You know what? I want this to come true. I want them to wipe out the whole of Entity purely for the tale of revenge from these guys. Being able to come in, pick up 4 kills on these guys as they tried to cross, but they have to be careful. If they shoot too soon, Entity will just jump out on the bridge and just wait there until they have to go. And they'll have better supplies than Fear do.
Absolutely, and Fear, they're setting themselves up quite nicely. You can see Perkz taking it away off to the offside of the bridge. And they've got a compound they can play around, so they'll set up nicely. Bochka, he's over to the southwest still. He knows his team's been wiped out by S2, so he's going to create a lot of space between them. Still on the looting position, wants to be able to get away with this one. Just reconvening over the top of the map. Clash taking control of that pivotal junction. Now, if it swings north like it has done in the past, they're in a great position to capitalize. Maybe from Plague will have to migrate out of Rozhok, depending on where the circle lies. If this swings far down to the south, then it's going to be a lot of problems in the line for Clash, because they may have to run past Footballists to get into the area.
Yeah, and I mean, Bochka is still on the southern side as well. And here we can see the trap ready to be sprung over on the Fear side as they're waiting for Entity to cross, and they have started crossing, if I'm right in saying. I can't quite tell.
I think Armin's pressed forward. They're doing it on foot, though. They're not doing it in vehicles, so they are playing this one very cautiously. You can see the diligence that's going into Aman's approach here, checking every angle. If he catches wind of any campers, he's going to feed that information to his team, and they're going to be on red alert, and this ambush is not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, if they take shots too early, but here we go. Gatak's going to be crossing straight into the fire line of Perkz.
Perkz needs to be very careful. Gatak has stopped, so they are taking this very systematically, not taking any chances. If they've spotted Perkz, then they know he's there. If they haven't, they're expecting someone to be waiting.
They're driving. They're back in the cars. Are they going to keep on this frog leap style?
Patience is what they need to do right now. They're still in the vehicles.
Are you ready?
They're going. He's going to go for the spray down. They're in buggies. They should be able to get it. The return fire onto Perkz. It was the bait. And Neu sprung the trap, knocking Perkz down to his knees. Aman is going to get to safety and recover. Hidan has to throw the grenade, but there's too many members. He's in a 3v1 now. He's holding the angle behind the vehicle. They're coming for him. Will get the spray down. Finds the knock onto one. Can't deal with the others, and that is Fear going out in 10th place. The trap, it did not work, and they had one thrusted upon them.
it's almost like the Entity were a mouse, and they just chucked a stick on the mouse trap. It got triggered.
Yes.
They took it apart, and that was easy peasy. They took the cheese, which was the kills. They wiped the whole of Fear. GG, well played to them.
We finally found a use for Neu. The bait.
The bait.
Able to go out there. He's the proverbial stick that snatched the mousetrap, and they were able to eat the delicious Fear cheese. Bochka, he's still going to keep himself in that southwest corner of the circle. The next one, while we're distracted with gunplay, has popped, forcing it over to the west. So that north territory, not an option. Clash, rotating fast, will go past Cream, and shots are starting to be traded in between Ruins and Hospital.
And hopefully we can switch on over and see what's going to be going on over here, as everything has changed. They're starting to clump together. We've got Plague, who are playing late game. Bochka from Wildcat still going to be playing a little bit slow because he doesn't have anyone to back him up, and Entity should be heading north soon. Meanwhile, Synergy taking some shots.
Can't land any onto PSK, so that member of Cream will reconvene with the rest of his team. S2 and Clash are about to have some vehicular conflict here. The insurance details will need to be traded as Destro continues to fire off in the distance over a Hail Mary shot. He rotates around to that engagement between S2, seeing if he can third party off the back end of this and pick up any of those kills.
I just want to say there's currently oh, never mind. Cream going to be taking even more shots from Destro, who might be able to knock out one player, but runs out of bullets. But the damage is done. He might just be able to continue it on.
For it.
He's getting another headshot. He might be able to knock them out, and no.
They're still going to get away with this one, but this is certainly what I expected to see in this final game. More aggression coming out, more risks being taken. They're trying to climb that ladder fast. It may not be what we expected on an Erangel with half the population, but these teams are giving it to us, Tom.
I mean, they want the action, they want the fights, because a lot of these teams know that either they just need to get into the money, or they need to get first place, so they know they have to get these points and kills. Like teams like, for example, Clash, they know they need to play passive and a little bit of the long game into the top 5.
You say that, but they're playing quite central, right? Same with Footballists. They're close to the center of this next circle. They're going to get a lot of attention just by virtue of being there. If you were playing passive, you'd be where Plague is right now on the edge of Roshawk.
I don't even want to talk about Plague. I mean, the circle's probably going to shift up to them, and they'll still end up losing at this point.
Oh, dear.
But you know what? Unicorns of Love, they still have an opportunity here to be able to gain some extra few little dollars here if they want to. They're in a decent position.
We saw how the money kind of like, and Tetra went through it on the desk, how the money kind of escalates in that third, second, and first place position. Neu trying to find some damage.
Jason, Entity, this isn't car chase right now. They're going in for the spray. They might just be able to take it. They're hunting it down. Cream are going to get creamed here as he's going to fall off his bike.
Oh my goodness. Entity giving us the PUBG we want to see, and the disrespect beat down from Neu, getting himself on the board, getting himself those kills. So that's unfortunate for Cream, who will lose a member. They're still having to deal with Synergy right now and Clash. They're in engagement of their own as Alpha takes down Gunshot from afar with the rifle.
This is what I want to see. We've not seen many car shots since the first game.
Yeah.
Now is the time. The M24 has such good bullet velocity. You could shoot it at a greater distance as compared to the car and still hit your mark. Talking of which, Entity, he's now going to be stuck in the grass.
Yeah, Armin. They know roughly where he is. They're attacking the vehicle to stop the mobility because they can't pinpoint where he is through the shrubbery. But with that rifle, if he gets eyes on, he's dead.
Yeah, I mean, with that thing, even if he just gets the body shot, it's going to do a lot, slow him down. He's not going to be able to rotate. He's going to have to go back to Snaken. Meanwhile, Entity might decide that they've had enough of this silly stuff from Cream and trash them as they took out one of their teammates. They might decide to just wipe the whole team, pick up all the kills, and try and get that first place, which is it is near impossible for Entity to get. But if they really wanted to get the 20 kills, go for it.
The longer this game goes on, and the longer the likes of Clash and Footballists are still alive, the less likely a team will be able to leapfrog them. That's the only thing, right?
I mean, if Clash and Footballists stay alive into, I think, 6th place, 5th place,
it doesn't matter what anyone else does.
Yeah, I think at that point.
It'll be between the two of them. So really, if any of these teams spot either of those two, and you're in that 3rd, 4th place, you might want to take the risk and just take them out to deny them the points and give yourself a chance to catch up. Cream with 3 members sitting in that building. They can see Aman in the distance. They've isolated him from the rest of his team, because the rest of them are over actually to the west, dealing with what I believe is Team Synergy. Focus taking a few shots actually over to them. Jonathan's locked down low, so he can't join in this fight while he recovers. But it's Gatak and Neu giving the focus on the Pocus.
Yeah, so they're going to be trading blows here, and it's going to be quite heavy actually between both of them, and the next circle should be coming in soon whilst these guys are fighting. It's kind of like a 3-party fight. It's going to be Synergy, not Clash, sorry, and Entirety, and also Alpha from Cream taking these shots. Circle is going to be coming in. I think it's going to go hard north and really screw up a lot of these players, but it goes hard south. Clash, they're out. They're out of the circle. They have to push in.
They have to push in. Now, this is Plague. We talked about this at the top of the show. Plague, they're not being gifted circles this time, so we don't think they're going to get that high performance finish, but maybe their passive, their ultra passive style they're playing right now may pay them dividends. They're mobilizing faster. They're in vehicles. They're going to head down south. We need to cut to the action because a lot of gunfire's being traded right now as these teams are trying to rotate. I believe it's Cream taking those shots at Destro as they try and crow across. He's actually looking at Entity, as Jonathan's been tagged a little bit, but not close to going down just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Entity have the opportunity to be able to get ahead of their opponents and get into position, but S2 are already starting their rotation, and Clash are coming up behind them as well. Cream, they're too slow to the punch, and now they're going to have to stay where they are.
Yeah, they're both following that track. One inside the new circle, one outside. And Neo continues the pressure onto S2, not finding any damage on the back end of those shots. Jonathan returning fire onto Gunshot now. Entity finding more kills in that transition from Synergy, their Indian counterparts.
They're just going hunting. They don't care at all. Yeah. They're going to be running straight up the hill. Neo heard me dissing him last game, saying he wasn't up to much, and now he's going to be going for the spray. Does a lot of damage, but no knock once again. The 6-time spray not going to be doing him any dividends, but I say that, he takes out one. It's going to be Whitey who's not going to be the guy to clutch it as he is finished off.
Flushed out there, S2 now dealing with more casualties on this one. Plague, they've moved in. They didn't actually go for that long wraparound we thought they might do. They're heading into the north of the circle. They're getting awfully close to Football List. If they take them out early, Cream might want to throw them a little bit of extra cash because they'll be walking away with first place the way things are going.
I just want to say now, Entity, they're playing this like it's a public game. They're just rushing, running and gunning. They don't care. They want to try and get the kills, and that's exactly what the goal is. And now they might decide to centralize up here on these buildings, which is actually a really good compound, especially for this circle in regards to where they're going to be able to go.
Clash is over. They're rotating, wrapping around to the south. Footballers are in north right now. They are taking that engagement with Plague. And they're taking some damage, but no casualties just yet.
What are Plague doing there?
I don't know. They wrap back around to the north and they're coming in, but I mean, bear in mind, like I said, Tom, if they take out Footballers, they get the kills and they deny the point generation from a team that is ahead of them right now. If Plague actually take out Footballers, they have a path back into first place.
Yeah, that is very true here. Even if they end up dying straight away afterwards, it just means Clash are going to be able to have the opportunity. I mean, Andershed trying to take them down with this VSS. It's such a weak gun, but also so powerful. Its fire rate is insane, but the drop-off is even more so. They've been able to separate themselves. They've actually gone and taken a step back, a little bit of a relaxed, like a chill pill, and they're just settling back here. Meanwhile, a team we've not really talked about in a while is actually Unicorns of Love. They're going to be rotating away from Pachinki, down the hill, and trying to get one of these compounds.
We do need to stay on this firefight, though, because if it does explode, it has so many implications for the leaderboards. You've got Footballists who are racking up the points, increasing the lead they have over Team Clash. If they were to be the victors right now, Grills taking some damage, doesn't want to be that person who starts the cascade of knocks and flushes that will knock Plague out of the opportunity of reaching the upper echelons of the standings.
Or just use them as bait. Let them go down, let them run in, and then take them out. Let's see how they do on this front. I mean, they're so close, but so far apart meantime. I mean, we've had 10 people die so far, but we've only had one team wipe. I mean, that's quite ridiculous considering how many 3-man teams and 2-man teams we must have in this situation. I mean, Bocco is part of a team that has lost all but one, and that is going to be down in the south. Yeah.
He's safe though, because he's playing so late into the game. He's just following the blue, keeping himself into the circle whenever he needs to be. He's playing for that placement points. He knows probably that he's not going to be able to walk away with the victory, but what he can try and do is play for placement and maintain the positions they built for themselves over the previous 5 maps.
Yeah, I mean, he's just playing for the money from placement here. Entity, look at the I love you, they started.
I love you so much. Neo walking forward with his fluorescent chicken gun.
I love it. I love that skin so much.
And there we go, the trades. Grenades taking a massive knock onto the hill. S2 seeing their bars get dropped into the red. Neo rushing forward, switching over. He's going to be walking. Thinks he's going to have them approach him, but they're not. They're backing away. Palmer, Holes, and Untouched. They're going to get into that vehicle, try and drive away. Entity, they're probably hearing that start to move around, but they're not in a position to take them out.
S2 are just like, just leave us alone. We want to stay alive. We want to get some money from this game, but Entity are just like, no.
Entity
will kill you.
They're already on 7 kills. They are on a good track right now to break the kill record we've had in the grand finals.
I mean, Nehu is actually on 4 kills himself. It's pretty impressive turnout from him, considering he's been playing pretty bad and going out first in every other game. I called him out. He's now coming back in. Circle has closed in on towards Chopsticks, which is at the center. Plague, and Footballist is still in.
Clash having to make a rotation, actually through S2 and Entity, and Will taking a lot of damage so far. This could be disastrous for the team in second place. That's looking to leapfrog over Footballist. Their only opponents right now are Plague in that circle over to the north.
This is not looking so good for them. They're going to be taking a lot of damage here, untouched.
Don't worry. It's only S2 that they've run into. They're not under any fulfill. They're under any danger at all as Mavriel changes it around as well. If that was any other team, Clash would have been put on their knees right there.
Yeah, they're very lucky that Entity have actually decided to duck away from this. They want to get into the circle. They know how important it is now, considering how small it is. They have to get the placement.
Hole's holding the position behind the vehicle. Whitey, he's been confirmed down. Untouched. I think that's him going out as well. S2 playing with 2 members right now, but that is more importantly, that's 2 kills into the total of Clash. They need every kill they can get if they're looking to leapfrog over Footballist, because if this goes down to the wire, those kills could make the difference in the end.
Oh, definitely, we've got Synergy rotating in from the eastern side. This could be some free kills for Footballist if they carry on going this direction.
Okay. Clash, they're in the circle right now, okay, so they just hit on the southern border. They don't have to make another rotation for now, but it would be better if they could get more central. Botchka is going to be trying to get in with a vehicle, like we said, playing it late, but he may run into S2, and he may run into Synergy as well, who are playing split right now as Destro, scouting ahead, trying to find a safe territory for them to migrate into.
He's going to be a free kill for Footballist and just trying to help secure them, I think, in this run if he's not careful.
Donation of kills maybe going over to Clash right now, whereas Synergy Gaming going to run straight into them if they're not too careful. They've disembarked from their vehicle, so they will play it slow, but they're going to be running into a quite proficient Clash squad here, and that may just boost the kill count of Clash moving into the later stages of the game.
Not quite Clash of Clans, but it's going to be Clash of the...
No!
Yeah.
This Mavriel being knocked down. Beast going to turn it around onto Law. Will get the flush as well, so they still maintain a chance, but that's 2 down for Clash, as it's only Beast and Will who are on their feet. They need to win this fight and not have any casualties go down. Synergy Gaming are relieving the pressure. They're actually going to be leaving them and trying to get into a better position. So Clash are going to recover and then try and migrate north, because the next circle is popped and they need to travel into Plague's territory. Plague, they found that circle, Tom. They need to close this one out this time.
Every time. Unfortunately, all the luck from Clash, who decided instead of staying on the northern side, they did a massive rotate down to the south, and it's just not worked out for them. Meanwhile, Synergy have made their way in. They're going to be looking to go into this fight. Goldblade's at the edge, snaking.
He's snaking around, but he's still alive. Botchka will go down, so that's disastrous right now for Istanbul Wildcats. Going out in 9th, they will lose that position they maintain for themselves. Mavriel and Beast found Goldblade, gonna take him out. Destro's the last man standing, and he's nowhere near that Clash engagement. They are still in this one, and they are looking to climb and leapfrog Footballists.
So much as possible here. Entity are taking a dominant position in either one of the chopsticks. Meanwhile, Footballists are taking shots over towards Unicorns of Love and also Synergy, I think, here. And still Synergy. Plague.
Alienist taking with fire right now. Will get into cover. He's by himself in this small shack. Looking to play spoiler on the current first place team. That might actually have changed if we did it live standing, just because of the kills that Clash have got. I don't actually think that Footballists, they've only got 1 kill to their name right now, so that's only 1 extra point based off of where they're finishing as well.
This could go any one way at the end of this. Yeah. I think the last couple of teams we're going to be seeing is Entity, Plague, and Footballists as the last teams alive. This circle just dominates over towards Plague's side.
But if Footballists and Clash get into that final 3 with Plague, it doesn't matter what Plague does, they'll still lose. S2 taking an engagement right now. But it's actually on your screens right now. The Plague are dealing with Cream. They're going to knock him out. A couple more kills came in for Clash there. They dealt with members of S2. Palmer, now a solo player for S2, trying to carry the flag, while the rest of Plague are locking down Entity. They haven't found any knocks yet. Jonathan going to finish off the kill onto Pocus. Cream are in disarray as Plague looks to third party on this engagement.
And it's going to be Synergy who are out next as he dies. So that's going to be 7 teams left alive. This is where the points are going to start racking up. Jonathan, he might go down.
He's going to go down here. Clash, look at Clash what he's doing right now. Clash and Cream are returning fire onto Entity, taking him out now, racking up that kill count. Azuku will now deal with Jonathan as well. Entity only have Gatak and Neu still alive. Neu being the frag leader for that team in this particular map.
I mean, they've already got, 8 points in total just from kills. That's impressive, but they have to stay alive in Clash. They have to push in.
You're being given this one again. Win this round.
We're going to be seeing Footballists. They should rotate over and get into that the end of that chopstick, the ditch, before anyone else does. But if they don't, then we might well just see Clash do that instead. although it seems like they might have crashed a little bit too early.
They may have gone into that Western chopstick that will never get them into the circle by maintaining in there, but it will give them a safer route of ingress. Zuku under fire, pops the energy drink in cover. There's a lot of bodies in this final circle. 7 squads still in it. If Futbolist or Clash goes out early, they will guarantee here that the other will walk away with the victory.
I think this is the most teams we've had in this size of circle. We actually have a spoiler here, and it's going to be Unicorns coming in from the southern side. If they're in this chopstick, they could do a fantastic job.
Zessi able to go in there and get a kill. So he's got a knockdown, but not a complete kill. There we go. Gatik actually playing spoiler right now as Mevriel being knocked down, not taken out. Plague is falling victim to Futbolist, who will take prime real estate moving into the final sections of this match.
Look at this nade. It's going to be coming out from Gatak. He's going to be chucking it long, but he's held it for a bit too long, I think. It might just be able to pass in place. It does go off, but it doesn't explode correctly.
Tron got a headshot on the back of there. He will get the kill confirmed onto Plague. So now that is Futbolist on 6 kills.
And Plague are going to be out of the count for first place here as we go forward. Zuku still alive for Cream right now. Clash still alive and kicking, but for how long?
Point difference between them before this match started was 4. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. Was it 4 points? Futbolist leading right now. I believe they're leading in kills after that. Placement may be the thing that decides this one, as Mevriel under fire from Neo on the side of Entity, trying to take them as they were looking to cross over into the other chopstick.
And we'll see what's going on here in a moment, but look at Gatak, he's going in for the shots here. There we go, Neo as well. Might just be able to do some work here, but it's going to be Futbolist who are going to have to move as well after this circle, but it's about to finish in. Like I said, Unicorns, they take stunts, take some kills here.
They were taking out Clash, actually, who are outside the circle. This is disastrous for them. Futbolist, they're still in play. Clash are now out. Futbolist, they've done enough right now. I think they may have just secured victory with that one death.
I mean, the one over tonight, they should have it right now, but we'll see what's going on. We'll be able to tell you at the end, but that should be another wipe if I'm right in saying. Entity out?
Yeah,
yes,
Entity got knocked out by Zuku, who was that last remaining member of Cream. 2 squads remaining. This is coming into a showdown between Unicorns of Love and Futbolists.
We actually just saw Unicorns of Love do a failed smoke there, so that's a little bit of a shame for them. But meanwhile, Futbolists, they should potentially even have a vehicle if they want to from leftovers of these other players. Are they going to be able to finish out with a bang?
Hopefully. I mean, it would be a great way. Walk it over the line, claim yourself that grand prize, as well as a chicken dinner to really put the charity on top of that one. Genesis firing some shots across the trenches. This is truly the warfare we are looking for. And they're trying to deal a dent into Futbolists who are actually aggressing onto themselves.
Well, we'll see what's going to be going on here. I mean, Futbolists, they have an opportunity to be able to close out the chicken dinner, but Unicorns of Love, they really want to try and rack up those points. They could leapfrog into the top 4 here.
They could be. They're playing for prize pool right now. Futron is just going to be knocked down there by Alienist, so that's the first member down on their knees. All members alive from both squads right now as Alienist pops up again. We'll have the fire return on Zizi with a headshot will drop him to his knees.
It was so close, but yet so far, the grenades could do everything here. They just need to land it onto one of the other players here. They're going to be able to res here, but we'll see what is going on.
Circle control is definitely in favor of Futbolists right now. It's Alienists who need to aggress onto them. And look at this. They're so low right now. 2 members basically on life support, and they're entering a killing field that Futbolists will control.
I don't know what they're going to be able to do here. Futbolists going to take a wide peek here. You can see them are too close, trying to take advantage. They're going to be doing the damage here. Now the Blue's going to be coming in. Zessi, he's going to have to back off here, but they have
Doesn't matter.
Potential.
They're going to run over the trenches into the firing lines, and they're going to be dropped down. They're returning fire left, right, and center. Genesis drops down into the trench. The spray is there from Anashi. He's the last man standing. If they can just find one, and they nail the headshot in spectacular fashion. Futbolists will get that chicken dinner in round 6. And Tom, based off the points, I'm going to have to say that I think Futbolists have walked away with the first place finish here. But of course, we won't have that information. We'll have in our admin staff from behind go ahead and make those calculations, and we'll have a later confirmation of who has finished in first place.
That's 10 points on the board for the Futbolists. Not far behind them is going to be Unicorns, but they've only got 2 kills. Meanwhile, Entity finished up with 8 kills, which was insane. They were going from team to team, doing the best they can.
What an encore from Entity there. Their final game, they took every fight, they leveled up, and they turned up the aggression to put on a show. They were hunting kills, they were setting traps for big names. Fearless play. and they were able to convert it into a tasty amount of points. I'll be curious to see what their final place finish is based off of that performance.
We don't know who's going to win though. There is a small chance that it could be shaken up, so we are going to have to wait until it is confirmed by the admins behind the scene. But meanwhile, let's have a look at the last highlights here. This is my favorite. Cream getting chased down by Nero. He heard me talking smack about him, and he shows up, knocks down, and gets the free kill.
And he finishes him off with the fist as well. He knew he was a solo player. PSK being dropped here. Neo finally showing up for us, Tom. We gave him a little bit of a hard time throughout the earlier stages, but he started racking up the kills for Entity in this final map.
What a good map for Entity. I think they're my highlight of that game, even though Kribalis played fantastically. They took out late. They pushed in against them, and they had an easy game against them, so got to give them props. But Unicorns of Love still showing up here, doing a very good game there, and being able to provide a lot of points for their team, getting that second place. That will put them up the rankings. But that, you know what, guys? I want to hear the winner is, so let's pass on over towards the stage host, who's going to be able to announce who the winners are.
Thank you very much, guys. An absolutely fantastic grand final. But before we announce the winners, can we please have a round of applause for everybody who has played this weekend? It was fantastic.
È stato grandioso, un bel applauso per tutti i team coinvolti prima di comunicarvi ovviamente il vincitore.
So without further ado, and I'm sure a lot of people watching would have worked this out already, a fantastic way to close out the series, and indeed, in first place, getting the lion's share of the prize money, it's the Footballist. We invite them to come down on stage with us now.
Un applauso per i Footballist, loro sono i nostri campioni, prendono la fetta più grande del montepremi. Congratulazioni, bravi! Congratulations, guys.
First of all, well done to all of you. This is incredible, and you've got 40,000 euros in prize money. It is phenomenal, and you guys played brilliantly in the last game as well. Please describe how you're feeling right now, because I see the look on your faces. It's fantastic. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Çok iyi hazırlandık. İyi hazırlandık. Yani bunun için bayağı haftalardır, aylardır hazırlanıyoruz. Elimizden geleni yaptık. Türkiye'yi temsil ettik. Yani başarı bence Türkiye'mizin, onların destekleri sayesinde kazandık. Çok mutluyuz. Yani başka söylenecek bir şey bulamıyorum.
We prepared like weeks, and we believe ourselves. We try ourselves, and we feel the Turkey in our back. So we are so happy, and thank to all the fans on here and the Turkey.
Allora, i ragazzi hanno vinto 40.000 euro, sono 10.000 euro a testa, ragazzi, sono tanti soldi. Ovviamente i soldi sono solo un extra, perché la prima cosa è l'orgoglio. I ragazzi sono felicissimi di aver vinto, ovviamente, ma soprattutto che il loro duro lavoro abbia ripagato e che ovviamente non abbiano perso, tra virgolette, i nervi saldi durante questa finale. E ringraziano moltissimo tutti i fan e quelli che li hanno supportati finora, perché c'è tanta gente dietro questo team.
What happened in the moment you saw Clash being eliminated in the kill feed, and the moment you realized you won? Because you still got the chicken dinner, but I want to know what your team comms were like the moment you knew you won.
Yani Clash alanı öldüğü zaman zaten hani biz maçı net win alacağımız belliydi. Hani çünkü durduğumuz pozisyon, aldığımız rotasyon ve elimizdeki ekipmanlar sayesinde hani Clash karşımızda da olsa sıkıntı yaşayacağımızı sanmıyordum.
When they first our rotations, we know we are gonna win this. When the Clash is going down, actually we know already we are gonna win because our equipment is better than they. We already know we are gonna win this game.
Gli ha chiesto John cosa provassero quando hanno visto praticamente che i Clash avevano perso quella partita perché erano andati giù tutti e quattro, e lui ha detto che in realtà non ha fatto una gran differenza, perché nel momento in cui hanno visto la rotazione della mappa, come stava andando, erano già abbastanza certi di avere la vittoria in pugno in quel momento, e quindi poi diciamo che il fatto che i Clash siano andati giù sia stata solo un'ennesima conferma. Erano molto confident, erano molto sicuri di sé, e quindi sono riusciti a portare a casa la vittoria.
Well done once again to the entire team. I think you guys have performed phenomenally today, and you guys should be really proud of yourselves. I don't think this bit needs any translating, but Simone's going to help me with it anyway. That trophy over there, I'm pretty sure is yours now.
Ovviamente sì. Allora ragazzi, un ultimo saluto a tutti gli sponsor, li ringraziamo per questo gigantesco evento, grazie Vodafone, grazie ESL, grazie a tutti voi per essere passati all'ESL Arena o se ci avete guardato da casa, un grazie a tutti i collaboratori e ovviamente a tutto lo staff, da ESL a Vodafone, a tutti i collaboratori Omen eccetera, ma c'è un momento importante, il trofeo è loro. Ragazzi, è tutto vostro. Go get it. You earned it. Go get it.
It's all yours. Go for it.
Go for it.
Grand Final Time.
Da piccolo parlavi con le macchine, i pupazzi, le lampadine. Pensavi di avere occhi capaci di vedere oltre gli ostacoli. I dinosauri non si erano estinti. Tu li vedevi dappertutto e ci potevi giocare. E sapevi che la mamma ti sarebbe stata vicina. Sempre. Sai una cosa? Avevi ragione. Nasce Vodafone Giga Network 5G. Realtà e fantasia sono finalmente connesse.
Magic, magic, magic. made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on our baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on our baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
Move your body to the sound of the tuba. party to the sound of the tuba.